Recording in progress.
We'll call the meeting to order. Good morning. Welcome to the June 9th special meeting of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance from Supervisor Zanger.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge certificate of posting.
So moved.
I'll second.
First and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. That brings us to our regular agenda for today's meeting. We'll be going over the budget today. We have our consultant from Baker Tilly here. There's a recommendation on the table, and but I did want to start off just to try to update the community on just the past week.
Sorry, excuse me, Supervisor. There's an item 1A. Did you want to do that at last, or did you want to do that now?
That's what we're doing now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the item we're on.
Thank you.
So just to provide an update to the past week, I had recommended a budget management team consult with our budget ad hoc and Baker Tilly consultants. The team was composed of the auditor's office, the assessor, the treasurer, the DA, the budget officer. One second. And our goal was to dissect the budget numbers, help the county ID issues moving forward. And today, we have a recommendation from the CAO, so I'll just hand it over to the CAO.
Good morning. I'm going to do it from this podium if that's okay. I don't want to fall asleep in my seat. We got a lot of slides today, so apologize. So, all right. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, department heads, and members of the public. My name's Henny Ring, and I am the interim CAO. And today's meeting is to introduce the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. With me presenting today is also Budget Officer Dulce Alonso. Before we get started, I wanted just to share a few things and just a few facts. First, I want to share that there were some of the challenges that occurred for me the past year as your temporary CAO. I will have to say I have learned a lot. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for entrusting me in this role. It's been a lot of work, and I'm excited that a new CAO, Coolio, is going to begin to lead the county and this administrative team soon. While working as an interim CAO, I have been doing the deputy CAO HR risk functions while taking on the full duties of the CAO since May of 2024. In fact, my position in HR was not backfilled, and I've been doing the acting interim role for CAO without any designated assistant or additional staff. I am proud to say, though, that the HR team and the admin team have done a very good job, wonderful job actually, in taking on more duties and stepping up to support me in the office as a whole. My goal was to ensure that the county administrative office was able to continue all operations for the county, including continuing to oversee HR until the matter of the CAO position was resolved. As I said from the start, I was going to keep the lights on. I also want to mention for the record that the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget was the previous CAO Ray Espinoza and previous budget officer Ramona Bond's budget. When I was appointed, the budget was already completed or close to completion prior to me taking the acting role. And I just want to make sure I stated that for the record. This presentation will give a review of the 25-26 budget and will be compared to last year's fiscal budget of 24-25 adopted budget. I will be providing more details further in the presentation, but here's just an overview. There were many challenges for the county admin team that we faced during this budget year. The admin team was in transition. We had a change of the budget officer midstream during this budget development. It was identified that the preparation of the recommended budget after projections were done, that the general fund budget had a significant structural deficit. Our team worked to balance that deficit, which will be presented to you today. This budget is balanced by a combination of reductions, including reductions in filled and unfilled positions and other costs. There are a number of steps that are related to the personnel changes that will need to occur subsequent to the budget presentation that will be at the board's discretion. Also, this budget uses short-term and one-time funds to close the budget gap. Additionally, consultants Baker Tilly firm was brought in to assist the county administrative office with the fiscal year 25-26 budget and provide strategies to deal with our structural deficit. A special note, the recommended budget was published prior to the June 2nd special meeting where additional recommendations were added, and you will hear that towards the end of the presentation. And we will be presenting those recommendations as well later. So, all right, next slide. All right, today's action is to open the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget, review information, accept presentation, provide direction, also direct staff to prepare the 25-26 final budget resolution, reflecting changes made by the board during the budget hearing. Also to direct the CAO or designee to take necessary administrative actions to satisfy the meet and confer requirements, if any, to effectuate the recommended actions. So let's talk about the development process, the budget development process. It starts with the board's priorities that we received the first of the year. Then we kicked off the budget process and the detailed budget instructions were sent out to the departments. The departments created their requested budget. Administration developed the recommended budget and introduced it. Then we held a public meeting to go over the recommended budget, which is today, for consideration of adoption. In the fall, the books will close and we will return to the board to close out the budget. Therefore, the year there is ongoing oversight to ensure that the operating is within compliance. So, Dulce and I are going to be tagging back and forth, so I'll have her go through her portions.
Good morning, board members and member of the public. Dulce Alonso, budget officer for San Benito County. I wanted to include these slides to highlight that we are following County Budget Act that's enacted by the state of California. So I want to review Article 3, which is related to the recommended budget. It governs how and what we do as far as recommended budget. So under Article 3, the California Government Code states the board must designate either the administration officer or auditor to compile and review departmental budget requests. The recommendation must be submitted to the board no later than June 30th. The board has two options under this government code. You could either approve the recommended budget by June 30th and allow interim spending plan, or use the hearing first where no authorization is given. But it does require certain steps. It requires that by May 30th, the budget must be published and noticed to the public. That by June 20th, we must hold a public budget hearing. And it does require that by June 30th, adopt a final budget by resolution. And the budget must also be made available to the public no later than September 8th. Then the next code I want to review is Article 4 as it relates to the adopted budget. And under Article 4, the government code states that the board must adopt the county's budget by October 2nd of each year. By September 2nd, a public notice must be published stating that the recommended budget's available, and announce the public hearing at least 10 days before the set hearing. Hearings must continue for up to 14 days once the initial hearing is set. The board would open up and allow to hear from departments and public, and all proposed changes that come from not directive of the board must be submitted in writing before the hearing closes. Also, the adopted budget must include all the following requirements. So it must include appropriations, fund balances, financing sources, and contingencies by fund and purpose. The board may add administrative controls and adopt by reference. And also it states duties as it relates to the auditor. So the auditor must attend the hearings and provide financial data and assist the board during deliberations. It states the auditor or administrative officer updates the budget to reflect the board's action. And the auditor is responsible to file the final adopted budget by December 1st with the clerk of the board and the state controller's office. And then it states failure to do so has some fines with that. So next I'll kick it back off to Hetty to discuss timelines.
Okay. This slide might be familiar from the introduction of the budget, but on January the 28th of 2025, the board adopted its priorities. On April 15th, the board received a budget update. On May 29th, the recommended budget was introduced. Today is in the yellow box, which is June 9th, 2025, which is the budget hearing. And then on June 24th, I believe it's the tentative date, but the board could adopt the recommended final budget on resolution, and it could be done on consent. The board has to adopt the budget by June 30th. And then in the fall of 2025, the final adopted budget will be presented. Let's see, I think Dulce, you're the next. There we go.
So I just wanted to briefly remind the board of the priorities that were set on January 28th. So here's a quick snapshot of what they are. They include housing policy reform, road improvements, homelessness encampment, tourism opportunities, and revenue as a whole. And we did take these into account with the recommended budget.
Okay, so where have we been? Starting around fall of 2024, departments were directed to deliver a 5% reduction in the current year. The county administrative office was starting to see that we needed to really focus in on the start of the 25-26 fiscal year budget, but we wanted to make sure that we were communicating to the departments that we wanted to start early. January 19th of 2025, departments were informed to make a 5% reduction in expenses in their requested budget. On February 24th of 2025, Rebecca Campbell joined us as to help assist San Benito County with the development of our 25-26 budget. She brings a wealth of experience in public administration and budget management. She was former CAO of SLO County, former CAO of Kings County, has done budgets from $1 billion, well, actually 445 million to 1 billion, depending on which county she was in. Thanks to her expertise and guidance, she helped develop and implement the year-end projections. She balanced the road fund and assisted in getting us closer to a recommended budget. And we thank her for her hard work and her commitment, as it was instrumental in getting us to where we are today. Also on March 11th, the Board of Supervisors created a budget ad hoc committee composed of Supervisor Colin Kosmicki and Ignacio Velasquez, and we thank them for their guidance as well during this process. Okay, so next slide. So how we got here and building the fiscal year 25-26 budget. So in February of 2025, during the budget process, our previous budget officer, Ramona Bond, was transferring to behavioral health as the director of fiscal and administration, which this left a critical vacancy in the administrative office and increased workload for other staff. Additionally, it created timing challenges as we were already in the budget development process. On March 17th, 2025, Dulce Alonso was promoted to the county's new budget officer position, and she began working immediately on the recommended budget. As the county administrative team began reviewing and developing the 25-26 budget, To assess the status of the general fund, there was a requirement to review the previous 24-25 adopted budget. The published 24-25 adopted budget and schedules were used, that were on the CAO's webpage, were used for review. It was not brought to the team's attention until after several weeks that the fiscal year 24-25 published adopted budget on the CAO's webpage was incorrect, and that the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget located on the Auditor Controller's County webpage was the budget that was submitted to the State Controller's Office. This incorrect schedule hampered and delayed the balancing process and also caused concerns in understanding what the structural deficit was. Later, it was identified by the county administrative team that the published 23-24 adopted budget on the CAO's webpage was also incorrect. Another challenge we had during fiscal year 24-25 budget hearings, it was reported that the board had approximately $50 million in one-time funding sources that were being used to balance the general fund budget. The county administrative team identified that approximately $20 million of those funding sources were not realized or available. County administrative team identified fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget published on the auditor's controller's webpage was off and overstated by approximately $2.4 million of restricted general fund government reserves, which are ARPA project funds, used to balance the year's budget. The ARPA project reserves used to balance the budget were reported to be $9.1 million, but in actuality it was $6.7 million. The County Administrative Office requested the Auditor's Office to provide a better understanding of the fund balance and categories and the uses of fund balance because more clarity was needed for the breakdown of restricted and unrestricted balances. The Auditor Controller's Office provided a history of the general fund that showed that one-time monies were used for ongoing costs since fiscal year 2021. In addition, the County Administrative Office discovered budget projections had not been done for approximately the past 5 budget year cycles. Previously, the fund balances were based on unrealistic prior year audited financial statements, end of year balances. On May 6th, the board approved a hiring freeze. However, on May 13th, the board approved adding 4 positions that were previously frozen were added back to the budget. This addition made County Administrative Office seek additional reductions for the fiscal year 25-26 budget. So, next slide is our external consultant engagement. So, due to the challenges that the Administrative Office had discovered during the development of the 25-26 budget, again on May 6th, the board approved the Budget Ad Hoc Committee recommendation to hire external consulting firm. The scope of work was to do an independent analysis of general fund budget, including revenue projections, expenditure appropriations, and reserve levels and availability. This was greatly appreciated by the county admin team, and the firm that was selected was Baker Tilly. And today we have consultant Steve Toller, who's the director, who will be here as well to present what Baker Tilly's analysis is. Also, Matt Stark will be available on Zoom as well today. But first of all, the County Administrative Office would like to expressly thank the Board of Supervisors for authorizing Baker Tilly to assist us in the budgeting process. As the county admin team was able to identify the structural deficit early on, Steve Toller and Matt Stark were able to provide an analysis on the county's general fund and short-term and long-term strategies for future budgeting. Mr. Toller is here today. He brings extensive experience in budgeting and revenue forecasting, financial management, reporting. He has a very long list of things he's done: organizational development, training, labor relations, negotiations, business continuity, planning, risk management. He has nearly 20 years of public service experience with local governments, including cities of Cupertino, Foster City, and Millbrae, California. Mr. Stark, who is also on the Zoom, his primary focus was in designing and implementing financial forecast models, conducting research studies, developing online survey tools. He supports multiple Baker Tilly practice groups by applying his analytical experience to address challenges in operational finance, economic development, and compensation studies. He is here by Zoom today, and he will be presenting or any questions that we may have. So what I want to do is first thank Steve Toller and Matt Stark for being here, for their fast work and their expertise and their insight, and I will hand this off to Steve now. Thank you.
Sure.
Are we on 1A?
Yeah, the one item, the regular item.
Oh, okay, because, I mean, it looks like we're on B or C is what it looks like to me.
We are on the budget hearing schedule right now.
Which is not 1A.
Correct.
Yeah, and I was thrown off by 1A because
Sorry.
I wasn't involved with that recommendation, so, we certainly should probably backtrack to 1A and take a look at that quickly here and,
Okay,
discuss
sorry,
that.
I just trying to figure out where we
No,
are.
I appreciate it. When I looked at it, it looked like it was all lumped in together. There's 1A and then there's budget hearing schedule, which is under 1A. So I think technically it's all part of 1A.
And I mean, I'm fine if you
But-
want to move 1A to the
No, I
end,
think-
just so that we can keep going, but I just was not clear where we were, so I just wanted to make sure I knew where we were.
Is there a consensus from the board on whether we want to address 1A, which was? It's not really moved. They're all part of, I think everything is 1A, but the portion of it, the end is fine. So Mr. Toller? Yep.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Toller, Director with Baker Tilly, and thank you for the introduction, Henny. Thinking about it, gosh, I've served local government for 38 years. I think I started when I was 6. Okay, maybe not. But anyways, have served local government from a variety of different capacities as either a CPA on the outside, as a assistant city manager, budget director, finance director, admin services director, that whole thing, or as a consultant that has consulted with local governments throughout California and much of the Western United States in terms of helping them address either fiscal challenges or understanding budget and really focusing more on financial planning and budgeting. So Matt is online. I'm assuming Matt's there. Matt, are you able to just say and hang?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can all hear me.
Good, great. Want to make sure you're able to hear. So let me go through kind of the analysis that we had done, and I'm going to pause in the middle of this so that we can then have the conversation about the 26 budget, and then I'll come back with some recommendations with that. So any kind of, so the things that we want to talk about today is really what were our observations in looking at this and our preliminary analysis. And then we've got some recommendations for you that are short-term and long-term, and we'll talk about those and how to improve your budget process for the future to help inform really from a transparency and an accuracy perspective in ensuring that you're setting aside the resources that are necessary to serve the community. So Henny already talked a little bit about the reasons and the purposes of why we came on board, but we were really trying to focus on two elements, which is really to do that independent review and then provide, kind of our perspective of a factual, objective analysis of the fiscal condition that you find yourself in and where it's going from there. You're still able to see this, good, because I noticed that it fell from that screen over there. So I will continue as got that picking out. So I think some of the things that we heard in advance of us diving into the details was really just, there was concern about the accuracy of the revenue and expenditure assumptions that were being made and what was projected for not only the current year budget that you're in, but in prior year budgets. There was concern or questions about the clarity and sufficiency of reserve balances and trying to understand those a little bit better, as well as then, are we on a sustainable path long-term in terms of our operations and providing the services that the community is expecting? And so with that, we then, after we launched the project and had an opportunity to meet with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee as well as staff, we started diving deep into the numbers and trying to make some sense and understand that. We had conversations with key individuals that could help inform that analysis, including Joe Paul and Leanne from the Auditor Controller's Office, which was very informative to us in understanding the past. We did have a chance to talk with Rebecca, and of course, we were engaged with Dulce and Henny in terms of our review of things, but we did it from an independent perspective and looking at the details that we saw. Conducted our analysis, and here we are reporting to you with this today. And I think that this slide here is just, it's kind of budget 101 when it comes to local government financing, whether you're at the county level or the city level. And, you know, a lot of people will look at this and say, well, yeah, that's kind of the duh factor about, you know, well, that's what a budget really is. But I think it's important to remember that, and we keep that in mind as we're looking at this, because your budget is really a policy document. It sets forth the policy issues that you as the governing board of the organization, the priorities that you have in terms of service delivery and how you use the precious resources of which you are the stewards of to ensure that those services can be provided. It gives you a financial plan of how that's going to happen. It's almost like a playbook for your departments in terms of operational guidance, in terms of the expectation of services that will be provided, what levels and how those resources will be used to do that. It's a communication tool to the community in terms of understanding what are the priorities and how are they funded and what roles do they play, as well as what are their expectations in terms of service delivery. And of course, it's a legal framework based on the, you know, the government codes that Dulce shared with you a little earlier. So the question is, what did we look at? What was our observations, and how did we get to where we are today? And so what I thought we could do is I'm going to have Matt, who's our deep dive analyst, kind of go through some of the trends that we're going to be displaying for you today, and then we'll come back and summarize what our observations are based on the data that we've seen. So Matt, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to the board for having me here today. As the numbers guy on our team, I had the pleasure of putting together some charts kind of showing how we got to where we're at right now. So this first one, we're just looking at our historical balance between revenue and expenditure. The blue line on that chart is the revenues and the red is expenditures. And you'll see overall, things were looking pretty good here from 21 through fiscal 24. And you'll pardon me, I tend to refer to fiscal years ending in whatever year it is. So fiscal year 23, 24. But then for fiscal 25, we see a bit of a drop in your revenues, and so that's this gap that has opened up. That is the purpose of all of this. Hidden in among some of that overall picture there, even though the revenues are better than expenditures for the first 4 years in this thing, there's some trends in here that kind of raised some alarms for us. Your expenditures rose quite a bit. From fiscal 22 to 23, it was about a 22% increase. It went from 56 million up to about 68. And then again in the following year, for fiscal 24, it rose another 23%. That took you up to about 83 million on the expenditure side. So that's the reason why those two lines converge over the course of just 2 years. You had some significant expenditure increases in there. We can jump to the next slide. So part of the problem here, well, I don't want to say problem, but part of a piece of the puzzle that we're looking at here is that the county saw a number of one-time revenues come in the door from 2021 through 2024. Early on, there was a lot of federal aid or coming out of the pandemic. So we saw almost 14 million in one-time revenues in fiscal 21, and then over 18 million the following year. And then in the couple of years after that, still saw some significant one-time revenues, though not quite the scale as we saw in those first couple of years. And again, this is some grants for, in fiscal 23, there was a library expansion grant. You had some insurance settlement money, and you had a big developer fee that came in 24. That was about $6 million all by itself. So these were kind of extraordinary revenues that wouldn't necessarily have been in your budget, just because the nature of these one-time revenues. But they do play a big part in contributing to that overall mix of whether you're going to run a surplus or a deficit at the end of the year. Go to the next one. Looking again at our actual experience, this chart is kind of a duplicate of that first one, except in this one we're taking out the impacts of those one-time revenues to see what that balance looks like when we're looking at more or less your baseline revenue. And you'll see in this case the lines are much closer together through the whole period, and we see that gap opening up between revenues and expenditures in 24, and then it widens considerably in the current year. So again, that's a bit of a warning flag to keep an eye out for, and it shows some of those the impacts of that one-time revenue kind of fizzling out, if you were. The next one. So these slides that we looked at earlier were your actual experience. We're going to kind of turn our focus over to what the budgets were saying as adopted. And so on the general fund side, we see that the adopted budgets actually are considerably different from what you saw in your actual experience. Starting all the way back in 21, you had budgeted for well, small in comparison, but still a significant deficit on the order of $5 million or so. That has grown subsequently. You'll see in 23 and 24 and 25, that gap between your budgeted revenues and budgeted expenditures has just continued to widen. And again, that's another trend that sets off some alarm bells for us as we're doing our analysis. The gap here in the year currently, well, ending the end of this month, the budgeted drawdown for this year was over $50 million. So it's a very significant gap. And going back to what Steve was just talking about in Budget 101, part of the purpose of your budget is to talk about how we're allocating our resources, what our priorities are, and a big part of it is the storytelling component. And this budget trend tells the story of, expenditures far outstripping revenues, and we don't think that's the real story that the county is trying to tell with these. And so it's part of our findings and recommendations is this idea of trying to do a better job of tightening up the budgets. Next slide. One thing that we looked at here is in terms of revenues and expenditures, I talked a little bit about baseline versus one-time or extraordinary revenues and expenditures. So in this chart, the solid colors, the solid blue is your baseline revenue. So that's your tax revenues and your charges for services and things like that. The lighter colored blue at the top of each of those columns is what we would consider extraordinary revenues. Which gets back to some of those grant monies and the insurance settlements and developer fees and that kind of thing. The red columns, again, the solid red is what we would consider baseline expenditures. That's things like salaries and services. The lighter colored segments at the top of each of those are what we would consider extraordinary expenditures. Those are very much focused on transfers out for capital purposes. Where you had infrastructure projects or other capital projects that you had budgeted. In terms of baseline budgeting, you'll see if you're just taking the lighter shaded segments out of the equation, you're still seeing a deficit of baseline expenditures greater than your baseline revenues. And so again, that's one of those trends that we wanted to take a close look at because for sustainability purposes, that's not good. Next slide. Looking at actual performance, here again, things look a lot better, in terms of past years' actual performance. But even though we've got a lot of these, what we would call extraordinary revenues that allowed you to build up a surplus in 21, 22, 23, looking again at the baseline numbers, the solid reds still tend to be greater than the solid blues, meaning that we've still got a bit of an imbalance in terms of the ongoing operations. You'll see in 24, the extraordinary revenues were great enough that the county basically had a break-even year last year. But this year, with the expectation that you're not going to be receiving nearly as much in terms of these one-time revenues, that's where the current gap has opened up on you. Next slide, please. Here we're just looking at that difference between revenues and expenditures. This includes both the baseline and the one-time revenues and expenditures. And you'll see in terms of your budget numbers, which are the ones, the columns in blue, again, you had budgeted for smaller deficits early on, but then those budget deficits ballooned quite a bit over the last 3 years. The red segments are showing what happened in actuality when we take into account that you had some unforeseen revenues that came in the door, and then you had some capital outlays that were deferred and some savings in other areas that we'll look at in a moment. So what we're seeing then is that even though we had budgeted deficits, in actuality we saw surpluses for those first 3 years. And then again, fiscal 23-24 was basically a wash. And then for the current year, we're seeing a bit of a deficit in actuality, which is what's driving much of the conversation. That budget deficit for this year was on the order of about $18 million. So that gap between revenues and expenditures is what's causing us to need to draw down your fund reserves. Next slide. On that fund reserve side, we see the effects of these surpluses and deficits. So starting in 21, where you were accumulating funds due to, again, those large one-time revenues and some lower than expected expenditures, you were able to build your reserves up to just over $30 million. In 2024, the column is shaded in some different colors. As a matter of policy, you labeled some of your fund reserves for specific purposes. And so we had operational contingencies, emergency contingencies, and that kind of thing. For the year that's ending this month, we're showing then that we need to draw down that $30 million balance. It's currently coming down to about $17.5 million. And that takes care of all of your unassigned reserves, leaving you just these reserves that were labeled for particular purposes. Next slide. I'll turn it back over to Steve Toller to talk about some of these observations that came out of the analysis that we performed. Steve?
I recognize that not a lot of people in this room love numbers as much as Matt and I do. I get that.
Yeah.
But there's a story to be told here. There's clearly a story to be told here, and I think that it led ultimately to what our observations are. And I think one of the things that is important to understand is that some of those gaps that you saw in terms of, expectations versus reality, and let's face it, you've, over the last few years, you have desired to deal with the issues that all agencies are dealing with respect to not only how do we make sure that we can maintain a quality workforce, how can we make sure that we maintain our roads in a way that really serves the community well, and all of the other infrastructure and operational needs that you have in serving the county. There are some, key considerations that, of course, you have in terms of being able to deal with that. And in some cases, some of those plans in terms of, expenditures for roads and other things like that may not have manifested themselves in terms of either project delays or other things that may have, happened to get those done. And so every year you're trying to make up and catch up and budget for those roads. And sometimes you're not spending all of those monies. So we get that. But ultimately, what is the story that we see? And there's really 5 areas that we saw in terms of our observations. And after I complete with these observations, I'll leave some time for any questions that you have, and then we'll start talking about the 26 budget and then what our recommendations are in terms of how to improve it from here. But I think there's 5 areas that we see that led us to where we are today. Understanding and use of reserves, budget practices, the reserve depletion trajectory and what's going on there, the lack of a long-range forecast, and also I think that there's a perception gap that we also identified as we were having conversations with people. And I want to spend a minute talking about the use of reserves. And, reserves on a personal or a home level is kind of like what's in your piggy bank, right? It's the funds that you have to be able to deal with rainy day, potential, if there's any unemployment or employment, interruptions, health issues that you deal with on a personal level, or some expenditures that you didn't quite expect, that need to, replacing the transmission in the car, those types of things that come up over time. You want to build those reserves into your personal finances to make sure that you can deal with those uncertainties. The same thing is true for local government. And so, but there is a spectrum in terms of what those reserves are. And those of us that are left-brained accountants like Joe Paul and others that are in the room that do that kind of stuff, look at them and categorize them in different ways, from either at the top of you see on this chart, which is non-spendable reserves because of accounting requirements in terms of how those are displayed, and restricted, all the way down to those of which you have some control over. And the further you are up on that level, or things that you can't necessarily use and are available to fund operations, but those that are at the bottom are least restrictive, and you have the ability to be able to program those in this. And I think the understanding of these reserves is what's really critical in terms of understanding what is available to us to be able to expend and program into our budget for this coming year and in the long range. Now, so this graph, or this here, and I'm not going to go through each of these detailed because that's a whole course on GASB 54. GASB, what's that? Government Accounting Standards. I'm not going to go into that, but it helps tell a story in terms of what these requirements are. And I thought an easier way to do that is to really express this in terms of our household so that we can really understand this better. At first, we start with those non-spendable items. And if you think of that, that's stuff that you've put into your pantry, or maybe you've done a prepaid on an annual gym membership, those types of things. You've already spent that money. It's kind of an asset for you, but you can't really spend it because you've already spent it, right? So it's a reserve. It's something that's sitting in your pantry, but you can't spend it again. Of course, unless you sold it, right? But that's a different story, right? And then the next level is really that concept where you put money into a 529 college savings plan, or you put something into a mortgage escrow account for, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, right? That money is already sitting with an escrow agent, sitting with a trustee. You've already set that money aside. It's restricted for those purposes and has to be used for those purposes. And so you really don't have as much control over that. Now, putting those monies aside will help you pay the mortgage. They help you make sure that you're paying your property taxes. They help you make sure that you're putting money aside and are able to spend that for your offspring's college, right, for the future. But it's restricted for that purpose and has to be used for that purpose. And you have some of those here. However, then the next level is things that you have decided to take monies that you have available to you and you've committed those. Let's say you've set those aside in a home renovation fund, and maybe you're setting those aside, right, for every 5 years you got $50,000 that you're putting aside to do major either roof replacements or other things that you have to take care of your home, right? That's something that maybe you and your spouse or partner in a healthy relationship have made a decision together to put that money aside. And you really can't make the decision to use that for groceries and gas and other things unless you have an agreement among the partners to spend that money. That's the same thing as you have with your committed funds, where you have made a decision as the board to set that money aside, and only a decision of the board can decide to make a change in how that's spent. But then there are things that maybe you have where you set aside some money for a vacation that didn't necessarily require you in a home to have, a complete agreement, but, you probably would anyways. You can use it and you're trying to use it for travel, but if you need it, you could probably resource that and use that for a different purpose. And then, of course, you have your checking account balance or maybe an emergency fund to deal with things. And I think those are important to understand, in that when we're looking at what is available reserves that can be used for budgeting purposes, it's primarily the bottom two, which are the unassigned, as well as the assigned. And in your case, you have the assigned of emergency contingency, operational contingency, and a disaster contingency. And it really relates to those items that you have the ability to program as you need to, but you're trying to maintain a minimum reserve level. And that brings up this concept of your minimum reserve policies, which you enacted, I believe it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, as we were leading into the 24-25 budget, that we saw on what Matt was sharing, is that you set aside a minimum reserve of making sure that you have 15% of your operating budget, so what your total operating expenditures are, that 15% of that will be set aside for a reserve, that rainy day, that piggy bank, if you will, right? And on top of that, you've got a distinction with another 5% that's emergency reserve in case of emergencies as it relates to changes in recessionary impacts and other things that you need to make sure that you're spending that on. And then you've also set aside a flat dollar amount of $500,000 for disaster revenue. Now, we had an opportunity to take a look at that, and we think that that's a prudent reserve policy based on the composition of the revenues that you have. The Government Financial Officers Association, which are a bunch of finance policy wonks like myself and others, perhaps, look at what is a good best practice minimum reserve level, and that tends to be 2 months or 17% of annual operating expenditures. So that way, if somehow the revenue spigot ran dry, you would have money in the bank to be able to continue operations while you make plans to deal with the issues that you're dealing with. And we saw this happen when the pandemic happened, and when we saw transient occupancy tax revenues all of a sudden deflate. And in some regards, sales taxes were concerned about those deflating as well. It gave operations or organizations a time to be able to address some of those issues. So we think that your reserve levels that you have are prudent. The key is, how do we maintain those, and how do we keep making sure that we're attaining those? And that really gets into the second observation that we have with respect to your budget practices. As you saw in those other graphs, time and time again, the agency has been conservative in terms of its estimation of revenues and expenditures. On the revenue side, you have typically underestimated, so under promise and over deliver in terms of what revenues are that are projected to come in on an annual basis. That's good in that you are ensuring that you aren't cashing a check for which you don't have money for, right? That there are revenues that are coming in. But when the gap widens to more than 10%, it's giving you a false sense of panic, perhaps, and also, in some regards, it can take away opportunities for decision makers to invest in the things that they want to invest in if that gap is too much. And we've seen historically, and we all understand that there's the ebbs and flows of development and other things that might happen. But long term, it's good to try to make sure that you're projecting revenues that are closer to the line in terms of what your expectations are. And when we take a look at the last 5 years, there has been a significant variance that ranges up to 25% or up to 50% actually on the revenue side. And on the expenditure side, again, it's prudent to make a plan in terms of what you're going to spend money on. But when it comes to 10 to 25%, the question becomes, is that really what our spend rate is going to be? And what do we need to do to provide the services that are considered, baseline in terms of serving this community? There are some other aspects here that we see with respect to practices and trends. That when budgets were set aside, they were more looking at what was budgeted last year as opposed to looking what actual trends were. And on the revenue side, what that does, especially given the variances that you have, is that you're under projecting what those revenues are, and that needs to change. And then on the expenditure side, I got caught into this when I was a finance and budget director for agencies up in on the San Francisco Peninsula for years. Is that you get into this concept of incrementalism. We just take last year's budget, add 3%, and that's what we're going to do for this year without taking a look at a zero-based approach or just a priority-based approach and saying, what are the priorities that we have to serve this community? How can we spend the money to make sure that we're doing that in that way so that we achieve those service levels, and seeing what that really truly costs. And so I think that incremental component is something that really was something that stood out to us in terms of how that's done, but a lot of agencies get caught in that. Federal government gets caught in that sometimes, prior to this year, and other things that are going on. Resource variances really misrepresent that fiscal reality. It's okay to be conservative, but I would like to coin the phrase of realistically conservative, where you want to make sure you are under-promising and over-delivering, but it needs to be more realistic. You need to figure out a way to be able to get a little bit closer, about 5 to 10%, in terms of what your expectations are in the long range. The other thing that was really noticeable to us in terms of budget practices is that counties do this. We rely on what the state controller tells us in terms of the forms that we have to submit, that Dulce talked about before, and that Joe Paul and his staff make sure get transmitted on a timely basis, right? Those forms are set up by the state so that they can go ahead and consolidate all those different, fiscal numbers, right? In terms of being able to talk about what's going on at a statewide level. At a local level, though, it's really important to stay laser focused, especially in the general fund, in terms of what are your available reserves, what are the revenues that you're planning on bringing in, what are the expenditures that you're planning on spending on, and that difference between revenues and expenditures is your fiscal gap, or it's either your surplus or it's a deficit. You need to make sure that you're laser focused on that, and the state forms hide that. They mask it because they show you, they really encourage you to include what your beginning reserves are on the top line with the revenues. That's resources available, right? And then how you're going to spend those resources shows all the expenditures as well as monies that you're going to set aside for reserves for the next year. And it looks like it's balanced, but honestly it's not, because there's a difference between what the revenues are that you're projecting and expenditures that you're projecting. And as a governing board and for the community's sake, it's really important to make sure that you're focused on what the variance is between those revenues and expenditures so that you understand what's happening with your reserves, the piggy bank that you're setting money aside for. So that's something that's really critical in there. I'm gonna just blast through these real quick, Matt. I'll just go through these real quick. Is that, when we looked at the budget versus actual, this is kind of the gradation in terms of what we're seeing, and property taxes, are a little bit understated in terms of from a budget side versus what you're actually bringing in. That's the, for each of these columns, those are the ones on the right. Where you see the huge variances, the aid from government agencies, and that can be, these grants that you're getting as one time and all that stuff. And some of those might be hard to predict. Some of those might be tied to, either budget transfers or capital outlay that you have, and we get that. But there has been this variance between budget versus actual on the revenue side, as well as then you see this flipping on the expenditure side, and Matt somewhat already talked about that. But the big variance that you see here between these is really in the areas of salaries and benefits, as well as supplies and services, where you have had a significant vacancy rate in the past. I call it significant, that when you see more than about a 5 to 10% year-by-year average in terms of positions that you budgeted for versus those that are vacant, it tends to be a little bit more on the significant side. And so, and I know we can get into details about in terms of how budgeting was done in the past, in terms of whether or not you're budgeting for those vacancies or whether you're assuming that those are fully funded. But the fact of the matter is that there's been a variance there that has led to expenditure savings in the past, that has led to you having the reserves that you had going into the current year that we're in. And this is just a series of graphs which you can look at later. It's based on category, but what you see is the trend line here, and this is actual expenditures, where our expenditures have grown, and comes to salaries and benefits, and that's from either compensation decisions that were made to be able to recruit and retain employees, to pension costs that continue to rise, and other things that really lead to that. But you see that for the most part, then, all of the other lines with some ebbs and flows have pretty much been fairly static over the term.
Can I just briefly stop you here, because
Yeah.
I think this is an important graph. The issue that we've been talking about recently is why are our divisional budgets, was our overall budget going up so significantly, taking out even the one time. And this is basically showing us, relatively small increase in salaries and benefits, which is due, I'm sure, to step increases and there's no pay increases involved. So again, why is the budget going up so significantly if all these categories are going down except for one, which is going up slightly?
Well, so salaries and benefits have been the one that has risen
By $4 million, but we're talking about a much bigger
from 20
structural
to
gap.
28 million over the course of 4
I'm talking
years.
about just 24 to 25.
Oh, I see, for 24, 25. Yeah, and it's from our perspective, and Matt can weigh in on this as well. It's, changes that have been made in terms of compensation, with the MOUs that you have with your labor groups.
But is 25 up here, is that 25, 26?
That's
the
fiscal
last-
25, the current year that we're in.
Oh, the last one is.
Estimated,
Okay,
that's right.
it would be nice to get the 25, 26 comparisons with these
Yeah.
to help, again, identify what the issue is, because,
Got it.
yeah,
Yeah,
anyhow.
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
For 25, there was, the compensation issues, it was increase in PERS costs, as well as, some additional positions, I believe, that you were funding for this year. In some cases, using one-time revenues to help fund those, but those will have an ongoing impact if those positions continue to be filled. And then we've done this basically, by department, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You can look at these, but for the most part, you're seeing some growth in a couple of areas which was expected. The county admin office had some growth there, and in some regards, this is because some of the transfers get lumped in there, and those are kind of, changing the picture a little bit. Sheriff's, costs have increased, of course, as well over time, and you see some of this growth that's happening. And then the library piece here is this huge, expenditure that you had back in 23 in terms of being able to put money aside for the capital needs that you had. But ultimately, what this shows is this is the impact that you have on your reserves. And your reserves grew to the $31 million, but in 25, there's an expectation that, based on current projections, that revenues will be at about 71 million, but your expenditures will be at about 89. And so you will be deficit spending. In some regards that was planned, but to the extent that, as we saw in some previous graphs, is that sustainable long term? And you really need to take a look at whether or not, the sustainability of your ongoing operations, let alone some of the lumpiness in terms of the other monies that you're setting aside, is there. Let me just talk about two other things, and then we'll pause and ask any questions, and then we'll get into the 26 budget. Is that when it comes to this reserve depletion that we just saw here, this pattern of structurally imbalanced budgets, and remember, again, this is not using the state's definition. This is using the refined definition of revenues versus expenditures. Even from an operational perspective, as Matt showed in a previous graph, there's an imbalance from a budget perspective, and that needs to be really addressed. The second is that reserves are in jeopardy of being fully depleted if that trend does not continue. And in fact, based on the initial proposed budget, the reserves would be almost fully depleted in 2026. That's before the budget team had an opportunity to have some conversations last week. So just going based on that was included in the public hearing notice. And then thirdly is that the reserves, making sure that you're clear about what the reserves are that you're trying to budget for. And it's really looking at those available reserves and managing those, pulling from restricted as needed, based on what you're spending money on, or from committed, but being laser focused in terms of the ongoing reserves that you have that are truly available to be able to spend and budget for services on an annual basis. The other thing is a forecast. It's time for you to prepare for a long-range financial forecast. It's a best practice. Not only is it a best practice, but it helps inform you about decisions that you make today and what those impacts are on the long term. Being able to see some of the lumpiness that you might have in terms of capital outlay or transfers that you need to make to be able to fund roads or to fund an HVAC replacement, or those types of things are really important to see in the long range. And that's something that we noticed that is not currently in place. And you'll see that as a very strong recommendation for us. And then finally, is that as we started, having these conversations, there was a little bit of a perception gap that some people felt, well, we're doing fine. Our reserves have grown. They went up to $31 million over the last 4 years, and that's awesome. But when you start pulling into the story in terms of what really led to that, when we become a little too reliant on one-time things, that can lead to an issue. And we think that there is a need with some of the things that we just talked about, that if you're staying laser focused in terms of what your ongoing operational things and being more realistically conservative in terms of what your expectations are in next year and in the future years, that will help really understand what your true fiscal condition is, which can then lead to some opportunities for the future. So let me pause there and see if there's any questions on our observations.
Yeah, and first off, can we get clarity where this presentation is in the agenda? The actual, which number this is on, so there's folks can follow and look back. Because we received this presentation in the budget management, when budget management team met with the budget ad hoc.
It's attachment in the staff recommendations in 3.A.
Okay, because we have jumped, I was under the impression that we were going through the budget introduction, and we kind of jumped ahead from 1 to 3.
We decided to do this as a flow thing because it was some of the information, kind of how we got here, some of the findings that Baker Tilly had. So that's kind of why we've kind of gone back and forth on it.
Okay, yeah, no, I just think we need to relatively try to be organized here.
I think
again,
if you view our comments as
we've skipped ahead from 1 to 3. I wasn't even aware, because I'm looking at 1, I'm trying to find a presentation that we're looking at here, and it's in 3. So we need to figure out, I think we need to stick to the agenda here and try to figure out where we're at, because I was under the impression this entire time we were still on 1 and we're on 3. Do I have any other thoughts on this from the board? I don't want to be, was anybody else confused about where we actually were at here?
Mr. Chair, I'm very confused about where we're at, but I'm really enjoying the knowledge
It's
that's
fantastic
being
information.
relayed. I'm
understand.
kind of engrossed in it right now.
So let's just, for clarity's sake, come to a consensus, because we have a consent agenda after 1. We have commenced budget hearings. I was under the impression we were on budget hearing presentation. But apparently that's not the case, so can't skip all around all over the place. I'm just trying to get us on the right track.
Where we're gonna go back to our presentation, which will be part of the, it'll be section, budget hearing presentation. So we're gonna go back to the recommended budget, presentation. I think it's E
So
of 1E.
what is that again?
We're gonna commence with the budget introduction. It'll be back to, 1E, and then we'll go through the schedule. We're gonna go through the budget hearing presentation, recommended budget resolution, schedules. We're gonna go through that next.
And that would be 1E.
1E.
Okay, because at some point, the budget ad hoc would like to share its summary of everything that's gone on. I'm just trying to wrap my head around where we've been and where we're going here. So continue on. You're on we're essentially on 1D going to 1E. Is that what I'm hearing? Or we're
Yes.
gonna skip back to that?
For continuity of flow.
Excuse me, we
Yeah.
can't have, we're gonna get public comment in for all of these sections. I'm trying to wrap my head around the agenda because the agenda gives the impression that we were going through an introduction when in fact we were on 3 and that's not how it's presented. So we will, get to all the public comment for all these sections, but I just wanna make sure that we're covering all our tracks here on the agenda and we're not confusing the public because
May I recommend to open all consent items as one, so we could go through everything?
yeah, we can do that, but I do want to give the budget ad hoc some time to summarize,
Yeah, and we have a slide of the summary too coming.
and it applies to all these prior items. There's a consent agenda that's before that. There's a recommendation on 1A that I would like to address before that. So I'm a little stuck here because I would like to address 1A because I was not aware of 1A as the chair.
So I think the difficulty is that we published a recommended budget that we know there have been subsequent changes since we've published it. So we were just kind of going through the order of that. And then we're aware that the budget ad hoc would like to comment on some of the things that occurred after we published the budget. But we're building to that point.
Okay. So what is the recommendation from staff on where to continue on here?
We're gonna go back to the budget hearing presentation and that would be 1A or 1E
Okay,
section. Because then after that point, it would be all the department pieces, Dulce? Yeah.
but again, okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, so key drivers impacting the recommended budget. So general revenue growth is lagging behind inflation. So general revenues are increasing, but not at the same pace of our rising, it's not keeping up with our rising costs, which I think Steve did a great job of presenting that, but there's rising service delivery costs. The cost of delivering essential public services continues to grow, particularly as program expands to address increasing community needs. There's stagnant state and federal support, and despite escalating local demand, state and federal funding levels have remained relatively flat, placing more pressure on county resources. There's higher personnel costs with wages and benefits have increased, and this has been done to attract and retrain quality staff necessary to maintain service levels. And there's a need for substantial cost controls. There's ongoing pursuit for long-term strategies that reduce the structural costs and enhance financial sustainability. So under some of the budget assumptions, we did incorporate vacancy budgeting into the recommended budget, where we eliminated most of the vacant positions. This budget begins implementation of a long-term budget reductions and costs. I just want to highlight it doesn't include any cost of living adjustments or increases that will come from healthcare insurance. So with revenue assumptions, there's constraints to revenue growth with expenditures outpacing the revenue that we have coming in. This recommended budget does incorporate Prop 172 into operating budgets of public safety budgets. We also do incorporate the CFDs annual revenue into county operating budget as allowed by when they were established. We also, it does include merit increase, that are step increases of our current employees. And I just wanted to add that and clarify that. This budget does use one-time funds as a short-term balancing strategy. So some key impacts on the May revise. The state did highlight expenditures totaling $321 billion. The state has a $12 billion deficit, and the governor's approach to bridge this gap is budget reductions, borrowing from special funds, shifting from general fund to other funds. And it's important that we monitor what the state budget actions closely and prepare to adjust our own physical plans to mitigate potential impacts on local services, particularly in public health, human services, and our other workforce costs. So with that, I'll bring it to him.
Okay, so where have we been with this budget? So just want to provide some clarification and clear up any misunderstanding out there. During fiscal year 24-25, the fall departments were directed to deliver a 5% reduction in their current year budget. January 15th of 2025, we began during department heads meetings, we began the discussion of the 25-26 budget. February 19th, departments were informed to make a 5% reduction in the current year. On March 5th, the department's County Administrative Office presented departments a review of their requested budgets. On March 27th, department heads were provided the training on projections and requested that they complete them for the general fund. On April 8th, department heads were provided information from Human Resources regarding the layoff procedure. On May 7th, it was discussed that potential layoffs could be a reality, or at least a reduction in staffing could be a reality. And then on May 28th, department heads were notified of potential layoffs as part of the recommended budget. So for the recommended budget 25-26, here's our standings for governmental funds. The requested budget includes 331.7, recommended budget for 25-26 is 339,421,504 in appropriations compared to the 31.8 million from the last fiscal year. The general fund includes 107 million in appropriations as compared to the 117.8 million for last fiscal year. So next slide here is to show, this is going to focus on the general fund and looking at last year. The fiscal year for 24-25 general fund includes the 117.8 million in financing resources, made up of 14.8 million in prior year fund balance, 34.4 million in decreases to revenues, and 68.5 million in revenue. 117.8 million in expenditures or financing uses for balanced budget. Looking at fiscal year 25-26 general fund, it includes 107.5 million in financing sources, made up of 5.1 million in prior year fund balance, 26.2 million in decrease to revenues, and 76.2 million in revenue. 107.5 million in expenditures or financing uses for a balanced budget. So here's our deficit. Fiscal year net structural deficit adopted budget for 24-25 was 49.26 million. Fiscal year 24-25 year-end projected deficit is 17.4, and then fiscal year 24-25 anticipated having to use fund balance is 17.4 million as well. so, this slide here, so looking at projecting year-end fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 fund balance versus year-end projections. One change we made this year in the budget process is that we asked departments to do year-end projections. Projections hadn't been done for several budget years, and fund balance was based on prior year audited statements at the beginning of the year. Doing the projections helped us hone in on what was going to be received and spent by the end of the year, and helped us determine what one-time funds would be used. Looking at last year's adopted budget, expenses exceed revenues by 49.2 million. Therefore, a total of 49.2 million made up of 34.4 million in reserves and 14.8 of fund balance was used to balance the budget. The year-end projection showed us that only 22.6 million made up of 7.8 of reserves and 14.8 million of fund balance was actually used. This left a fund balance, this left a fiscal year 24-25 year-end projected fund balance of 5.2 million to roll forward, of which 4.4 million in state grant funding dedicated to the library project, and then 135,000 available for other uses. And that's in the yellow box there. Okay, next slide, this is.
So I just want to highlight a few revenue trends by category in a visual for you to see. Actuals for year end ending in 23-24, what was budgeted in the current budget, and then what's being proposed. So as you could see, our greatest contributor to our county revenue is property taxes. You could see that the other categories are reflecting, for sales tax and business license tax are reflecting a declining trend, and the other ones aren't growing, are notably not increasing at the as much. So I just wanted to highlight the revenues that come in.
Okay, so the 25-26 fiscal year budget projection, operating budget projected deficit is 31.3 million. So going back to this formatted slide, again, the left-hand column kind of in the middle, the last year's adopted budget had a structural imbalance. Expenses exceeded revenues by 49.2 million. Therefore, a total of 49.2 million was made up of 34.4 in one-time revenues, and 14.8 of fund balance was used to balance the budget. For the fiscal year of 25-26 recommended budget, shown in the right column, expenses exceeded revenues by 31.4 million. Therefore, a total of 31.4 million made up of 26.2 million in one-time revenues and 5.2 million fund balance was used to balance the budget. This shows approximately 18 million in long-term reductions are put into place to address the structural deficit. The budget uses 31 million in short-term strategies to balance, for a balanced budget. Okay, so let's talk about the staffing summary. If you will see in this slide here, fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget had a total FTE, which is a full-time equivalent, 665.60. Fiscal year 24-25 unfunded FTE was 18.5. Fiscal year 25-26 recommended FTE is 585.3. And then fiscal year 25-26 unfunded, there's 4 there, but it's actually 6. So there was just a error on that, and I'll discuss that in just a minute. Just to give some insight to everyone today, the recommendation for staffing reductions was extremely difficult for the county administrative office, considering what we knew about the fiscal deficit and the challenges of this budget and what's ahead. As we began developing this budget, the county administrative office incorporated the budget ad hoc recommendations for reductions. However, reductions were necessary to balance the budget, or more reductions were necessary to balance the
Interim
budget.
CAO, can I just point out to clarify that the budget ad hoc made 3 recommendations for reductions, not the entire list, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. However, more reductions were necessary to balance the budget. Certain funding sources were not available to the county administrative office to consider, such as removal of ARPA projects, the use of capital fund road allocations, library expansion project, or all capital improvement projects. In order for the county administrative office to balance the budget and to be published by May 30th, staffing reductions had to be considered. For fiscal year 25-26, recommended budget includes an authorized position count of 585.3 FTE, which includes 14 proposed layoffs. The CAO's recommendation of staffing was based on preserving the board's discretion to move in any direction they choose in order to consider further budget reductions they deem necessary for the fiscal year 25-26 budget. And due to a sequence of events, if the board chooses to consider staffing reductions, the CAO's recommendation had to follow the timing of government code for public notice, the time and place for public meeting, county personnel rules for layoff procedures, employee labor contracts, and timing and notification process to affected employees. All notices to employees were written as potential layoff notices. The CAO recommendation for staffing reduction is solely at the board's discretion and it can only be approved by the board. As early as fall of 2024, department heads were informed of the county fiscal issues. Again, with that 5% reduction that I previously spoke about. For fiscal year 25-26 discussions, we started again in January. Again, just to recap, February 19th, we had a meeting discussing the 5% reduction in overall budgets. March 5th, the county administrative office presented department heads a review of the requested budget. March 27th, department heads were provided the training for projections and requested that they complete them for the general fund. April 8th, the department head meeting included layoff procedure review conducted by Human Resources. May 7th, interim CAO, myself, discussed the CAO's recommendation could be a reality with presenting reductions in staffing. May 28th, department heads were notified the CAO's recommendation would include layoffs and were told it would be provided who would be potentially recommended for layoff prior to notification of employees. In addition, the CAO's office held multiple one-on-one department meetings with department heads and their fiscal staff to discuss and review department budgets. Before the CAO's recommendation was finalized on May the 30th, if department heads were able to cut more from their budget after the multiple meetings with the county administrative office and after the department head meeting on May 28th, they did not present that information to us. Should the Board of Supervisors approve all CAO recommendations for the fiscal year 25-26 budget count, would be the 585.3 FTE. So next slide here is just a staffing summary by department. Departments on the left side and under the left side of your slide there. The first column of numbers there is the requested by the department. Those are the staffing numbers, or the requested the department adds that they had asked for. Excuse me, requested department FTE. Also included in this middle slide here is the required unfunded balance there. And then on the far right, the recommended 25-26 staffing allocations there. So, and I just to correct it, on the left-hand column, that is the FTE count that was requested total. Positions recommended, these are vacant positions to be eliminated. You can see there's an assortment of general fund positions here. Go back to that. There is 14 positions in that. I think of that when we see if that's correct. No. Okay. Let's just go to the next slide. Positions recommended for general fund vacant positions, unfunded but not deleted. This is the 6 FTE in the sheriff's office, or 2 multi-service officers positions that are non-sworn, and then there were 4 correctional officer 2 positions that are going to be unfunded. I think I had a slide order out of here, but so the vacant positions to be eliminated continued would be a 28 FTE that would be unfunded. So the projected, the what did I do? Projected savings, unfunded / vacant positions, that total would be $3.45 million. Positions recommended, positions filled, that would be potential layoff, is a total of 14 FTE. That projected savings of, if it was proposed layoff was to occur, is a savings of 1.5 million. So total savings if the board was to adopt CIO's recommendation of staffing reduction, we projected about $5 million. Okay, is that you next?
So now we're gonna go into each department listed on, as regular on the agenda. So here's an overview of the general fund allocations by departments. The board has already seen this as part of the introduction. But here I just wanna highlight, that administration office looks like it's the biggest one because it includes various funds that are transferred out. But if you look at the orange graph, it shows last year's adopted budget, and then the brown graph is a proposed budget for this current year. I do want to highlight that administration shows as the highest. However, keep in mind that it covers over 10 divisions, and also our transfer out account, including fire protections, roads, and capital outlay. The sheriff is the second highest, and keep in mind that this covers operating the jail as well as regular operations. Then library is third because of the CIP project, followed by probation and so forth. So we already reviewed initially in the introduction, but the Board of Supervisors changes from the current year. I just do want to highlight that it includes reductions in training and lodging and other services and supplies. It does include an increase in salaries and benefits related to adding a senior executive advisor to the board's budget. It does eliminate the community programs discretionary allocation that the board has of $15,000, and there are reductions in the cost plan. So administration, I'm going to cover clerk of the board, administration office, IT, and human resources. So key changes from last year's budget, clerk of the board, services and supplies were reduced by approximately 25% and then 50% in training. I do want to highlight that there is an increase in revenue due to increased workload for assessment appeals. With the county administration office, this does include the reduction of salaries and benefits by eliminating 3 full-time positions. And they include the principal administrative analyst, public information officer, and assistant county administrative officer. It also does include 50% reduction in training, lodging, and meals. There's also other savings across services and supplies. And it does eliminate our employee appreciation lunch that we usually will do, and that's a $45,000 reduction. IT includes a reduction of salaries and benefits by eliminating one proposed full-time position of info tech support 2. And their budget actually does include an increase due to one-time projects that add up to approximately 1.9 million, and 240,000 is part of the fixed asset list that's attached to this agenda item, and 1.2 million is for software licenses, 150,000 increase for computer services. So I do want to highlight that one of the positions that that IT does have revenue that comes in as part of AB 109, and there's a sheriff dedicated position that is funded for this. So moving on to human resources, it does include reduction of salaries and benefits by eliminating one full-time employee, and that includes the risk and safety specialist. It does cover reducing services and supplies and 50% reduction in training, lodging, and other meals. So other divisions also part of administration include the grand jury, public defender, Office of Emergency Services, and animal control. And with those divisions, grand jury, you see a significant drop in the recommended budget for them. And part of that was when we went on reductions, we looked at actuals and reduced some of the categories there. But then in addition, we also reduced their training, travel categories by 50%, which resulted in a 66% reduction. Our public defender revenue coming in from AB 109 for 619. There's one-time funding for software licenses for case management. And with OES, there's a 50% reduction in training. I do want to highlight that there's a reduction in salaries and benefits by eliminating 2 full-time FTEs. That includes an emergency service specialist and a staff analyst, limited term. Animal control, we've currently contract with the city of Hollister, and there's little, it is increasing, but there's little, we can't impact a reduction there because we contract that out, and we pay 55% of actual costs. So that is an increase to us. So the next 3 are ag extension, general fund contingencies, and emergency EMS. So we also do contract with UC Ag Extension, where the county provides an office space. There wasn't much of a reduction in their budget this year. General fund contingencies, I do want to highlight, it was reduced in half, and that was thanks to a recommendation from the ad hoc, making it 1 million instead of 2. With EMS, there was reductions in services and benefits, and then services and supplies. Okay, so these are our non-departmental expenditures. So overall, there's a reduction in general fund contributions, particularly lowering the lower disaster recovery, which takes into account that we're no longer accounting for the ARPA projects in that fund. They're now part of the general fund. Disaster recovery saw the most reduction because we moved the projects to general fund. Non-revenue continues to be the largest offset to the general fund, because that's where our sales tax come in and property taxes. So I do want to highlight some of our transfers out that come out of administration. So included is 7.49 million to roads, which covers a 6.49 carryover. And Steve will be doing a presentation on roads a little bit later and can get into the details of what projects that includes, but that's later down. But it also includes 1 million of new for this year coming from the general fund. 4.4 million of capital, of which 3.9 is carryover. And some of those do include our ARPA projects, but we'll review the projects. There's also an attachment attached to the agenda with the CIP list. This recommendation does include reduction of the library expansion project. However, that would still require, depending on the direction of the board, confirming with the state that a reduction is possible. At the time, it did include a 2.5 contribution to fire protection. However, it's my understanding that there may be something coming soon where we may have to change that recommendation, as far as the contribution, depending on, where the county goes with fire protection services. It continues to fund a grant writer and our lobbying contract. And then there's 25,000, that's included for homeless encampment cleanup. So 1020, I do want to highlight that there is a 3.5 million increase to property taxes. And this year for projected revenues, we used actuals, and had many meetings with various individuals on trying to get our projections for revenues pretty close to actual. So I want to thank the assessor's office for assisting through that process, and it does include a projected 6% increase. However, our sales tax looks like they're decreasing, and we got those numbers directly from our sales tax consultant. So, so I do want to highlight that. Proposition 172 now is getting funneled straight into the department's operating budget. So you'll see a reduction in the 1020 account, which is where we would normally funnel the revenue in. So I just want to highlight that. 900,000 increase in interest, and then it does include the 1.2 million increase for the cost plan revenue. So disaster recovery does include, we are anticipating 900,000 of one-time FEMA reimbursement. We're not sure if it's going to come in towards the end of this year, or it could come in next year, but we budgeted for anticipating it would come in after July 1st. And for aid to the indigenous, or see a slight decrease in revenue. So community programs, this is where we fund usually it's senior services and other nonprofits. This year we're recommending the elimination of the other and just keeping it to the senior services with a 3% reduction from current year allocation. Okay. So next we'll go into the auditors division. And part of the CA's recommended budget did include a reduction in salaries and benefits, and that included eliminated 2 FTEs, the accounting technician, an auditor, accountant 1. There was other miscellaneous reductions throughout other services and supplies. All right, so county council. So if you look at overall expenses, they decreased from the last year's recommended budget. It does include a reduction in salaries and supplies by 6 FTEs, and I just want to clarify that last year we still had there was vacant positions that were funded through our budget, so it does include a reduction of 6 FTEs, so 3 county council, deputy county council 3s, a deputy county council 1, 2, or a limited term, a legal administrative assistant 1, 2, and a paralegal that was a limited term. And there's other reduction in various services and supplies included. Okay, so tax treasurer, public administrator. In the treasurer division, revenue increased by 129 and expenses rose. But the general fund, we'll go into the details of what the key changes include. So there was an increase to salaries and benefits in the treasurer's office, as we are recommending an addition of 1 full-time employee, an account clerk 1, 2, 3. And this position is offset through revenue that comes in the treasurer division. There were other reductions in various services and supplies. The tax collector division, there was a reduction in salaries and benefits by eliminating 1 full-time employee, and that included the deputy tax collector too. There was reductions in various services and supplies. And for public administrator, there was reductions in various services and supplies. All right, so here we have election clerk and recorders off divisions. So across the three divisions, there was reductions in services and salaries and benefits, and those are accounted by eliminating 3 FTEs, 2 deputy clerk recorder, 3, and a senior deputy clerk recorder. So 2 are vacant and 1 is filled. So in the assessor's office, there was a modest revenue growth, but there was a notable drop in expenses, leading to approximately an 8.5 reduction. And GIS also does show a drop in appropriations from the general fund. And what contributes to that, there's decrease in salaries and benefits by eliminating 3 FTEs, including accounting appraisal technician, supervising auditor appraiser, and a supervising appraiser. There's 1 FTE being added back as it was accidentally identified in error, so that includes an appraiser 1. There's also other miscellaneous reductions. The GIS division does include an elimination of 1 FTE. That's the Geographic Information System Coordinator, which is currently vacant. So with the Sheriff's Office, this in the recommended budget, you'll see some reduction in the appropriations from general fund. A lot of it has to do with they now are directly getting revenue from Prop 172. So in operations for the sheriff, there was a decrease in salaries and benefits by unfunding 2 multi-service officers. The revenue, you'll see an increase there because Prop 172 is now directly going into this account. Also accounting for the increase in revenues, range fees that will be implemented starting July 1. And on the fixed asset list, you'll notice there's a $1.85 million. This was previously ARPA, but it was put into the general fund. So that's a transfer out going to the sheriffs for their communication project. Also on the fixed asset list, it includes $75,000 for automobile trucks and vans, but this is funded by their trial court security funding, as well as $107,000 for other equipment covered by the CCP or AB 109 funding. There's reduction in various services and supply in their communications unit. We briefly talked about them stepping away from using the unit, task force unit. The grants division includes a fixed asset of $6,000 for equipment, a GPS tracker. Corrections and jail, so it does include a decrease to salaries and supplies benefits by unfunding 4 FTEs, correctional officer 2. There is an increase in revenue related to Prop 172 allocation. In fixed asset, it includes $33,000 in equipment other than computer. And there's, in the coordinators division, there's reductions in various services and supplies. All right. So district attorney. So as part of the district attorney, you'll notice their revenue also did rise, and this is thanks to Prop 172, and expenses remain fairly stable. There is a reduction in salaries and benefits by 1 FTE, and this is for a legal administrative assistant 1. There's also other reductions in their training, lodging, transportation, meals, and fixed assets. The fixed asset list includes an increase of 15,000 for an electric vehicle that will be offset by the DA's fund. In the victim witness fund, there is a reduction in salaries and benefits by 1 full-time employee, and that includes the victim witness advocate too. So in the probation divisions, you'll notice a revenue decrease, also a expense decrease, but we'll go into the details on what that includes. So 50,000 from probations for revenue to cover, so from PRCS to cover the salaries and benefits. There's some reductions in services and supplies, and you see that across the youth services division as well. There is, they are funding a fixed asset of 2 automobiles for the juvenile division, and that's being covered through the Cal AIM grant. So that's included in their the 411 division, which includes their AB 109 funding. Okay, so library, you'll notice the revenues decrease and expenses have significantly increased. And some of this has to do with adding, or the increase is related to the project, the expansion project. It includes 9.1 million increase in transfers out related to the library expansion. Their salaries and benefits are reduced by 5 full-time employees, and this does include 4.72 million from state aid related to the library expansion project. In the literacy grants, there was just a slight increase to the contribution, and it's mainly due to the cost plan. Bookmobile includes 2,000 decrease related to reducing some of their services and supplies. So with the Ag Commissioners and Mosquito Abatement Division, you'll see what was adopted in the prior year and what we're recommending. There is a decrease in contribution from general fund in the weights and measures, and a slight contribution for the mosquito abatement program. There was a reduction in the Ag Commissioners in salaries and benefits by eliminating 2 full-time employees, including an agriculture bio inspector, and then an account clerk 1, 2, and both are vacant positions. There was a 40,000 reduction in outside labor, auto mills, and a reduction of fixed assets, and then training and other associated meals were also reduced. With the mosquito abatement, there's no significant change. Okay, so with our planning and zoning, you will notice the revenue increase, and also expenses dropped significantly from prior year. With planning, it does include a reduction in services, salaries and benefits by eliminating 3 FTEs. It includes a chief building official, assistant director of planning, and a building inspector, code enforcement officer, 1, 2, and 3. There's also reduction to temporary staff, training, and other other services and supplies throughout the division. For Economic Development Fund, it includes eliminating, this fund in the past was $150,000 and it's being reduced to $25,000. And this eliminates, $25,000 that prior would go to the San Benito Resource Conservation District. It eliminates our memberships, to these 5 organizations. It reduces our economic development contribution. And it does leave $25,000 for Pinnacle's branding, which later, towards the end of the presentation, you'll see as a recommendation to eliminate out of the recommendation. So if the board so chooses, we will. Okay, so now looking at RMA. Overall, you'll notice revenues increase and expenses did decrease, and the general fund contribution did drop for across the board, all divisions. So with Public Works, there was reductions in salaries and benefits by eliminating 3 FTEs, including custodian, building and ground maintenance worker 1, and an accountant 2. There was a $140,000 reduction to temporary help and reductions to other services and supplies. This does include a request for a fixed asset for a Tommy lift for a utility truck, and that comes out to $12,000. And Veteran Services, this division we contract out with the County of Monterey, and we do see a slight increase to from our general fund contribution. Right. So Health and Human Services, they also did reductions in some of their divisions. And in the Health and Human Services Fund, it does include an increase in both revenue and expenditures. It includes fixed assets of $41,000 for computer equipment, but this is coming from non-general fund from a Health and Human Services Fund. And across the 4 other divisions, there's Public Authority, you'll notice an increase in both revenue and expenses. Public Health, there's reductions in revenue and expenses. Community Service Workforce Development, reductions in both revenue and expenses. And the Migrant Center does include an increase in both revenue and expenses. So Child Support Services. Child Support Services is reducing salaries and benefits by eliminating 5 full-time employees. So in behavioral health, so they have 2 divisions. Mental health includes changes to the CalAIM, increase in Medi-Cal revenue, and then increases from the 1991 and 2011 realignment. In the substance abuse, it does include increased costs for mandated residential treatment programs and increased utilization of contracted programs for mandated services. So County Protection Fund. This fund does include an increase in revenue, and again, this is due to Prop 172 allocation. General fund contribution includes $2.85 million. It also includes a contribution from community facilities districts, from CFDs, of $133,000. It does include fixed assets, and $400,000 is included coming from fire impact fees. And this budget does include year 1 as startup costs for building and engineering company. It also does include one full-time employee, staff that was added, fire chief. However, we do know that circumstances might change, so we might have to revise this division. And
And also, if we can just take a break, I think we'll take about a 5 to 10 minute break, if that's okay?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah, the
Okay.
most.
All right, we'll stop, we'll pause there. All right, thank you.
Recording stopped.
decision of the budget management team. Who put that on there? Who placed 1A on the budget? Dissolution of the budget.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so, so I do want to highlight, we are following the division. We're on number 54 right now in integrated waste. But after roads, we are going to include the CIP and then do the county service areas and the county facilities districts after that. And I'm also going to be inviting Steve to present the roads and CIP projects as well. Okay, so integrated waste management. So integrated waste has 3 divisions, and you'll notice an increase in revenue in the landfill. Division 225 does include a transfer from general fund for $320,000. And you'll also notice increase in revenues and expenditures in the 226 account. So next we're gonna go into the road fund. So in the road fund, you'll notice a reduction in expenses. There is an addition of 1 full-time employee, which is an account clerk. And you'll notice the fixed asset list does include automobiles, trucks, vans, and an excavator. totaling $570,000, and that's coming from the road impact fees. So just wanted to highlight for the roads funds, their major sourcing funds includes Measure G, which is the 1% of local sales tax. However, I do want to highlight that the portion allocated to the county will be stopping as COG prepares for the Highway 25 project. It also does include the highway user tax account, and estimated revenues include 2.9 million. It includes SB1, and estimated revenues for 25-26 includes 2.1 million, with a fund balance of 1.6 in current projects, and Steve can go over the projects. Federal Highway Administration projects include 8 bridge projects, and general fund, we covered the rollover and so from general fund, SB1 does require a match, so that's 179,000, and also the addition of 7.45 million. The county also does receive traffic impact fee funds, and those are included as they relate to projects. I want to highlight where we have been and transfer what was budgeted in the past for roads and transferred it out from general fund. So in 21-22, there was no general fund transfer. 22-23, it included budgeted 11.47 million, but actually transferred out at the end of the year was 360,000. 23-24 includes 11.34 million budgeted, but actual projects included approximately 3.28 million used that year. In our current year, it included 15.6 million budgeted, and actual projected to be spent at the end of the year is 4.7, which leaves a carryover of projects of 6.5 million for the current year, with a new allocation of 1 million for a total of 7.5. So I'm briefly gonna go over the CIPs, but I'm gonna invite Steve up here. He has a presentation that was also in the back. And I'll review the CIPs quickly, and he could review the list and answer any details you may have. Capital project funding. So typically the funding sources come from general fund, state federal grants, impact fees, and I do want to highlight that we do have a capital lease, and we have the debt of our equipment, and this includes the 8.1 million for energy conservation projects. So this included our solar, lighting, and HVAC improvements. And just as a reminder, the certifications of participation. So in our current debt, it includes 7.5 million of COPs for our gel expansion, and then in behavioral health, there are 10.5 million. Capital projects included in the proposed budget coming from general fund include the sheriff's alternative dispatch site, and recommended in this budget is 40,000. A new roof for this building, which includes 200,000, and then the DA probation office needs roof repair, and that's another 200,000 for a total of 440,000. Ag department improvements includes 50,000, and that's part of our maintenance of effort. And then for the old courthouse improvements, it includes the 1.975 million from general fund. I just want to highlight the prior ARPA projects, and they include a total of approximately 5.7 million, with the sheriff's communication projects of 1.8 million, tiny homes, 626 million. In the historical park, it includes a portable water projects, and that's 85,000. Historical park bathrooms, that's approximately 730,000. Veterans Park project, which includes lighting, striping, and other improvements from general funds, a 250,000 contribution. And then the library expansion does include a 2.1 general fund contribution as well. Okay, so Steve, I'm gonna turn it over to Steve to highlight or is there anything else you want to add? Okay, so we'll just move on and, I'll go into the CFDs and CSAs. So with the CFDs and CSAs annual highlights, you'll notice that it has 3 full-time employees that are funded through both the CFDs and CSAs. They include your CSA coordinator, your work crew supervisor, staff services analyst. You'll see a reduction in landscape and annual contract by $77,000, and that's because they are now transferring it to an in-house model. You'll see a purchase of assets, so there's a tractor included to tackle projects in-house versus contracting it out. And the team's able to perform small repairs and not contract out for so many things. New changes, the team now provides annual summary reports to the CSAs and CFDs. There are capital projects in the various CSAs scheduled in this current budget. There's road maintenance projects. I just mentioned that. There's a new park to be built at the Sunnyside Estates. And the coordinator is working on Proposition 281 process to increase various rates in the CSAs. And they're working to fully dissolving inactive CSAs. So that's all in the work for this current year. So when we look at county service areas as a whole, the total revenue is $981,000. You'll see the annual tax levy and then interest expected to be earned. And they currently have a total reserve funds of $2.4 million. And total expenses this year is projected at $2.71. Okay, so community facility districts. So total revenue is anticipated of $1.2 million. You'll see the annual levy and projected interest here. And total reserve fund balance currently includes approximately $4 million. And expenses this year is approximately $949. And this does include the transfers into the general fund for allowable uses of fire, law enforcement, and ambulances service of $406,000. So we have covered the items on consent. I'm gonna turn it over to Baker Taylor at this point, if, yeah. And that's where you were.
Yep, no worries. So, we had an opportunity to, again, our focus was general fund. And so we had an opportunity to review and reflect on the fiscal 26 proposed budget. Basically, we have, for some reason, I've been stuck on 5s, I guess. So we have 5 basic takeaways, I think, from reviewing the budget. And I think we first looked at what were the available reserves. And that was that number that we were looking at in terms of finishing this last year, about 17+ million or so. And so we looked at that. And what we did is we worked with Joe Paul and Leanne from the Auditor Controller's Office to understand where we finished actual in 24. We looked at what the projections were for fiscal 25 that we're currently in to then understand where we're going to start the year for fiscal 25-26. And we think that the amounts that are included as available reserves, which is about that 17 million or so, is reasonable based on the projections in terms of where we're going to be finishing for revenues this year. We didn't get into detailed conversations with departments about their expenditures and their expenditure projections, but based on what we have seen, that it appears as though you will likely finish 25 as a start to 26 with available reserves of about that 17-ish, 18-ish million dollars or so. We looked at the 26 collections, or I'm sorry, 26 revenue projections. And I mentioned before that in prior years, what had been custom was to project revenues based on the prior year's budget, more so than informing it based on actual collections and really using that as a solid basis. We worked with the team here to review what the revenue projections were for 26. They did take into consideration collections, especially as Delsa showed you, one of the graphs showed property taxes as a significant portion of your general fund, right? I mean, it's a huge number. And that is really what's going to move the needle. And so we looked at what projections were for 25 as a basis of informing based on what the assessor is telling in terms of what growth in assessed valuation is likely to be for 26 as a form to base the revenue projections on. We also looked at the other revenue categories, and ultimately we think that the revenue projections will get you closer to what your actual revenues will be for 26, and so we think that that has been firmed up for sure. You know, right now the original proposal prior to the budget task force having conversations, which we're going to talk about here in a second, would deplete reserves. There is a structural gap that continues to exist, and it would draw down reserves. There's still not a long-range forecast to help understand. So what, you know, now what, so what in terms of the future years, right? And so that's something that still would need to be done. And so based on what we saw with reviewing the existing proposed budget, of which again includes that we think the opening reserves are as realistic as we could possibly be at this point, that your revenues are realistically conservative in terms of, more realistically conservative in terms of the projections. You have your budgeted appropriations based on what was just discussed, or your proposed appropriations. What does that mean in terms of on a go-forward basis, and what do you do from here? And last Wednesday, we had an opportunity to meet with the ad hoc committee members, as well as members of staff through the budget task force. I've been calling it the budget task force, in terms of really understanding what's a go-forward from here. And we were able to share some of our, you know, all our observations, but also our recommendations. And we broken them down into two: short-term recommendations and long-term. Short-term means in the next 90-ish days, you know, by the end of September. And long-term is not like 10 years. Long-term is, what do you do for next year? And how do you get yourself in a position where you're adopting some, or maybe re-adopting budget best practices in terms of informing your budget. So I want to go through the short-term ones first. Is what do we do, you know, so what, now what, with respect to the 26 budget? How do you move forward from here? And one of the things that we have seen a lot of agencies do is, especially when they're, you know, concerned about, you know, that they're going to be potentially blowing through reserves, as it appeared, is how do we create, at least at this point, to get you in compliance with legislative requirements in terms of adopting a budget by the end of June? How do you get at least one in place, and then perhaps make amendments to it? And so this is the stopgap, you know, in terms of what we were recommending, is that adopt a budget before June 30th, and use the existing available fund balances, you know, reserves that I mentioned, as the basis, as the starting point for 26. Use the revenue projections as a starting point, but then look at the expenditures that you're going to be approving. And let me go back to that reserve policy. You have a reserve policy that was hopeful that by for 26 that you would have 15% plus 5% plus 500,000 as the minimum reserves, right? That you would hold. That's 20%. Let's just say round it, right? It's about 20% of your annual operating costs. We would recommend that you do something and put something in place so that this budget is corrected in a way that will at least maintain 10% of reserves as you're adopting the budget for 26 by the end of this month that you have to do, right? But with a commitment and an action that you will take over the next 2 months to review the budget to get at least to where you need to be in terms of you know, the future, which we would say at least get back to the 15% level. So perhaps, you know, you could make a commitment that in the next 90 days after budget adoption, that you refine it and you come back with an amended budget. And perhaps that's the ad hoc committee that would be doing that instead of maybe the task force working with staff and as needed to help inform that process. But again, the concept is that you can continue your services. You have a budget in place to be able to do that, but maybe what you're doing is you're parking or temporarily holding off some things that you were otherwise maybe going to do, like maybe some of the funding of the capital projects or some other things, to at least get to the point where you make a more strategic decision to address that, as opposed to trying to do that all of a sudden right now, you know, in the next 15 days or so, prior to the end of this month. And then this is where you have a team that will come together and establish that goal. We would recommend not less than 15%. You know, ideally get to the 20% minimum reserves, but that's going to be a pretty heavy lift to do based on where you currently stand today. But at least get to 15%. Engage the departments. Identify what are the budget strategies that you could implement that could amend the budget for 26, not later than the end of September. Ideally earlier than that, as the September 8th timeframe, I think that Dulce indicated earlier, but at least such that by the end of the first quarter, you've got a good, and you'll also be able to inform that based on updated revenue projections, maybe if something changes, because the numbers never sleep. Things are always in flux and are always changing, and you'll be better informed at that point. And then develop that recommended package such that you come back as a full board in adopting an amended budget by the end of that first quarter. Departments can still continue to deliver the services that you're expecting them to deliver, but you'll have time to be able to make those strategic decisions in terms of how to get to a point where you have your amended budget is maintaining your reserves at the highest levels that you possibly could, given the circumstances that you're currently in. But then what do we do for the long term? What do we do next year, right, when we're hitting fiscal 27? And I think really it involves a few things. This is a slide, I'm not going to go through the details of that in the interest of time today, but there are basically 7 best practices, best budgeting practices that range from, you know, presenting a structurally balanced budget, and being fiscally responsible in terms of, you know, a sustainable budget that will be long-term, looking at it through the lens of a financial forecast, improving the transparency of the reserves upon which you are basing your decisions, engagement, not only engagement from staff with the board, but also engagement with the community as you move forward, you know, making sure that your budget document and the summary overview of what the budget holds is clear and is transparent, so that everybody, staff, departments, you as governing board, the community, understand what your priorities are and what you're spending money on, and incorporating that public input. So the key budget practices, we think, is implementing a budget calendar that's a little more realistic, and then assures that you can have a budget that is presented to you for your initial review by the middle of May. So that way it gives you time to be able to go through that. And you can work on the details of that. A lot of agencies, a best practice that they use is a series of budget workshops to deal with, you know, the different elements. Like capital projects, for example, would be a workshop that could be done in like March or early April timeframe to get your direction and inform in terms of what projects are we committed to wanting to do from a priority perspective. You know, going through perhaps what some initial revenue projections are looking like. Break it up in bite-sized chunks such that by the time you get into mid-May, in a workshop type setting, you can really get into the details of the information that Dulce presented today, which really helps understand what is being proposed, such that by the time you're prepared then to issue the proposed budget for the public hearing, it's been informed based on your strategic direction that you've given in terms of policy issues, priorities, and things that you're looking at. that's really what's encompassed in that first bullet. I'm not gonna do the same thing with all the rest of these bullets, but I do wanna make sure that, best practices include the alignment of revenues and expenditures based on not only trends, but also the priorities that you have. Try to get out of this incrementalism in terms of just, adding 3%. I've got this in here as a placeholder for you in terms of, creating a baseline before the adjustments, but then it needs to be refined and it needs to be understood based on where we're seeing our reserves ending at the end of the 26 year and what revenues are looking like. What are the resources that you have available? And then do you have enough to be able to deal with that? But if you're doing that consistently through that, December, end of December through April-ish timeframe, you will have a better informed budget process and practice. And I understand that there is a lot of transition that has occurred on staff here in your leadership. Totally get that for this year, and that, is understand, but, making sure that you are focusing on that budget document earlier in the process to give you the time to be able to go through things. And there's some various other things that you have in there. I provided this slide as just a sample in terms of what the outline should be. You already have a lot of this information in OpenGov, but leverage that to be able to help you tell the story and provide the overview of here are the services that we're planning to provide, here are the resources upon which it's based, and being good stewards of public funds, here is how we are allocating those resources to be able to serve the community in a fiscally sustainable way. The second is this concept of transparency and communication, and a primary focus in here is how you're presenting those numbers, and I had said this before, and I just want to underline it one more time. Make sure you're laser focused on what are the available reserves that you have, and what is your expected surplus or deficit in that year. And this is not just for the general fund, it's for a lot of other funds as well. I mean, as you know, the HUDA funds, the Fed, and state and local gas taxes that are available are continuing to dwindle and are not sufficient enough to be able to deal with the cost of road improvements, and you've been dealing with that. You need to understand what that looks like. So it's not just on the general fund, but it's all those other funds upon which you rely on tax revenues and other resources to really keep your focus on what are the reserve availability that you have to be, and that informs ultimately the capital plan that you're doing for the future. I've said this already, and it's the long-range forecast. Financial forecasting is basically math, but what makes it really a powerful tool for you as a governing board making decisions is that it's based on accurate data, that it's based on realistic assumptions, and that it's able to tell the story in terms of what your fiscal health is going to be, under the concept that the numbers never sleep, they continue to change. A lot of agencies will create a forecast, and then they'll update it in the middle of the year. So that way, at least they can take the best in terms of what their mid-year looks like in terms of spend as well as revenues to help inform, what that might be for the future. And I've got some slides in here that you can refer to later in terms of best practices and financial forecasts, their purpose, their usefulness, how to discern it. I've also got a slide here that helps you in terms of understanding really why long-range forecasting really matters. But, I humbly come to you and say that now's the time. It's time to build that forecast. And I've given you 6 practical ways to be able to do that. And one of the key components that I have to mention in terms of building a long-range forecast is that, it's looking at least 5 years down the road. I would suggest 10 years. And let's face it, crystal ball gazing, the further out you go, even just from 1 year to 5 years to 10 years gets really foggy and hazy, but you're able to identify the big trends. We're gonna see pension costs changing over time as we start to have less of the classic members that are now enjoying their retirement somewhere else, and more of the Public Employee Pension Reform Act employees, the PEPRA employees, the ones that started in local government after 2012, right? You're going to start seeing those costs starting to shift. And 2032, 2033 is roughly the time frame that you'll see some costs starting to go down, all other things being equal with respect to pension costs. And I think that it's important to understand that you've got a little bit more of a hill to climb, but you can at least make some decisions today that are informed based on the future. And the other component is this concept of underfunded and unfunded capital obligations that you have. Make sure that you're taking a look at the long range, the 5-year, 10-year CIP plan in terms of what your spend rate is to get you to the pavement condition index that you'd like to achieve with a pavement, management, a PMS study, pavement management study, so that you can understand what that spend rate is. Because while we have characterized this capital outlay transfer that you have done in the past, few years as one-timers, you know that that's not one time. You know that that's something that's an ongoing commitment. And so it's important to keep your eye on that, not only for your road infrastructure, but also the other infrastructure upon which you rely to be able to provide services. And it's not necessarily just capital equipment, because you have things in place to do that, but it's, facilities. And maybe it's not replacing a county administration building, but it's dealing with some of the things like HVAC systems and carpets and other things like that could be major spends, and those are lumpy. And so keeping that in mind and understanding that sometimes there are not external revenue sources to deal with that is really critical in terms of building a forecast. The fourth is this concept really of initiating strategic budget conversations. This is something that you can really do as part of your calendar in terms of, the December-January timeframe as you've, refined and defined what your strategic plan is, which I've included on this slide. Make sure that that's helping to inform really your budget process. And I know that you have probably done that, but being very thorough and clear that the strategic plan is what's helping to inform what your priorities are is really critical. And understanding what it means in terms of, here's what we'd like to do, the strategic plan. Here's the reality in terms of, for fiscal resources that we have to achieve that, and how do we get to the middle of there. So that's something that's really important. And then finally, this concept of developing a fiscal sustainability plan. I've given you some slides in here in that. And I want to be clear, some people look at fiscal sustainability plan as trying to avoid bankruptcy, and that's not what this is. Bankruptcy is a legal, technical definition in terms of not being able to, from a cash flow perspective, meet your obligations that you have within a 60-day time frame. It's kind of how we've defined it in California. Big broad brushstroke in terms of that. This instead is trying to come up with a plan that will maintain your ability to deliver the goods and the services that you're trying to provide to the community, and looking at that from a long-range perspective. And it's the combination, let me go back. It's the combination of trying to maintain service levels, because let's face it, that's what you want to do. You don't want to continue to cut services, right? You want to try to serve this community. But being realistic in terms of the resources that you have to do that is going to be really critical, and doing it from a long-term lens of finding, are there expenditures that we can reduce that don't reduce service levels? Just being more cost-effective, pinching the nickel a little bit better, right? In terms of being cost-effective. Are there service delivery alternatives that we could be looking at? Are there revenue enhancements, whether it's, encouraging economic development in the unincorporated area or things, or, ways to partner with the community in terms of what resources are really available and needed to fund services as you have done in the past. Those are really critical to trying to maintain those service levels. The outcome of that is that if for some reason from a timing or fiscal impact perspective they're not sufficient, you would then need to look at further service level reductions, and I know that you don't want to do that. But this gives you a great proactive way of being able to see and understand what the fiscal resources are that you have, that's informed by that long-range forecast. And that's ground zero in terms of starting a fiscal sustainability plan, and then prioritizing your spending and understanding what the resources are to develop an executable action plan to do that. Again, other slides that I've given you here in terms of helping you move forward with doing a fiscal sustainability plan like that. We've been doing a lot of these for cities and counties throughout the West Coast and the United States. And what's a critical part of that is being able to engage the community and having them participate in the conversations, as opposed to just doing this, kind of separately, if you will. So let me leave you with some final thoughts that wraps up our presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you have about it, but the time is now to preserve your fiscal stability. And I think that with the plan in terms of the short term versus the long term helps you get to the place where you can adopt and amend the budget strategically. Look at, trying to modernize those budget practices. And maybe these are practices that you've done in the past, and this year, because of transition and other things, has kind of gotten in the way of that. But go back to that. Go back to the best practices in terms of informing your budget and the development of that. Make sure that you're focusing on the long-term view, which is something that I think has been somewhat missing here probably in terms of being able to understand what today's decisions mean for the long term, for the future. And that's that fiscal planning component. So a lot of stuff to go through, but I wanted to do that in the interest of time and really get to really your decisions and direction that you're going to give to staff. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yes, and just one minute, and then we do have further slides, but you had a quick question for him? Because we're gonna, we'll circle back.
Well,
You don't wanna,
I wouldn't say it's a quick question, but a short conversation.
I think
So,
when we,
we'll
I think
wait.
when we're, yeah, I think Steve
Okay.
will be here, so, we'll
Not going
wrap up
anywhere.
the, wrap up the, presentation and then come back.
So, Kenny will kick off the summary of the team meeting.
Okay, next is some additional information, that came after the recommended budget was published. So on Monday, June 2nd, the Board of Supervisors held a special meeting where a new budget management team was created. Also at the meeting, the board motioned to rescind the potential layoff notices that were issued. So if the special team that was created was with County Supervisor Kosmicki, the district attorney, the assessor. Huh? Yeah, this is who met. Sorry, this is who met on. Sorry. Okay. So that was the team that met and discussed part of Baker Tilly's information they presented today. The team recommendation also was approving a preliminary budget with the following: was to add the positions back, all the positions back into the fiscal year 25-26 budget, defer capital projects through September, and eliminate prior ARPA projects with the exception of communications project.
Just a real quick clarification, it was unfund, the ARPA projects in the current budget, just to make sure it's clear, we're not eliminating, we're unfunding.
Okay, unfunding, correct, we will make that correction. Also a closer look at revenue collection moving forward, segregating some big ticket items from administration budget. There was agreement that freezing step increases is not a logical concept currently, but could be a long-term solution in the future.
Yeah, just another clarification, there was not discussion, it could be a long-term solution, the discussion was that it's not a good long-term solution.
And then examine such community, the CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership, AB 109 funding at a later time as well. So recommendations from the budget ad hoc, which some of these were already incorporated into the 25-26 fiscal year budget, was to end the county's fiscal vacancy budgeting practice and eliminate vacant positions with the exception to public safety personnel. An active hiring freeze with the exception of public safety personnel, eliminate $150,000 to the economic development allocations, eliminate the $30,000 nonprofit grant programs, but keep senior service organization funds at status quo levels, eliminate $15,000 for the supervisory discretionary allocations, reduce travel, training, lodging, and meals budgets by 50%, reduce service and supply budget across the board by the amounts determined feasible to continue essential operations, eliminate the hemp program until fees are established. And then the budget ad hoc recommendation moving forward was to continue with the elimination of previously funded non-expired federal ARPA grant. That includes the PIO position, and then eliminate the 2 remaining county council staff positions, which included Deputy County Council 3 and Legal Admin Assistant 1, 2.
So just kind of wrapping it up, as we look ahead, it's important to recognize that some of the funding currently being relied on are particularly one-time fund allocations, which are not expected to repeat. While the funding has helped us bridge the gaps, it's not sustainable long-term. So addressing our structural deficit will require thoughtful, multi-year effort. There's no quick fix, but by committing to discipline and staying on course, we can realign a budget over time. As Baker Tilly presented, transparency is at the heart of the process. Our resident stakeholders deserve a clear view of our financial outlook and decisions that shape it. To move forward effectively, we must identify specific countywide priorities and actions that support on getting us there. These priorities will serve as a roadmap as we deliberate and focus on our limited resources. And now more than ever, we need to ensure that those choices are strategic, transparent, and align with long-term mission of our county. Also, board acknowledgement. As we continue to navigate to our physical challenges, it's important to recognize that some difficult reduction options can be implemented right away, while others will require long-term strategies. We must approach both with intention and discipline equally and understand that the recommended increase in expenditures will need to be balanced by reductions elsewhere. So I just wanted to highlight that we're not alone in this, and the majority of local governments are facing similar deficits. They're largely driven by rising operational costs and relatively flat revenues. It's a shared challenges across the state and county, but our responsibility is now to act wisely, balancing immediate needs with long-term sustainable and ensuring that every dollar aligns with the board's highest priorities. And lastly, as we look ahead for fiscal year 25-26, it's clear that we're at a pivotal year for San Benito County with both planning and implementation as we begin to restore the budget sustainability. And it will come with very difficult policy decisions. These won't be easy conversations, but they're necessary to realign our operations with long-term physical reality. Staff is eager to work with the team and look at the evaluation of programs, operations, and services, and most importantly, the recommended budget for 25-26 will represent a strong step forward in our work to reduce the structural deficit in the beginning of long-term corrections, and the choices we make this coming year will shape our success for years to come. So with that, I just want to remind the public that all of the budget stories from the recommended budget are available online on our website, and they're under county budgets, and when you go on the page, this is a landing page, and you can click and see the details of any division. So next steps, I'll kick that off to you.
So next steps, so today, we've already gone through the list before, but today we're at June 9th, which is a budget hearing. June 24th, the board can adopt the recommended final budget on or before, at least before June 30th.
June 23rd, I think, would be the 2 weeks, just to clarify, right, at county council, 14 days. June 9th, thank you.
So June 23rd?
Yep.
Okay. So at least before June 30th. The next steps would be initiate a rebalancing initiative plan, and to look at long-term sustainable reductions to bring back in the fall, and then to work on the 26-27 budget, and then the final budget to be legally adopted for this year for 25-26 will be in September, and that it would include any necessary amendments due to the state budget. So today's recommendations would include open the fiscal year 25-26 budget hearing pursuant to Government Code Section 29080. Review and discuss the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Direct staff to prepare the fiscal budget for 25-26 final budget resolution, reflecting changes made by the board during the budget hearing. direct the CAO or designee to take necessary administrative actions and satisfy any meet and confer requirements, if any, to effectuate the recommended actions. So before I get to questions, first I want to thank the budget team, Budget Officer Dulce Alonso and staff for their hard work, long hours, weekends, nights. It was all of it. A lot of hours were put into this fiscal year budget for 25-26. Also want to thank the county, San Benito County department heads, their budget teams, and all the work that they have done. Also want to thank Rebecca Campbell for her coming in and helping identify this structural deficit, and also her assistance in building this budget this year. I want to thank Baker Tilly, both Steve Toller and Matt Stark, for their time in helping us provide analysis and strategy for the future. And at this point, we're ready for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to take the floor here and try to, once again, be the calming force in the room to clarify some things. As the budget ad hoc, Supervisor Velasquez and I have been involved in this process since March. First off, I want to start with the budget management team. I really want to say that, the goal of that was to dissect the numbers, help the county identify any issues in the draft budget, and advise the board on findings. The budget team met Wednesday. It was a very productive meeting. The collaboration was extremely positive. We reviewed the findings essentially from Baker Tilly, since he was available to provide those findings to the budget team. And there was an enthusiastic response, I would say, to those recommendations. And I think there was consensus to follow through on those recommendations. And I'll get into a little bit more to add on to what was stated here. At a high level, the overall consensus was that much of the discrepancy between revenues and expenses was due to these one-time expenditures. And I have to emphasize this because I think it's getting lost in a lot of the, what I would see as unnecessary panic in this whole situation, is that those one-time expenditures have always been planned and intentional. We pulled money, a set amount of money out of reserves. We never promised we were gonna have, it would be great to have something built into the budget with roads and capital. That was never promised. We set aside a certain amount of money for road projects, $28 million. A lot of that is incorporated here. A lot of this is ARPA, the library grant, which really inflates what you're seeing when you get to this $107 million general fund budget, which, frankly, still is baffling to me. And I think it's something we still need to tackle going forward into September, is figuring out what's wrong, because I'm going to ask the question of the day once again at some point here, which is, if we're cutting so much, why is the budget going up by 20 million? We'll get to that. The biggest problem, like I said, is we're not segregating out one-time expenditures from operational expenditures. And in fact, in our meeting, Baker Tilly made a point, when we had very good questions, was that they were pretty clear that when you strip out capital one-time expenditures, that revenue and spending were relatively balanced. We do have work to do. There is a structural gap. It's not as extraordinarily alarming as what we see here and presented here. We do have more work to do, but when you take those things out, you are seeing a relatively balanced budget. It's also was the budget team's consensus, aside from separating out one-time expenses from operational, there was discussion about potential savings if we unfund the library project. We have to make difficult decisions, at least until we can figure out this budget going into September. We have to get a handle on the budget, unfunding the library project, at least for now, unfunding the projects that had been set aside using ARPA funding for now. That would save millions and millions of dollars in the current budget, with the exception of the sheriff's communication project, which was deemed rightfully as an essential project. There's essentially about, we were told, about $4 million on paper in savings by unfunding the ARPA projects for now, and there was agreement on that. And then, as some of the budget team members already had been considering, including myself, Baker Tilly gave a wise recommendation to approve a temporary, and I know Supervisor Sotelo even mentioned it at the last meeting, approving a temporary placeholder budget with an assumption that we'll keep working, the task force, the county, the new CAO that's coming on, and then we'll come back no later than September with those further amendments and revenue enhancements, or expenditure reductions if needed, while ensuring we maintain at least our responsible operational reserve. And from there, of course, we set a clearer path for fiscal sustainability initiatives in the long-term financial planning. Those are all very, very good recommendations, and I think a lot of us have been talking about those things for a while. We actually just need to put them into place. The budget team agreed with the concept of approving that temporary preliminary budget with reductions to the spending categories that were in the budget, with the exception of the 14 positions, but with the hiring freeze for now, again, so we can get a handle on the budget. It allows time for further analysis and further examination of budgets, including divisional budgets and comps, which I'm gonna keep harping on. We gotta keep diving into these comparisons, because it still does not make sense on the surface that we're doing all this cutting. We just frankly didn't get a chance to get into that in this initial meeting with Baker Tilly, because there was such good discussion on the findings and at least a temporary path forward that we can all take a deep breath here, and approve a preliminary budget and then keep working into September. And I'll get into their separate budget ad hoc recommendations, which I did allude to in that meeting. I could not go into detail because it's a personnel matter. It would have been highly inappropriate for me, but I did allude to when Budget Officer Alonso brought up in that meeting. Everybody that was in that meeting can certainly recall this, so we are adding in those positions that we took out. That was the board's will to rescind those layoffs. I said we would have to talk further about the budget ad hoc recommendations, which were already being discussed, and we did that, and I'll get to that in a moment. We also moved on in the budget management meeting to discuss areas like the CCP, how we can work with the CCP with AB 109 funding, and particularly whether we're capturing all the revenues, when certain positions aren't filled. Is there ways we can work to still ensure that we're capturing those AB 109 revenues? And I know our DA had a lot of good insights. Everybody had good insights. So that's just something we want to work with the CCP on in a cooperative fashion, just to make sure that we're able to collect all those revenues from year to year. And there was an agreement in the budget management team discussion that freezing step increases is not a logical idea, because it is not a long-term solution. You can freeze step increases for 1 year, but are you going to be doing that for years 2, 3, and 4, and 5? We're not doing that realistically. So why would we do it now and harm certain specific individual employees who are set for those step increases this year? There was wide consensus, and I know I stepped up and basically laid the hammer down. We're not doing that. That doesn't make any sense in that meeting, and there was widespread agreement on that. And then there was agreement on implementing long-term forecasting, the placeholder recommendations give us time to do more refinement. There's more work to do. And there was, reiterating some concerns about just spending issues and some of the structural gap that we're seeing. And that the next work would be that we would really work with departments. This would be a collaboration, as I spoke last week about. We as a county need to do a better job of working with our department heads and collaborating with our department heads. We can't put out layoff lists without collaborating and getting recommendations from departments on what those layoffs may be, if layoffs are even necessary. So we do need to improve in that area. And we still have not been given a logical explanation, as the big question I was referring to is why the draft budget is $107 million while we're incorporating $10 million in cuts, and that we are still $20 million over the actual projections for 24, 25. We have work to do in figuring this thing out still. In the meantime, I think we're gonna go down this path of approving a placeholder budget so we can do that work into September and really figure this thing out. Budget ad hoc recommendations. Most have been incorporated into the budget, not all of them. We've made it abundantly clear throughout the budget ad hoc discussions and communications with administration. We've had meetings on a regular basis that we as an ad hoc really want to segregate out one-time budget. Actually, I'll back up. We really want to segregate out our recommendations. This has been every meeting we've basically made a point. we don't want there to be any confusion about what we as a budget ad hoc are recommending and what staff is recommending versus the budget management team's recommendation. Over and over again, we have said, we really need to make sure, which we saw today, but we didn't have it in that last presentation. And that's fine, we're clarifying it today. These have always been our recommendations. We had other discussion points. All of this is documented. So we have other discussion points throughout this process that we were throwing out there, are these areas we could look at, X, Y, and Z. But in the end, what you saw in the presentation just now was essentially our current recommendations as a budget ad hoc committee for reductions. And again, some of those were included, some of them were not. And one of them that was mentioned, of course, was the senior services. We keep that status quo. Why are we, quote unquote, cutting senior services by 3% to save $2,000 something? It doesn't make, we don't want to set a precedent. Senior services need to be a priority in this community. So I also want to just point out the budget ad hoc, again, as I said last week, absolutely never directed staff to send out layoff notices. We did not compile that list of 14 employees. We gave recommendations on 3 positions, and there was a rationale. I certainly would, when I invite Supervisor Velasquez to talk as the other ad hoc member in a moment, there was rationale behind those 3 positions. Those recommendations, again, you saw them: vacancy budgeting, hiring freeze, the positions that are mentioned due to the ARPA grant expiring and the county counsel's office remaining staff positions, reducing the contingency from 2 million to 1 million with the idea that we are going to tighten our belts in this next year. And that contingency fund is relatively large. It was done as a conservative practice. I still think $1 million can be conservative because we are not going to be doing this thing throughout the year where we're going to have these constant budget amendments. So the contingency is there for major emergencies only. It's not there as a flexible spending account, and we're going to stick to our actuals this year and going forward. So we reduced that. We recommended eliminating economic development and also eliminating, look, we are the ones that threw out the branding of Pinnacles National Park, but we're understanding we've got to set priorities, and for now at least, that is, as far as a recommendation goes, off the table. So we would be eliminating that as well as part of the economic development funds. We'd be eliminating the nonprofit grant program, the supervisor's discretionary account, which these things are things that I personally have always been against. Reducing travel, training, lodging, meals by 50%, services and supplies, eliminating the hemp program. Those are all recommendations that came from the budget ad hoc. Finally, the budget ad hoc does support the budget team's recommendations with the exception of the overlap with our recommendations with the 3 positions. And we're essentially recommending, the ad hoc is recommending today to essentially take the CAO's previously presented budget, because that's what we have as a foundation. It's a work in progress. I have to emphasize that again. Incorporate the budget management team's recommendations and incorporate the budget ad hoc recommendations, and overall adopting a placeholder budget that provides us some flexibility while unfunding some of those projects going forward, so that we can further analyze 25, 26, and most importantly, work collaboratively with our departments and designate team members to keep working with the budget ad hoc. I want to point out, Baker Tilly mentioned, I don't think there was an explicit graphic on this, that there was, we have really asked a lot of questions in this budget management team discussion about capital outlay, one-time projects. Again, emphasizing there really aren't many surprises here. It's just the way it's being presented. These projects were intentional. This wasn't, we don't expect $107 million to be the baseline going forward. In fact, it has to come down. Our expenses need to be close to where our revenues are. That's how you budget. You have revenues, and you have to budget with expenditures to essentially meet your revenues. And so we do have work to do. But there was a mention, we asked, how much was the transfers out? Everyone in that meeting room can remember this. What were the transfers out in 24-25? What are the recommended transfers out 25-26? When I say transfers out, we're talking about those capital outlay projects. $20 million
in 24-25. Again, largely planned. We always planned to draw down our reserves and maintain an operational reserve. This was the plan going back to the very discussions we had about these road projects. And it gets kind of muddied and skewed when you throw in the library grant, the ARPA project, these many, many millions of dollars that make the budget sort of look a lot more inflated, frankly, than it is in reality. Again, we have work to do, but it's not as bad as being presented. $20 million in 24-25 in capital outlay, $28 million proposed in 25-26. And that's when the budget team said, okay, what can we do at least now to address this so that we can pass a responsible placeholder budget? We're gonna unfund. We're gonna unfund. With the exception of roads, our public has been loud and clear about roads. There's $7 million in the budget for roads as was presented. We can't just stop doing road projects. That is not something that the public will support. And in the end, we represent the public up here. But we can make some challenging decisions and unfund other projects, which we have to do. It's just the responsible thing to do. $20 million in 24-25, $28 million in 25-26, with the exception of the $7 million for the roads and the exception of the communications project for the sheriff. Long-term, our new CAO starts June 16th. I would like to see, there were some legal issues that were brought up, which is, I guess, why this 1A was placed on the agenda with the budget management team. I don't want our budget management team to think there was any trickery involved or anything. We can get into that when we circle back to that, but there were some legal questions that were brought up about whether it should be a committee or whether it can be an ad hoc. It's frustrating when these things, it's frustrating when we try to make progress and there's these roadblocks and challenges put in our way as a county when we're trying to make progress. And these, it's just frustrating. I'll just say that. It's hard to get things done, when sometimes our own people are getting in the way of progress. But we have to look at that, I guess, from a legal standpoint, as far as whether a meeting with several staff members in an ad hoc has to be done as a committee with Brown Act and involving other staff. Frankly, I gotta say, it's very unproductive. It's very unproductive. So we have to look at that as far as how we present that. We'll get to that, but we've been told that we have to look at maybe it's an ad hoc while we're inviting those members to those discussions with us, which is silly, to be honest. So we'll get to that in a moment. But I just want to make sure there's clarity on, there's been a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of unnecessary panic. I think the recommendations, the Baker Tilly's done an outstanding job. It's the best investment this county has made since I've been on this board. Thank you very much to Baker Tilly. We needed to really start the process of ironing out what's going on with this budget, but we are okay. We can all breathe, okay? This is not the end of the world. We're gonna figure this out. We have work to do yet going forward, but for now, we're gonna take a responsible path, at least as far as the recommendations go, and unfund some of these projects, look at some reductions. And then going forward, we gotta do, as we've talked about, we've gotta have quarterly budget updates, regular budget work being done throughout the year, because we can't just have these things come up during the budget period. Supervisor Velasquez, the other budget ad hoc member.
Thank you, sir. Again, I do want to thank Steve, your team, for coming out and really helping explain what's truly going on. You mentioned that as you were doing this work, you found that as 23, I believe, people were aware that the information was not correct. And I think this is an example of what happens if you allow that to continue and just accept it because everything's just fine, eventually gets you. And we're at the point now trying to figure out the numbers, what's really going on. And numbers, I've said this before, numbers, when they're factual, they don't lie. But they do start lying when people start using them to their advantage to make up stories or something that makes it fit for them. And that's the situation we're in. Now, I want to make sure we're all clear that what was presented today was not from the ad hoc. It was from another team from prior as they got started. So I want to make sure we're clear that the path of just layoffs is not what the ad hoc or any supervisor that I knew or know was involved with. So I want to make sure, again, we're talking about facts. We're not hearsay or this or that, or they're gonna, I heard they're getting themselves 100% raise. This is what happens when bad information gets out to the public. And it, people start to take that and run with it in ways that shouldn't happen, because then it starts startling the public. And a lot of times it's intentional by the people that do this, because they don't want you to know what they really want either. Steve, you mentioned, I remember for the first day as we started the ad hoc, and I asked for the information, and it was just the current proposal. I said, where's the past 5 years? Preferably, I want 10 years. That's how I operate. And it wasn't available. It wasn't available. And I said in that very day, I can't do anything on this ad hoc without that information. What are the FTEs for the past 5 years, 10 years? Because when you start making decisions based strictly on last year, again, you're gonna find yourself in trouble. Because what happened the year before that? And this is, I pointed this out at the very beginning. Like I said, I know what this issue is. It's those one-time monies. People or agencies all over are in trouble because they saw one-time money as an opportunity to hire several people, give big raises, spend on projects, and then the money's gone. And then we're back to the realities of it all. This is why it's so dangerous, and why I said, maybe one of my second statements was, anything that was funded by ARPA ongoing has got to be cut. Because I know where this goes. And these are the hard decisions. But one of the most important conversations we had as the ad hoc was getting back to working with all the department heads, because they know the factual information. And I got to tell you, once I started finally seeing the report, 5-year spreads of your departments, I noticed one thing. You guys were all very steady, which made me have more confidence in where we're going on this. This is a number issue that a lot of it's going to be solved through this identifying the one-times. As the chair said, it's not doom and gloom. There is going to be a deficit we're going to be able to fix. But as we go through this and identify those numbers, then we can bring the budget back up. And you could see, as your presentation showed, where those numbers started escalating. It was pretty clear. And when that happens, people start to believe there's more money, let's spend more money. Well, pretty soon, those lines cross, and then we're upside down. That's what we're looking at here. So I really want to say thank you for your presentation, because it helps all of us understand the importance of a reserve, but also understanding each year, 5 years, what's happened, so we never get into these situations. Again, it's easy to spend money, but it's hard to collect it. So we all have to remember that part. What I want clarification on, the proposed budget was 107. I think we're looking at numbers of closer to 89. Are we looking to approve the higher number? Or are we looking to work with a lower number and then keep working with all the departments so we can fine tune this?
Well, I think with the draft that's been presented is essentially what was presented to us May 30th. And the idea is that we would take the budget management team's recommendations, and we're presenting these to the board, and we would present the budget ad hoc presentations to bring those costs down.
Yeah,
while we go move forward with the temporary placeholder budget. I think we talked about the IT expenditure, the large IT expenditure, all the big expenditures. Those are things that just need to be discussion points at least, but go ahead.
Yes, so the plan is to incorporate the board's direction on any changes from the CAO's recommendation, and then we would implement those, and the number, depending on what you add, take away, would not be 107. Depending on where we end, I would bring back a resolution with that information, as the will of the board.
Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking that question, because in this recommended budget, again, it talks about the cuts. So I want to be very clear. We're not talking about those cuts. Because if we do, then now it's in a document saying, oh, but it was in the recommended budget that you guys approved. And we have to be honest and fair with all of our staff departments that, no, that's not the direction we're going. If we have to down the road, you'll have that conversation with us way ahead of, before that ever happens, because we can't just do it the way it was laid out.
So correct, that would be direction the board gives, and we would add the positions back in.
Yeah, and there's also a position for a staff member for the supervisors. And want to make sure that's not.
That position is currently filled, and
That's a contract, that's the special executive advisor, but it is, his point is that, again, it's how things are presented. There's talk in the community that the board is increasing their pay and all, the
there's
board
no
is not
increase in the pay.
increasing anything. The board is actually reducing everything that we have. You know, the pay is in line with everybody else as recommended right now, but we're not increasing anything. We're actually looking at the same
Correct.
reductions in the board budget as every other. There are just some other things. But again, I think there needs to be, why is it 1.7 when the special executive advisor position is not $700,000? So
the number includes full benefits, and it includes any, the end of the contract includes certain payouts, so that's
Okay.
incorporated as well.
There's one more thing I wanted to add in there. You know, going through the numbers, I noticed something that basically we have 2 retirement packages here in the county. We have our PERS and we're still doing Social Security. Now, that really makes very little sense to me, because the employees are really getting penalized 6.2%. That should be their money. And the problem is, some people might think, well, yeah, but it's even more money for me when I retire. Well, if you're on a pension plan, a government pension plan, there's a chance you might not be able to collect that money. So we have to start being smart about this. This might be the equivalent of $2 to $3 million. I'd rather see the employees keeping their money than losing that money. So there's a lot of things we could work on, and we have to all be open to these things.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Just really quick, because I know we need to go to public comment, but I'm just wondering, it's a little bit confusing sitting here and having all of these CAO recommendations and now hearing that there's budget ad hoc recommendations. And I'm just wondering if maybe we could take a recess and maybe you guys could write it out and we can get them up on the screen so we know exactly, because I'm a little unclear right now about, you know, I had questions regarding some of the things that were possibly funded or unfunded, but now I'm hearing from the ad hoc, maybe those aren't even what
Right.
you all are thinking.
Yeah.
So, but it would be really helpful for me to see in black and white exactly what we're talking about.
And that's the process. Normally, you would go through the budget, we'd have that discussion about, and perhaps we get into that discussion, staff can start essentially taking notes, because you might have additional recommendations on top of the budget recommendations.
No,
And-
absolutely, but I want to make sure that I'm clear on the recommendations coming from the budget ad hoc, because I know you rattled them off really quickly, and I didn't have a chance to like write
They're
them all
actually, I
down.
think, later, were they presented up there? I thought
They were.
There's 2 slides that included them. It's also part of the attachment that was included on the background on the recommendation in the staff report.
Yeah, so there, and I know, because, no, and I don't blame you, Minnie, there's been a
I
lot of
know, there's-
information presented to us today. But it's,
I
and the
believe it's-
county's, vacancy budgeting, enact a hiring freeze, which has been done already, eliminate positions funded by the now expired ARPA grant, eliminate the 2 county councils, staff positions, reduce the contingency from $2 to $1 million, eliminate $150,000 in economic development allocations, $30,000 in nonprofit grants, $15,000 in supervisor discretionary, reduce travel, training, meals, lodging by 50%, reduce service and supplies. I believe they took 25% out, if I'm not mistaken, but we did not, we said a reasonable number to continue essential operations. Eliminate the hemp program, and, supporting the budget team's, other recommendations as far as unfunding position, or unfunding, projects.
I believe it's slides 97 and 98.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got it right here. Are you also considering the team recommendation? Is that what you're
Yeah.
recommending?
So
So
including-
team recommendation and the recommendation by the budget ad hoc,
Yes.
and then not going with the CAO
Well,
recommended?
the CAO recommendation that incorporates
So these are supplemental changes
further
to the-
supplemental changes, which would, as part of the process, we as a board would have a discussion, and that's what the budget hearings are, is to say, and we all know
I
that,
get it.
right?
This is just really confusing the way that we're doing it. I feel like we've got 3 different recommendations that we're supposed to be considering. So it's just, this is very confusing. So, okay, I will just try to, I'm probably just gonna have to ask all of my questions, so.
Well, and
never
one
mind.
of the
Thank you.
suggestions I was gonna make is that we have June 23rd as a, final adoption date, but to come back in between, circle back, check in on, give recommendations today and to check in. That's what I would recommend. Next week, have a special meeting next week to check in again, further refine the budget, so we're not just kind of doing things last minute on the 23rd. So that would allow staff to take our recommendations from today, pencil them out into a new draft budget, and then, come back and ask any further questions and clarifications, perhaps on the, 17th of June. Anything further before we go to public comment and come back?
Yeah, Chair.
Clarifying, go ahead.
Yeah, just procedurally, still the 1A item as far as the
have to come back
semantical
to
legal
that, yeah.
issue, is that something we're gonna deal with
Yeah,
separately
I
at public
appreciate-
comment? And-
No, and, I guess it's the will of the board. What I would suggest, though, is that we have that discussion now,
So I recommend.
so that the people who are doing public comment, if they would like to, can comment on that, since we've already commented and presented a budget. That perhaps we have that discussion now on the budget management team, and then go to public comment, and then move on from there to consent and the rest.
Yep,
If that's okay.
I would recommend
And I
that.
appreciate bringing that up. County council, this has kind of been lost in the weeds, caught off guard on this. We talked, you brought it up, that there was a question mark, from within your office about, the budget management team being designated because they were specific county employees, and whether it would constitute the need to create an actual Brown Act committee. I would like to see some legal analysis of that. Maybe that's not worth it. You know, again, we could just do the budget ad hoc and invite specific department heads to those discussions. But it's always been my understanding that an ad hoc is it's a temporary task force, basically. And that a committee is a permanent, semi-permanent committee, and that necessitates the Brown Act. I'm curious as to why in the world, myself, there would be a question mark about, why we can't form a task force as part of an ad hoc discussion.
Oh, you can do it as an ad hoc if you invite certain staff to ad hoc to advise the ad hoc members, but they're not members of that committee. So the ad hoc committee is separate, it's 2 supervisors. They can talk to staff as needed to inform them.
I think there's confusion though, because there was never an intention to include them as part of the ad hoc. It was, we were forming, and I think you rightly have called it a task force, that's more of the generic term. We formed this budget management team as a budget task force to work with the budget ad hoc on identifying issues in the budget. And that's where we left off. That was, I think, the understanding of the board, unless I'm mistaken. It wasn't to expand the ad hoc.
No, the understanding that apparently got out, even among my staff, was that the budget management team had appointed staff to be members of that committee.
That's not what happened.
And under those conditions, then it would be a Brown Act committee. And so I advised the ad hoc committee that just to proceed as an ad hoc, invite the staff as needed, and take the information and come up with recommendations. And that's not a Brown Act. That is a short-term.
So do we just need
Chair.
clarity? Go ahead.
Chair, so it seems like we're just, what do we want to call it kind of thing? If we need to form a separate ad hoc, it's the budget management team versus the budget ad hoc, I guess we can do that if we need.
And that's
I
really
mean,
what we were doing when we did it, was to just form this team that, experts in the departments that would help the budget ad hoc identify issues. Maybe there was just confusion as to what we were doing, but that's what my understanding, and I'm the one that made the recommendation. So are we okay with the current standing of having a budget management team, budget task force that works with the ad hoc? Or do we need to play with semantics and reformulate in some
Unfortunately,
fashion?
the Brown Act calls for semantics. So the issue is, if they're not members of the ad hoc, there's no committee formed where staff and board members are members of the same committee, then it's not a Brown Act. The ad hoc can operate outside the Brown Act and is intended to act outside the Brown Act. And you can bring staff in to talk to you as you need information.
And just so there's clarity, we're going over accounting, we're going over numbers. This is not, look, if the public wants to be involved while we, dive into numbers and have discussions, but then we have to agendize meetings. The goal here was to really dive into this quickly, expediently, so that we could try to identify issues as fast as we can before a budget perhaps got adopted. Go ahead, yeah.
I'm just wondering, is part of the confusion because we specifically said we voted on who would be on this team? And so in order to kind of get away from that is we would, dissolve that budget team, keep you as an ad hoc, then you invite whoever you want to be a part of it. But I think under the terms that we approved that, I'm guessing that's where the Brown Act is, because there was particular members that were appointed to that budget task force committee, whatever you want to call it.
Certain members of the public and my staff thought that the record had been that members of the staff were appointed as members of a committee, and that the committee was separate from the ad hoc. It wasn't the ad hoc. I understand when I was informed of this issue, I advised the members of the ad hoc just proceed as an ad hoc, invite staff, and they're not members. They're not in the ad hoc committee. They're just advising members. They're not members. They're just staff that you can invite to come into the room and discuss with you, so you can come up with a recommendation as an ad hoc, not as a committee.
Okay, further thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could.
And I think that's what you did.
As I remember, that's exactly what we did. We said, look, the ad hoc would like your input and your help. Anybody that wants to help, you're more than welcome to come in, and certain people volunteer to join the meetings. That's how I remembered.
So the recommendation you're stating, though, is to dissolve officially from the legal
Yeah, because we
standpoint.
voted on who the members were, because Supervisor Curro and I voted no
Right,
on the members. So I specifically know we voted on who was members of the committee. So I think the only way to fix this is to dissolve the budget team, and then you would move forward with your
Right.
ad hoc.
As a motion, would you like to, I'd entertain it as a motion?
I'd rather not make the motion,
Okay,
somebody
I'll-
else can,
I'll make the motion to dissolve the budget ad hoc team and to continue forward with the process of inviting designated, staff members. And Supervisor Curro has,
Not the budget ad hoc team.
yeah, is it?
You said the budget ad hoc team.
Oh, I'm sorry, the budget yeah, okay, sorry. So to dissolve the budget management team, I'm sorry, Supervisor Curro, do you have an issue? I'm getting eye rolls.
You have a second.
Okay.
Second.
To dissolve the budget management team, and to, essentially have the budget ad hoc invite designated staff members to the discussion. Is a first. We have a second.
Second.
Okay, open for discussion, Supervisor Curro.
Okay, I just want to clarify, if you go back to the video, we kept saying the word committee. I think you need to be clear. We're dissolving that committee with those appointments, and you're retaining the ad hoc. I think you need to be clear,
That's
because if
what we
people
just
go
did.
back to the video, you said stakeholders, or you didn't use the word committee. We're dissolving a committee, we're removing anybody from that committee, and we're just going back to having a budget ad hoc. And you invite whoever you want.
Yeah, and we were calling it a budget management team, but that's again, semantic. We have a first, we have a second.
Are we gonna do public comment?
On that, you're right, thank you for that. Public comment.
If-
We'll do both, we'll do them separately. So if you'd like to comment on just the budget,
Just
item
1A.
The management team.
management team.
So I do have two on Zoom, Mr. Bernowski and Ms. Eglin. If you're gonna comment on this budget management team, keep your hand up. If not, please put it down and then we'll put it back up. Okay, so Elia, you can go first, and then Valerie, I'll call you second. Just a second.
Just so we're clear, 1A is the committee, correct? Okay. My word, today has been unreal. Okay, so the ad hoc committee that was voted on, and it's not about semantics, Chair, it's about being transparent, and it's on the record exactly what was done last week, okay? You were to agree to dissolve the ad hoc committee. That's been dissolved. That happened last week.
Didn't.
We're not having a conversation, sir. This is my time. Then you chose to vote to have individual department heads with their expertise because they're the ones that run the department. What has happened is that you have chosen to do an ad hoc committee by yourself and with Supervisor Velasquez, and you've chosen to do all these things without actually really realizing what these individual departments really do. It was made by a statement by one of the department heads. To clarify, you don't know what that department does. You don't know that $5 must be spent on this. And you continually say, well, I don't like it, I don't understand, is there a way to go about it? And we're talking about the law, and you don't like what is required, and you want to try to go back around it. You have had many opportunities to know what the law requires for everything that you do. You have refused to go to training courses that are required of you. Now, I strongly recommend that you have this committee so that the public can attend. You must be transparent. You haven't been transparent. You weren't transparent with the firefighters contract. You haven't been transparent with a lot of things. We didn't even find out what Ray Espinoza's title was until last week at $25,000 a month, and you want to include him on this budget committee because he is your executive advisor and you need his help. He's been in this position for 10 years. You're blaming this budget for the past. That is the common denominator, yet you want to continue to use his expertise. I recommend it, and I know you're going to go against it because you're the smartest guy in the room. I think you should step down from that committee or establish this committee, not an ad hoc, and I think you should replace it with Supervisor Curro. She's business savvy, you're not.
Okay, on Zoom, Valerie, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes, and this is only on the budget management team item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Wow, this is madness. For some time now, it has been very confusing as to whether who is the chair, and is the whole board of supervisors basically an ad hoc? But basically, what I would say is just say me and Ignacio rather than ad hoc. Then that you would like to be believable as an ad hoc, but leave the rest of the board out of the decision making. I believe that your ad hoc would be more believable if it were balanced between the minority and majority on the board. It's to have Ignacio and Colin continuously be the lead and dominate. There's something so unbalanced going on that this whole ad hoc for the budget, which is so important, it's like we've got the city of Hollister on board. So I just wanted to express my indignation about the loss of transparency and the judicial thinking there's nothing judicious going on. And it's like, why bother? It's just a crapshoot. Excuse me. I don't want to demean the conversation, but it is very, very frustrating. And I can't imagine that people in the public would understand what's going on. This is so out of rationality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Rob, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. And I was going to comment on this, but after listening to other members of the public, I feel like I want to add on this. To all the supervisors, you know that I appreciate each and every one of you. I think you all have unique skills. I don't think that you have any bad bones in your body about and working for us, the community. But I do have to say that, you know, you can't ignore that the board is dominated by, by 3 of you. And it's very overt. And there's been so much, confusion, tension, sometimes animosity. With all due respect, Supervisor Velasquez, you did bring it back down to a personal level, people giving misinformation and stuff like that. And yet here I'm a member of the community, and I am deeply concerned about where San Benito County is going financially. And so I want to maybe think, and with all due respect to you, Chair Kosmicki, who, again, you're my friend and we get along, perhaps the community would be more accepting of whatever decision is made. I would scrap the ad hoc and say, all of you, you're going to work out the budget together so that there isn't this, bias or one, certain board members not getting paid attention to, so on and so forth. Is if you're going to do an ad hoc to meet, well, if you folks are all in agreement, no ad hoc, you work on it together, all in the same room. It'll be far more efficient. And perhaps if it doesn't, maybe you should take Valerie England's suggestion, and that doesn't mean that Colin is chair, you could not still be the spokesperson for the county on it, so on and so forth. But let some other people, share the workload and help get through the situation. So, because again, we want a good result, and I'll have further comment on it, but I say don't do the ad hoc. But if you are, maybe there should be one of the minority members on board with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that concludes for this item.
Thank you very much. So bringing it back, we had a first and a second on a motion. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Chair, just to clarify the motion, we would be dissolving the budget management team that I guess was a committee, which I wasn't aware of. So we're dissolving that committee, just retaining the ad hoc, and the ad hoc would invite those recommended budget management team members to the ad hoc for discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Roll call vote?
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
No.
Supervisor Curro?
No.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Look, I'm going to go no. And I'll tell you why. Can I speak?
Go ahead. Yep.
This is exactly what happens. We talk about things. We give opportunities. And let me just say this. I'd rather have every single person here involved in it so misinformation doesn't keep going out to the public. That's how we should be handling this whole budget issue.
So I guess what I'm hearing is potentially just dissolve. The budget ad hoc has brought recommendations to dissolve the budget ad hoc at this point, potentially, and to just move forward with the process of working to refine the budget going forward, and being more collaborative with the department heads in recommendations on what specifically happens in our budget. Is there?
So just to clarify.
Now, again, this is not specifically, it's dissolution of the budget management team. I think we would have to be giving direction probably. If you can chime in, county council, on for making a decision perhaps at.
Yeah, well, there is no dissolution of the management team now. It's how it goes forward, or if you want to use the management team, or simply do it as a full board.
And I have no, just to be clear, I have, the point of the budget ad hoc was we were in a transition and we were trying to get the board connected to the budget process. And I will be clear, we are the ones that have been raising the alarm bell about this budget from the very beginning. I remember when we were handed 2 sheets of paper in our first meeting, and Supervisor Velasquez was like, I can't work off of this. And we've, from that point, we've been asking questions, we've been raising concerns, we have been making recommendations that were in line with the budget that's been presented to try to bring down the costs as much as we can while being responsible. The point of the ad hoc was to make recommendations. The recommendations are out there. So I would be fine dissolving the ad hoc, frankly, and just moving forward. I think this would probably be the appropriate time to do that, but I think we would have to put it on a separate agenda to dissolve the ad hoc, because there's nothing on the agenda currently regarding the ad hoc itself. So there would be we'd have to give direction here today to bring back at a future agenda the dissolution of the ad hoc, budget ad hoc as well. And we would be, I would recommend we consider whether we want the budget, whether we want to dissolve the budget management team construct as well. Because there's a lot of confusion about that, and there wouldn't be any committees at this point. So there would be a separate issue of how do we actually want to address the budget management team that was formed last week. Do we want to just dissolve that, or do we want to have those folks in a structured manner working with?
Yes, if I can say, Mr. Chair, we dissolve it. We have meetings, we're all here, staff, whatever it is, go through the budget, ask for the help of different, whoever wants to help that week. So we're, again, very clear. This is very complicated. This is something that's been an issue since 23, maybe 22. And I think it's important because what happens if we don't get this thing solved this year and corrected, future boards have to keep dealing with the same issue. It is our responsibility to make sure all of us are 100% clear so misinformation doesn't keep going out. And I disagree with the speaker. You know, we have to do our part to ensure that the information coming out is clear. It's complicated. It's extremely complicated. And it takes a long time to go through this. You don't decide one of these budgets in a day. You don't. Staff has been working on this for a long time, and it's still making their heads spin. So I can tell you, you know, you want to be involved in the budget discussions? Come on over. Spend hours with us. A couple times a week, maybe. Hey, come out. Because it's important. Rather than just saying things from behind the scenes somewhere.
So just so we can keep moving along here, I would recommend I'd entertain, unless there's a separate motion or taking what I'm saying and changing it up, is to dissolve the budget management team. The budget management team has given recommendations, and to give direction to bring a future item back to dissolve the budget ad hoc committee, while encouraging staff to work collaboratively with department heads moving forward as we refine the 25-26 budget. Is there a first?
So I'll move to dissolve the budget management team.
Second.
Second, and just to clarify and to also give everyone to give direction to bring back an item to dissolve
the ad hoc.
The budget ad hoc. We have a first and a second. All those in favor, roll call vote.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
I'm going to abstain because I am completely lost.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes, 1 abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. So then, we need to clarify a couple things here, because the way that the agenda is written, we would have, commence budget hearings under 1F, but then we also have under section 3, pulling it up, section 3A, open fiscal, 25-26 budget hearings. So, can I get some advice, legal, on commencing budget hearings is listed under 1F. Does that, essentially, it's listed twice, basically.
And what's the question, Mr. Chairman?
We could
Yes.
open both items together as they have the same
But
recommendation.
in the between, we also have consent agenda, so I guess what I would recommend for clarity's sake is to move, to consolidate, commence budget hearings with the 3.A item. Am I missing something there? Because it's listed under 3.A, open budget hearings. And to move forward with the consent agenda and to ask if anybody, as long as I'm not hearing any objections, and to ask if anybody would like to pull anything from consent. And I do want to clarify, I was not involved with this agenda in the least. I was not involved in the least. I was not asked to look at it. I was not involved in the numbering or any of the wording on this agenda, aside from one staff report involving the budget ad hoc recommendations. So we would move on to consent agenda. Supervisor Sotelo? Yeah. So,
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, may I?
yes, of course.
E, so we're gonna open a public hearing, which is F, and 2 is the consent agenda.
So that's what I was just saying, is because commence budget hearings is basically listed twice. It's listed under 1F, but it's also listed under 3A1. If you move down to 3A1.
We haven't done any public hearing, am I wrong?
That's correct, we have
Okay.
not. We have not.
I am not
So I'm
ready to do a
comfortable-
consent agenda
Look,
until
I'm
we do
comfortable
a
with
public
just
hearing.
opening, hearing, doing a public comment now, so that everyone can get their piece out before there's any potential decisions made, recommendations made, things pulled from consent. If you wanted, if there's consensus from the board to just clarify this agenda and, commence, budget hearing now, then I would be fine with that. Again, I'm as confused as everyone. I was not involved in this agenda, which went out Saturday. I was not involved whatsoever.
I just want to have a chance to be able to make some comments and hear from the public. That's where I'm at right now. So however we have to go about doing that, that's great.
Commence budget hearings, open up for public comment, and then we'll move to consent from there.
Sounds good.
So, okay, I guess we'll just call everybody that's here. Okay, so we'll start in chambers with Shirley Murphy. And if anybody else would like to make a public comment on this item, please provide a speaker card. They are in the back, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon.
Shirley Murphy, Deputy County Counsel. I'm off work today and I'm speaking in my personal capacity. This is not intended as legal advice. Last Monday, the Budget Task Force was appointed to support cost-saving measures and save jobs, primarily the filled positions. CAO's report was issued Saturday night, so we had one day to prepare our comments. I have provided a letter that I gave each of you and is also in the back of the room for the public, as well as Barbara Thompson's. And I'm incorporating those into my comments. The CAO's report stated that task force recommended cost-saving measures to support retaining all filled positions, but the ad hoc directed the CAO to continue to list our positions for elimination and layoff. I'm here to appeal to the full board to revise the recommended budget to reinstate our positions as well. Government Code Section 31,000 allows outside counsel for specialized legal services only. It doesn't permit the board to use private attorneys to supplant current staff just to save money. Prentice Long's contract only provides general legal services and specifically excludes what would be considered specialized legal services under Section 31,000. But so far, they've only replaced vacant positions. And we feel the hybrid model has worked well. And as of last Thursday, David Prentice told us that he agrees with that. Even if 31,000 would allow it, eliminating our positions won't save money, but will almost certainly increase costs. The board directed the CAO to obtain an independent fiscal analysis last year. That wasn't done. They should still get one now. Barbara's letter provides what we believe to be a conservative analysis that shows this won't save money and will likely cost more than retaining the hybrid model. Other cost-saving measures should be explored prior to layoffs. The budget task force proposed some. Barbara and I suggested others in our letters. The cost of our positions is less than $324,000, 0.3% of the budget, and it won't balance the budget. And it won't save money in legal services and will result in significant loss of institutional knowledge and continuity of services. The contracted firm, Prentice Long, has only been here for 2 years. And David's great, but he's retiring in August, and they're currently recruiting for his replacement. If you wind up deciding that you don't like his replacement or otherwise the firm, and eliminate their contract, that will be a complete loss of even short-term institutional knowledge and continuity of services. Of course, protecting public safety positions is critical, but so far,
Wrap up briefly.
thank you, but so far, but so is protecting institutional knowledge and continuity of services in your attorneys. Our office, it has been consistently frugal, maintaining substantially the same staffing, while other general fund departments increased staffing levels by about 66 full-time equivalents over the last 7 years. And they have also revised or reclassified a number of additional positions to higher salary levels. Yet we're being sacrificed to fund the increased staffing costs and prior budget failures in the budget process, that are both issues that were not caused by us. Collectively, we have 54 years of dedicated service to the county and we've stayed with you all through furloughs, budget cuts, salary freezes that were earlier and deeper than other employees. The deputies were 30% underpaid for years, as established by the most recent salary survey. We continued working hard through the pandemic, tirelessly working extra hours, evenings, weekends, and vacations to cover for staff shortages in our office and other departments. We've never once complained or lobbied the board for raises, COLAs, longevity pay, or anything else. And on a side note, Ella and I are both very actively involved in volunteering for a number of community programs throughout the community. So we have dedicated our lives to this community.
Wrap it up, just to be fair for everyone
One last
else.
point. Please revise the recommended budget to reinstate our positions per the task force's recommendations. You should use other cost-saving measures to balance the budget. And if absolutely necessary, other measures that result in the personal impacts being shared equally among the entire county team, not just 3 employees.
Next in chambers, Tim Newman. And after Tim will be Dana.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you for having me. I'm here today to talk about the proposed reduction to the civil grand jury. Civil grand jury, as you all know, serves an important part in the community and protecting public integrity, kind of serving as a watchdog over public institutions and making sure that they serve the community as they should. There's a proposed reduction, I think I saw on the slide, at 66%. And obviously that is concerning of the court. The civil grand jury is a part of the court, but the court is restricted in its ability to fund the grand jury. We do fund much of the selection and recruitment of the grand jury, but the administration piece is left to the county by state rules of court. The court cannot use its funding to do that. So I know there's some other members hopefully here that can speak to this issue, but just would ask that I totally get bad budget years. You have to make difficult decisions. I've been in plenty of them myself as a public servant, but would ask that you consider something more in line with the rest of the reductions that you're considering today. Taking the civil grand jury's budget down to about $17,000 really makes it difficult for them to do their job. Their current budget's upwards of $54,000. I believe they had a request for $68,000. Again, understand that it's difficult to do that given all that you're trying to consider, but maybe something that's more reasonable that allows them to continue to do their work. It would be fair. So thank you very much for your time today, and good luck with your decisions.
Hello, I'd like to thank the board for a few minutes to speak. So I'm Dana Edgell, the Behavioral Health Director. And while I completely understand the need to protect our public safety through the Sheriff's Department, I also want to emphasize that behavioral health services also contribute to the health and safety of our community by providing critical mental health and substance use disorder services. When individuals do not receive vital mental health and substance use disorder services, they die. They die by suicide, they die by overdose, and they also die due to comorbid chronic health conditions. Individuals with serious mental health conditions die on average earlier 20 to 25 years in their life. Staffing a behavioral health department is not easy. Many of you know there's a national and statewide shortage of mental health therapists. We've made a lot of gains in my department. I'm really proud of that. We have an internship program, we have relationships with universities, and so we are able to attract and hire talent. But unfortunately, we do have turnover. I have 2 resignations, and that will leave my department with a shortage. We are mandated by the state to maintain network adequacy. We are responsible for providing the mental health and substance use disorder services for our county's most vulnerable residents. And the state requires my department to have enough staffing and contract providers. And I'm concerned if I lose staff and I'm not able to hire, that we will run into a situation where critical mental health and substance use disorder services will not be able to be provided. Human suffering will continue, and in addition, we are at risk of financial sanctions. So my request would be that for clinical positions that provide direct clinical care in both the mental health and substance use disorder divisions, that I would be able to hire for positions. I've worked with the CAO and HR over time. My department also eliminated or unfunded, I'm still getting the lingo correct, unfunded about 7 clinical positions because I know that my department needs to have expenditures and revenues in balance, and we've had difficulty over time hiring. So it made sense to unfund quite a large number of those positions. So we're kind of down to bare bones. So every time I lose a clinical position, I really need to be able to hire. I do know that I have an applicant because she was one of my MSW students, and so I don't know if there are other applicants for mental health clinician positions, but if there can be some processes in place for critical safety net services in addition to public safety, that would be most appreciated.
Next in chambers will be Rosemary, and after Rosemary will be Roxy Montana.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Deer. I'm here on my own time, and the statements I'm about to make are of my own public opinion and not to be taken as a statement on behalf of the county. Just for clarification, we just heard that the ad hoc before was Chair Kosmicki and Mr. Velasquez. And as the chair pointed out, 3 of the positions that the 2 of them decided to get rid of were county council and the public information officer's position. I want you to have that in mind as I move forward. The county PIO is a countywide resource that assists in supporting all departments and the community as a whole. This is not a luxury item. This is a necessary item in this day and age where your community not only deserves to have timely information, but they require it along with your staff. My main concern is what happens if you get rid of the PIO position and we have an emergency. We have wildfires all the time. We have an earthquake that we're due for any moment now. We also have floods that happen almost annually. Where are people gonna get that information? Right now, because of these staffing cuts, we're also impacting all the other workers that would traditionally do that. Dulce is now part of budget. She was helping out with social media in between the 2 PIOs. Every minute counts in the event of an emergency, and it can truly save lives. We saw that up in Paradise. Who's gonna send out that information? You're also gutting the OES department. They could do it. However, they're losing majority of their staff as well in this proposed budget. Cutting the PIO role doesn't just silence our collective voice, it removes the connective tissue that helps residents understand, trust, and support county government. Through communications, we continue to serve, inform, and protect the public. As Steve Toller said in his presentation, that community engagement is key and vital role for county government. Mr. Chair, you also confirmed the 3 positions that you were talking about earlier. I would ask that you wait until the new CAO position is here and able to assist with making these decisions and being part of this discussion, similar to how you wanted to wait for having fire negotiation discussions until a new leadership was in place. Please, you have entrusted her to take on this role in this very critical this very critical position in time that we're in right now as a county. Please include her in these decisions because they will have very real and lasting impacts on the job that she does moving forward. Think about all the amazing strides that we have had in the past year and a half, and I could not have done it alone. We have grown our followers by thousands. Our videos have gotten hundreds of thousands of views. I'll just
go on briefly. Go ahead.
Thank you. We all know that county work is challenging and many of our staff make many miracles happen all the time. Without anybody to tell those stories and provide that vital service, the triumphs and tribulations, and how effective are we as a community? You bring up transparency all the time, including fiscal transparency, and getting rid of the PIO position will be a very deliberate and detrimental strategic move that puts everyone at risk. Mr. Velasquez, you talk about misinformation. The role of a PIO is how you ensure that public information remains in the public view. Why don't you show us how important that is to the 2 of you? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Roxy Montana. I'm a citizen and I'm a taxpayer. I've also had 25 years to look back as a member of the civil grand jury. I'm also a lifetime member of the California civil grand jury. And we talk about transparency and involving the public. The civil grand jury is representing the public. And many of you, in fact, all of you, I'm sure are very familiar with the civil grand jury, but hardly anybody, unless you're a member of that team, is aware of what goes on inside of the grand jury doors. And it's because of confidentiality. But I can tell you from my own experience that I've been on grand juries where we have had just voluminous reports. And each one of those reports that is published, it involves hours and hours and months of investigative reporting. And we could have many investigations going on or a few, but nobody will know. But we can't have a budget slashed to a number that, gosh, I can't, I'm just kind of disappointed and shocked, because the civil grand jury has to have the funding available. It's state mandated. It's funding available to have the involvement of 19 members of the public. 19 members. Imagine having that resource available to you. The civil grand jury is not your enemy. The civil grand jury represents the people and the taxpayers. We're your bosses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in chambers, Elias Salinas, followed by Ella Hansen.
Thank you. The civil grand jury is very important. This is a good way to defund it, right? Stop it, because there are members of this board that have been interviewed by the grand jury, and they wanted to actually refuse to answer, and they found out, oh, you can't. You have to abide by the law and speak to them. The PIO position has brought to San Benito County the personalities of who works for you. You go to the grocery store and you see a person that, oh, I saw a video, they work for the county. It makes it a one-on-one personable thing, because you have a lot of people, oh, government employee, they're overpaid, they don't work, they don't do nothing. And these videos have given the position of theirs more of a view that has humanized them instead of just a government employee. The salaries that have been increased is only happened because you want to bring the salary even to what, or close to what is in the immediate area, because you lose staff that has the experience, and it's been known that you're a training county. They come in, they get their training, they go somewhere else so they get paid. By increasing the pay, you keep those, you retain those employees. If Mr. Prentice retires, no one is gonna have any history here of what is going on. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot by getting rid of the experience that you have. Hold off. Stop. It was Supervisors Curro who said, if you're budgeting for it, but it's not, if you're planning for it, don't put it in the budget if it's not gonna be something immediate. I'm paraphrasing, because that's exactly what she said. So if you want to spend, you say you've got $6 million for the roads, reduce it down to 4. I have for months telling you, stop using the reserves. An emergency is going to happen. Listen to your expert. He said, if you're going to continue to use the reserves, have a plan to replenish. That's the problem, is you don't have a plan. An emergency happens and you could be done with. Nobody plans for a flood. Nobody plans for an earthquake, a fire, or a pandemic. I say you must always plan for the future, not for today, because you look good, I'm fixing the roads, elect me. You need to plan for what it looks like in 25 to 50 years when you're gone. What is it that you're doing that can help the community now? There's so many things out there. You need to reuse what it is, the information that you've gotten, and be able to go back, sit down, all the experts here, they're the ones that run the departments. Include them in your language so that you know exactly why they say, no, please don't do this, and this is why. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Ella, and after Ella will be Manny.
Okay, Chair and Board, I request that you respectfully consider allowing me to speak beyond the 3-minute timer should it go off while I'm still sharing my comment. It's hard for me to fit 8 years of employment and a lifetime of county experience into 3 minutes. My name is Ella Henson, and I am an employee in the County Council's office. My position is one of 3 proposed for elimination and layoff as noted in the board report. I have been a county employee for 8 years, exclusively with the office of the County Council. I'm a multi-generational resident of the county, and I am a single mom, with this being my sole source of income. This has been by far the most enjoyable job I've had, and I genuinely enjoy coming to work every day. No 2 days are alike. I am up here today to share my grave concern regarding the impact eliminating my position will have on other departments and the county in general. Each fiscal year, I enter between 300 to 400 invoices for payment, and I'm projecting that this fiscal year it will be close to 500, as I also process invoices for the public defender and their investigators. It takes time to review each and every invoice to confirm accuracy so that we're not overpaying, and it takes time to process each of those 500 invoices. If my position is eliminated, this responsibility will fall on another department because bills still need to be paid. These are tasks that cannot be done by Prentice Long. They don't have access to our systems. Additionally, I am responsible for billing our planning and public works departments for reimbursement from developers and the state. This also takes considerable time to coordinate. If my position is eliminated, this too will fall on the shoulders of another department, and it's a heavy lift. Every department needs fiscal staff to ensure departmental budget stability. My fiscal responsibilities are just a few of the many things I am concerned about that must be considered if my position is eliminated. In the last year, I have taken on the additional responsibility of clerk for the Public Defender Oversight Committee and have been working through addressing a backlog of issues from years of neglect that my office has inherited. In recent days, I have shared with some people in the community that it's not me that I'm worried about, it's my position here in the county that I'm deeply concerned about being preserved. In speaking recently with a stakeholder, I was reminded that it's not just the position I hold, it's me as a person that makes the difference. You cannot replace that. I, along with Barbara Thompson and Shirley Murphy, have been hoping and waiting to meet with the budget ad hoc to be able to share the budgetary needs in depth of our department. To date, such a meeting has not occurred despite our request to meet with you. Over the weekend, a supervisor shared a comment on social media that read in part, "We still have to meet with each department to verify their numbers and needs. We are hoping to be done by the end of the month," end quote. Please stand by your word and honor our request to meet with you before you make the final decision regarding the fate of my position, Shirley Murphy's position, and eventually Barbara Thompson's position. Eliminating our positions will have a lasting impact to the county. Our collective 55 years of institutional knowledge and experience simply cannot be replaced. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Manny Gonzalez, Temporary Assistant County Administrative Officer assigned to the library. I just had some questions for clarification. So the positions that were originally eliminated are back on? That I just wanted some clarification.
Is it okay to clarify? I believe there's a recommended budget that was presented in the end of May. That's the baseline from which we're working, but the board has rescinded layoffs, and then there were additional recommendations from the budget management team and the budget ad hoc. That would be determined through basically this hearing.
Okay, because the library staff is willing to work with the team and the budget staff to see if we can come up with additional cuts, because I think I think in working with Austin, we've come forward with a very doable budget, but I understand the constraints that the board is under, and I'm willing to look at further additional cuts if necessary. But I would just The other thing I wanted to mention was that the $1.3 million in cuts to the capital budget, I think, I hope we have more discussions, because I think that the state might decide to also issue cuts. So if that's the case, then it could double the cut. So just I just put it on the table for further discussions, because we've already downsized based on what the money we have left to do that. So I just caution moving forward with this project. But again, I'm just here to say that we are willing to work with the budget team and the committee that has been established. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few on Zoom. We'll start with Rob. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Trying to make this as quickly as possible, but I'm going to speak to Colin first. Colin, I used to think that I was the best writer in the world until I met you, and I read your summaries of what's going to happen at supervisor meetings and what's going to happen after. And I listened to your speech, and again, I listened to your speech about the budget process, and I thought that is the best summation anyone could ever say. And what I recommend, though, is that you reduce that to writing and then share it with your fellow supervisors and say, do you agree with the summation of where we were and where we're going? And it would have to be a public document, but that would be the one thing that all of us could rely on. Number one, you could rely on your colleagues there together, but it would make it durable, meaning the next board, a decade from now, would know what the philosophy was, and they could adopt it, so on and so forth. And even if your summation, some of your board members don't agree, maybe they could say, hey, I don't necessarily think that this was true, what was said or whatever. Can you change it to this or that? And maybe be open to changing it, because what you're talking about is the most important thing that this Board of Supervisors has ever had to deal with. And you're doing an incredible job of cleanup that should have occurred the past 2 decades. The other thing is the strategic planning. That is really, really important. Where I get muddled on this is the supervisors have said that tourism is one of your priorities. But I want to know, what does that look like financially planning for a strategic plan, not this year, 5 years from now, 10 years? And by the way, Baker Tilly addressed some of these issues. Like, you have to look at this as a strategic plan. And I got to tell you, one of the best decisions this board ever made was to hire Baker Tilly. I am really impressed with what they did, and I hope with the summation that you had, or Colin's summation bolstered by Ignacio Velasquez's, with Baker Tilly's comments, top-notch strategic plan, but we need to reduce it to writing that you all agree to. And then finally, I have to tell you, I don't even know what agenda item I'm speaking to. But more importantly, I heard Supervisor Sotelo and Curl say they were confused.
Can we pause the clock?
He dropped.
Or did he drop off?
I think so. He's still unmuted. You're unmuted, Rob, but we can't hear you.
Should say, wait a minute,
Allow
how
him.
can we help you to
Allow him a little
understand
more.
this?
Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, no, how can we help you to understand? Because all of you supervisors have to be bold and maybe a little bit more aggressive and say,
Keep
how
going.
can I vote for this when I don't understand it? So please take that into consideration. And thank you for doing this finally. This will be your legacy. Take care.
Thank you. Next, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. Please state your name. Motorola. That's what it says on here. You need to unmute yourself on your end. There you go. One second. One second. Hello?
I think that's Barbara.
I think so.
Yeah, we could pause, yeah.
Barbara, we can barely hear you.
The sound is garbled.
Yeah, it's really tough to hear what you're saying. We didn't get your name either at the beginning.
I can try to talk louder, is that better?
That's a little better.
Okay. I'm sorry, I had bad reception. I just wanted to say that this is not based upon budgetary factors, this is a continuation of the desire to outsource the county council's office. And that should be agendized as a separate matter, a decision about whether the contract should be changed from a hybrid model to a purely outsourced model. This isn't about budgetary factors because it's not going to be saving money in the county council's office to go with the contractor instead of staff. And if it were just about the money, you could show that by an analysis to show that it would be less. Last year there was a request that there would be an analysis performed and that was never done. And yet there's still a desire to contract out the office without understanding the short-term or long-term costs of such action. But even if it did cost more to have county staff, I believe that would still be a preferable option because county staff, I believe, performs at a higher level of service. We're here day in, day out, and we also have the continuity of experience with the county issues that contractors doesn't have. And I highly suspect that any savings that you think that you may have this year won't just be eaten up by potentially the legal costs and the cost of outside counsel. I'm going to stick around here a little bit. But this action, if you take it, will show that well, actually, I should phrase it positive. You preserve the employees in the department, then it's showing that you value your county employees. And if you preserve the jobs of confidential employees, it shows that you value the confidential employees. And you don't preserve jobs when you can, or taking other actions to cut costs, then it shows that you don't really value those employees. I know that we lived through the Great Recession in 2012 with salary freezes, furloughs, et cetera, and we were able to make it through much worse budget period. Let's see, and also with the outside counsel, obviously the city hall also switched counsel a couple times now, and it can happen. What would happen if you had to switch the law firm? Total disruption for county services. You know, Curtis Long was also the low bidder when we went on bid, or burn on a fee. Other firms are more expensive, so if you have to switch, that also, in some kind of the future, and you know, the board, this happened with Transform, but if you ever had to switch in the future, it would increase costs. And this also would be incredibly disruptive to the county. You know, I urge that ad hoc to meet with the employer before a decision. Also, I think that the board should hear from the department heads about whether they even like a contract out, an office that's totally contracted out. I just hope that ad hoc considers this, position regarding the county council's office. We're only talking about 2 employees here, long-term employees, and we know the county could play big positions if it wanted to. I can't think of another department where we're actually, I'm done, losing county staff in order to keep a contractor, or then increase the time for a contractor. Thank you.
I almost concluded public comment. Joe Paul?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, Auditor Controller. Yeah, this is I agree, it's been a kind of a muddled process. You know, what to do here. But I think you know, our, the county's consultant has made it pretty clear that what should be done is, let's not worry about making all those difficult cuts, as the chair mentioned at the very beginning. Let's not worry about making those cuts at this time. Let's make those cuts after the preliminary budget has been approved. Between now and September, those any cuts that would need to be done, well, honestly, only the department heads know what cuts, where they can afford those cuts. When they take into account the institutional knowledge that might go out the door, how it affects, the unintended consequence of how it affects revenues. I know there's departments here that are gonna lose the fiscal staff to be able to continue to bill for services that are being provided by the county, and then we're not getting reimbursed by developers. That can't happen. We need to make sure that if we're gonna cut, we cut smartly. I know in the county council's office, the billing associated with illegal services, that's a very, very important part of how we get, cost plan revenue for the county. As you saw that from the, chart that was put up there, how big cost plan has been over the last 2 years. It's an enormous source of revenue to the county. That would be hampered if the county council's is not, that job of ensuring that direct costs are charged to the subvented funds, and those costs are reported for cost plan purposes, and then the cost plan is, takes those into account as it's, it does the calculation for cost plan. So that's a very, very important function. I also wanted to say that I just don't agree with the fact that subvented funds that are not affected by the budget cuts should entertain the idea of reducing positions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Reducing positions, especially since those positions, some of them maybe, could be an opportunity for general fund employees that are going to be dismissed, can fill possibly those positions. I suggest that the board decide what it likes about the recommended budget right now, because the recommended budget has a budget hole, a deficit, that we all agreed on was equal to the capital projects. And that we were, basically the way we balance the budget, the preliminary budget thus far, is that we just simply suspend those projects until we could logically and slowly consider the cuts that will need to be made, but that the departments would have a voice in those cuts so that they ensure that, revenues aren't going to be affected. That's, I think should be a #1 priority for the county. And two, that institutional knowledge doesn't go out the door. And three, that if these cuts are to take place, that there's some semblance of succession. I think it's very, very important that each department do this, even in the face of major budget cuts. I would suggest that whatever changes that you would make at this time, or that you agree to, that you let staff know to make those changes and prepare an amended budget for consideration for approval of this preliminary budget. Because remember, the budget goals, as stated, will be to, hey, we approve a budget right now that will ensure 10% general fund balance is maintained. What is the other item, Steve? That and then over time, over the next 3 months, we ensure that 15% level is brought back to place. So that's my recommendation that I would make to the board. And that we continue this on Wednesday, and that we not recess any day until this is complete. Thank you.
One more.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Slavich, County Assessor. I concur with Joe Paul's recommendations. They're really good. I would just like to mention that, I was part of that task force, and, there was really no mention at that time that there were going to be any layoffs whatsoever. And back in 2012, when the budget crisis was much worse than it is now, everybody had a chance to discuss, what we were going to do back then. And we did layoffs, but we did them in September, not now. I think it's a little premature. My recommendation would be to hold off on the three people that you're recommending to cut. We deal with Shirley Murphy a lot in our office. She's invaluable. Assessment appeals, we have some big ones coming up with Amazon. She's a big part of that, and you're looking at $400 or $500 million assessments, and they're going to come in with their attorneys. So it's going to be a battle. Also, Shirley's really helps me with the Williamson Act, which is really crucial. And she's, I've been working with her for over 20 years, and she's really just a world of knowledge. Regarding the assessor's budget, I think there were 3 positions. Actually, we have 4 because we have an assessment clerk that's really vacant and frozen now. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. I have an accounting appraiser tech, which is kind of crucial to the office. Other thing that wasn't mentioned is I have grant fundings restricted. I think as of June 30th, 2024, I had $330,000. By the end of this fiscal year, I'll probably have close to $170,000 that I would like to use, for any positions in the office. The other thing that was not mentioned was temporary positions, and I don't know if those are really affected. I have 5 temporary positions in the assessor's office, which are very important. I also have 1 temporary position in GIS, which is critical to that department as well. So, the other thing, I projected 6% growth. If I experience any of these cuts, it might be difficult to get that 6%, and definitely for future years, the assessment growth will be affected as well. So, thank you.
Anyone else? That concludes public comment.
So,
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, County Counsel.
Just a very short comment, if I may.
Yes, of course.
I did want to say, Shirley mentioned that I had indicated that the hybrid model worked, and I would like to verify with the county that, and the board, that it does work. And that both Shirley and Ella have been very cooperative. As you know, we're independent contractors. It puts us in a little different position than a normal department head. I don't feel that I completely supervise these employees, but when I was appointed pursuant to the contract, both Ella and Shirley were very cooperative and helped me become acclimated, shared their historical knowledge with me. So I just wanted to say that while we don't make any policy recommendations ever, and I'm not doing so now, I'm simply saying that if the board decides to move forward, at minimum, direct HR to work with these 2 employees to see if there are other opportunities in the county for them. That's all.
And that would be taking us to 1:30. We're looking at having to make a decision on breaking for lunch, continuing. What would be recommendation from staff, board? Just want to put that out there because at some point we have to take a break, perhaps come back.
I feel terrible saying this, but I would love like a 30-minute break to go grab something to eat. Recharge my battery a little bit.
Appreciate that. What's appropriate being appropriate from an HR standpoint? We have employees who will be, what are the breaks and all that sort of stuff. I just want to make sure that we're,
The staff that are here, I think, are exempt. I think there are other staff that are here in the audience. I don't know how what their time is, if they've got release time from their departments. I'm not sure. Oh, you're on your own time? Yeah, we have staff that are on their own time as well. So,
does 30 minutes sound like a good amount of time? I'm seeing, just going up and head nodding.
Is it really realistic? I mean, if everybody's hungry as I am too, I mean, I would say 45 minutes, really. You gotta
I'm
go get
survey
something
the
to eat,
audience as
eat it.
well, trying to, 45 minutes, we'll be back in 45 minutes at 2:15.
Mr. Chair, before we close off, I do want to make sure, we had, the last speaker, mentioned some cuts to his department. I want to go back and make sure it's clear that all of that previous is not what this, so far, this board has approved. So we had talked just from the ad hoc perspective as a recommendation and the team, not the other issues, the other items. And the presented.
And we're coming back for comments and questions, that's
I
the
just
whole
want to
point.
say, as everybody goes off for lunch.
And since he went, I just, if anyone else, 45 minutes, we'll be back, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you, everybody. We've returned from our break. It is now 2:17 p.m. We'll continue with the June 9th special meeting of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. And we left off after the section 1, and we will be moving to the consent agenda now. And so I would just ask if there are any items that supervisors would like to pull, unless I'm missing something.
Do we not get to ask any questions? Or are we going right on to consent?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I apologize. That's my bad. Totally forgot. Yep. So, no, we'll continue with discussion, questions and discussion on the proposed budget, and then we would move on to consent. So, my bad, Supervisor. A lot going on this morning. Supervisor Curl, would you like to start? Yep.
Sure. I was told I need to put a smile on my face. I'm way too serious right now, so this is me smiling. Enjoy it while you see it. Now with that giggle, let's move on to my questions. Okay, so I'm going to go back to one of the things that was presented in the information from the last budget meeting and this budget hearing. And that is fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. First of all, I want to thank all of the staff, all the departments, everyone that has had to work with this through this. Thank you, Baker Tilly. Oh my gosh. So excited to see your presentation. Helps put perspective into where we need to be going. So thank you. But I'm just let's get down to just some basics. In the presentation where it says recommended budget, this is on page 17 of the PowerPoint presentation. It shows the governmental funds budget and the general fund budget. It shows the adopted 24-25, and it shows the recommended 25-26. As interim CAO Ring stated, there was a conflict, one between what was adopted and what was posted on the website and information that was being handed out to staff and to individuals that were helping prepare our budget. On September 24th of 2024, we had a consent approval of our fiscal year 24-25 budget with resolution number 2024-118. There are 2 places on our county website that this budget resolution is found. One of those budget resolutions is executed by myself as the former chair, the clerk of the board, and county council. Attached to that budget are the numbers that are listed on page 17 of the governmental fund budget amounts and the general fund budget amounts of the adopted budget. However, if you go into the September 24th consent item that was passed by the Board of Supervisors in 2024, there is a budget attached that is with interim CAO Henny Ring's name on it, which is what was presented and adopted by the Board of Supervisors. That resolution is not executed on the budget that was presented to us at that meeting. It is posted on our website. It is not what matches these numbers that we've been given. The budget that's attached to that consent item from 2024 has the governmental funds budget adopted as $340,717,917. It shows the general fund budget of $119,749,630. I want to just put this on the record, because if we're going to solve a budget problem, we have to be working with the numbers that we adopted last year, or we're not comparing to the right apples. Why we have a budget with interim CAO former CAO Espinoza's name on it with different numbers, with the resolution executed by me as chair and staff, which does not match what was on the agenda in consent, is very concerning. Why do we have two budgets on our website? One is listed under county adopted budget, which is the signed resolution with the budget from former CAO Espinoza. And then we have from the other, which is, I believe, finance and budget. It's another website from our website, making sure I have that right. It has an unsigned resolution with the actual budget that was attached to that consent item. I just want to start there, because if we're going to start to solve the problem, we got to start with what information is factual. I'm going to go through some of my notes because I have a lot, and I'm going to try really hard to do this as quickly as possible because there was so much. I will say I was very confused by today's presentation. I understand some of my colleagues are confused too. I felt like we got a CAO recommended budget, we got an ad hoc recommended budget, and we got a budget team recommended budget, and I got really confused. What budget are we actually talking about? So with that said, I'm just going to move on with my questions. And my questions come from are we right now, because it sounded like we're cutting 3 positions in the recommended budget, but we're bringing back all of the other positions except for frozen positions and positions that were vacant from being removed. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
You want me, I can answer, sure. And anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a CAO recommended budget, which dates back to May 30th, I believe was the date. And then the 2 other sets of recommendations, those are essentially discussion points for amending the CAO budget if desired.
Okay.
So,
okay,
yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, so then I'm gonna make some recommendations. I'm just gonna go through my recommendations based on that statement. I am gonna agree with some of our speakers today and our department heads that we shouldn't be looking at any cut positions until we have a better handle on our budget. I do understand that freezing positions is needed. I think exemptions should be made, but should be brought to the board for any exemptions for frozen positions. We kind of quasi had that conversation with some of the department heads, but I don't feel like all the department heads were informed and included in that conversation. It's like if you attended that meeting, you knew we were coming back and talking about it. If you didn't attend that meeting, you didn't know we were coming back and talking about it. So there were 4 positions that came back. I really think that that kind of needs to be cleared up. I completely agree that every department head needs to be involved in the budget, but more than just being told these are where the cuts are going to be. We need to have the departments make recommendations about, now that you see the numbers from our consultants, from staff, it appears that we do have to make cuts. There's no doubt about it. How we go about that, I think every department needs to come back. I would recommend with recommendations of what positions to cut from their departments, whether they have people in them or not, what frozen positions, all of those things should be, departments should be coming back with what we should be saying is what, a 10% budget cut? Is that what we need to do to balance the budget? And I don't agree with hurting subvented fund departments that their positions are funded by outside funding. We should not be focusing on those. We should be focusing only on general fund positions. And the reason I say that is because the state's gonna come down and the feds are gonna come down with their cuts. They're gonna have to make their own round of cuts, and we should not be pre-cutting in departments that have their own funding sources right now. Those departments should then be having to come back because they're gonna say, our revenues aren't here, so we're gonna have to make cuts, and we're gonna have to make decisions on where those cuts are, and department heads need to be the ones making those cuts. I also agree that institutional knowledge is extremely important. I do agree that we should not be earmarking any of the county council positions to be cut. I think what needs to be directed to staff, in my recommendation and opinion, is that the interim CAO, new CAO, HR director, and county council should be working together to come up with a plan of what does the county council office look like in the future, and how can we retain those historical the historical knowledge without just cutting people, and can they be in positions that can be productive and contribute to our services to the community. I completely agree with all of the speakers on the grand jury. If this doesn't show you why we need a grand jury, I don't know what does, because we're gonna lose the public trust if we don't have the grand jury actually funded and able to do what they do. We don't always agree with the grand jury. Collaboration between the department, staff, the board, and the grand jury, communication and transparency is crucial, but we cannot defund the grand jury just because we're trying to find some place to cut, when the grand jury is the one location that things can be uncovered and our public can learn to trust us again. I already mentioned about the subvented departments. If they are not general fund departments, I do not recommend that we should be freezing positions that could hurt them, especially when it comes to mental health services and services for our elderly. I'm very grateful that we have talked about our seniors and not cutting anything, not even cutting the 3%, which I am grateful for that. I have no problem getting rid of discretionary funds as a board member. I have no problem even cutting all travel for me as a board member. Just know that advocating at the state and local level will be very hard via Zoom, but it can be done. I also agree with what Supervisor Sotelo said at the last meeting, and there are family members in my life that are going to really lose their, by this comment. But I agree, if we need to cut in departments, we should be looking at cutting our salaries as elected officials, because if we are trying to show and lead by example, that example needs to come from the top down. I also am struggling with what we all agreed, and I will agree that I agreed to it, but funding a position to advise the county, the Board of Supervisors, when we had a presentation that clearly shows that we have not had our ducks in an order. I'm having a real hard time understanding why we're continuing a contract with someone to advise us that was part of this situation. I'm not gonna get into names. The other comment was about transparency. And we do need better transparency for all types of our reserves, our fund balances. If we're going into our reserves, we need to see, just like what was presented to us, how much are we going into those reserves? Which reserves are we going into? Who's making the decision? And are funds being allocated that have not been brought before the board, and the board making that decision? These are questions I have. I agree that the last 5 years, we need to see actuals versus not versus budget, but we need to see it without those one-time. Those one-time funding projects need to be completely separated, so I completely agree with the budget ad hoc on that. It has to be done. There is no reason roads should be lumped into administration. That just does not make fiscal sense to me. I don't understand the history behind it. Okay. Some of the comments that were made is that we did not come into this overnight. It's not like this problem just reared its head. This has been something that has been in the process of trying to be discovered by this board and prior boards, but unfortunately, this is decades of getting into this situation. So I agree completely that this has to happen for us to move forward and have a more transparent and fiscally responsible budget and finances. So I completely agree with some of the comments that were made by some of our speakers. I will agree that we have to reduce our fund balance for reserves. And I completely agree coming down to the 10% with over the 90 days, looking at how we bring that back up to 15%, which means we will in September have to have cuts. What those cuts look like are, in my opinion, the recommendations need to be coming from the department heads. They should not be coming from us up here. I want options brought back to us. We can do A or B, we can do C or D. Give us the options of how we can do this so that we can make informed decisions from up here. I agree that if we have to keep continuing this hearing, the only conflict I have is my niece is getting married on the 19th and I do have to get up to Washington State. But I will do whatever I can to adjust my schedule to be here for as long as these meetings need to be taken. I do agree with the assessor about how transparency in cuts, if we're going to cut staff, we have to have more discussion from departments, and that needs to be done at a department head at these meetings, at these hearings. We need to have the discussion so it's transparent not only to the public, but we understand where it's going to affect the revenues in the future. Because if we're cutting the assessor's office by 4 staff, and that's going to impact the property tax revenue for years to come, we need to be looking at those impacts. It's just common sense to me. And I appreciate the fact that the assessor did say that grant funding could help bridge that on a temporary basis. I know it's a one-time funding, but if it's something that will help us have time to get our fiscal, stuff in order, I'm trying to use nice words, then that's good. County Council, did I already talk about County Council? Have I talked? I don't think I did. County Council, I don't agree with cutting any positions from any departments right now. I think the hybrid process needs to be looked at more, and that the positions of County Council need to be looked at how they can benefit the county as a whole, whether that means in other departments, whether that means, changing kind of some of the roles, whatever that is. I think we need to look at all the options before we cut. Okay, now we get into the fun stuff. Mello-Roos is a special tax assessment that Community Facilities Act of 1983 created due to Prop 13 and the lack of revenue coming into counties. I haven't heard enough about what's the balance, how much money's coming in, where's it going? It's infrastructure, is it going to infrastructure? How are we using these funds? I need to understand that more and how that's broken down. When it comes to, I'm gonna probably end on roads, which is here. Okay, I'll end on that one. When it comes to CSAs, I made it very clear last year after the budget was adopted that if a budget came forward to us again with CSAs with negative net county costs, which means who's paying for that? If you have a negative net county cost, that means we have less revenue than expenditures. CSAs are very clearly funded by the property owners. If they are unwilling to do a Prop 218 election to increase their fees, they have to be asked, what services would you like to remove? I'm gonna give a couple of examples. I only pulled a few. CSA number 5, which is Hillcrest, El Toro. The current budget that's proposed, that's posted online, has a negative net county cost of $68,455. That's one CSA. CSA number 19, which I believe is Holiday Estates in Santa Ana, has a negative net county cost of $153,744. Why? If they don't have enough money in their reserves as a CSA, then we have to ask them what to cut. If they have enough money in their reserves, why are we not funding that as revenue transferred in from their funds? These should be net zero. CSA number 21 has a negative 21,000 and change. CSA number 23 has a negative 139,990. CSA number 51, Comstock, has a negative $142,954. CSA number 50, Dunville, has a negative $97,257. I could go on, but I'm not going to. I'm just trying to make a point. I think I made my point. I'll stop. My last item is capital improvement projects and road projects. If we are really in a fiscal crisis, we need to re-look at where we're allocating general fund dollars. And if we're cutting services to our residents, which include mental health services or include inability to fund our assessor's office to be able to actually bring in property taxes, which funds the majority of our county. We have $7 million plus in roads funds that's coming out of the general fund. Our last budget meeting, or not budget meeting, our last meeting that we had, that we were able to adopt the housing element, sixth, I think, version of the housing, I have that right? Okay, was a monumentous achievement. I can't thank this board enough for adopting that. It has opened the door to $11 million in infrastructure that would not be coming from the general fund. We need to keep that in mind when we're trying to balance a budget. Also, it brings in money for affordable housing that will be competitive, that will have to go against two other counties, but that's another topic. So if we're looking at trying to save money and save positions and ensure we have services and extend the runway of knowing what our fiscal crisis might be, because I can't even say it is, I would say that we look at our capital improvement projects, pause on some things, and I know my constituents are gonna hate me because guess what? It's just so convenient that the general funded roads, $3.4 million for Union Road from 156, which is a 3-mile stretch to the new bridge. Anybody that thinks that there isn't every single resident that would be benefiting from that being done, why can't we find funds that are not general fund dollars to make sure that that still happens? The other roads are, you know, there's 1 million and change for San Juan highway improvements and Fraser Lake Road, Shore Road, 1.8 miles and to go beyond Shore Road, and that's 2.6 million. I mean, these are the conversations we need to be having and brought to us where we're being able to say, what is our priority? Roads are a priority. Services and ensuring our revenue tax base is here is even more of a priority. That's all I have, and I'm not going to ask any more questions because I'm hoping that we will be continuing this hearing.
Supervisor Velasquez, do you have further comments?
Yeah, again, just to remind everybody, there was 3 proposals. We're talking about the budget ad hoc and the team recommendations. A lot of the conversation about other departments. It's not a conversation, as we said early on. We have to take the time to sit down with the departments and get that input, get the facts on that, because we don't have them. So I just want to remind everyone of that.
But do you have further thoughts on, I guess we're just gonna go around and come back, because there are issues to resolve here, and I guess we'll take thoughts and then hash out the differences. Supervisor Zanger?
Sure, yeah, however you want to do it. Yeah, I'm going to try to keep this as simple as possible, just because I guess it's been a little complicated, so I'm going to try to simplify it and just give my my recommendations, I suppose. And so I appreciate the clearing up that happened with Supervisor Curro and the chair, as far as we have our CAO recommended budget, then we sort of have the budget team recommendations and the budget ad hoc recommendations as discussion points to either incorporate or modify or drop. And so the way I see it is sort of like layers on this. And so I'll just say support the budget team's recommendation, which it's on page 96 or slide 96. Really quickly, it's to approve a preliminary budget with the following items. Add all positions currently filled back in the fiscal year 25-26 budget to defer capital projects through September and eliminate prior ARPA projects with the exception of the communications project. A closer look at revenue collection moving forward. Segregating big ticket items from administration. An agreement that freezing step increases is not logical. And examine such as community corrections partnerships, AB 109 funding. So I'd support those budget team recommendations, and then layered on top of that, I would support the recommendations from the budget ad hoc additionally, and I think in the one, I would say there's one instance where they conflict, and that's regarding the filled positions with the elimination of the 3 positions, and I would support the budget ad hoc's recommendation to eliminate the 3 positions. But I am fine continuing this meeting as long as it takes. I'm fine coming back Wednesday and the day after, and as long as we need to iron this stuff out to get a good board consensus here as far as we can. And that's it. Just can keep it really simple.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Okay, I have quite a few questions and points of clarification, and I kind of rushed through it last time, and then there was some fallout, and so I'm just going to take the time and ask. I'll go as quickly as I possibly can. Prop 172, I saw in our slides, and even from the first budget meeting that we had, we're now taking them out, and they're being put into different departments. And I was just curious, how did we determine the percentage of funding that was going into the different departments that they were going to receive?
I could answer that. So it included, we evaluated each division's operating, net county operating expense, and based on that, it was a percentage. So it included the DA, fire, the jail, and sheriff operations. So it included 4 divisions that were, it's based on the net county revenue, their expenditures.
Okay, so, but I mean, how did you come up with like what departments it was going to be and how that breakdown? I mean, was it just kind of like, okay, we're gonna?
No, we presented preliminary options to the ad hoc initially on different ways we could allocate the Prop 172, and then we made a recommendation to include one of the options to funnel it out that way.
Okay, so it was a presentation made to the ad hoc committee or ad hoc group, and they then decided or made the recommendation of what to fund, what percentage? Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
The percentage was a recommendation from staff, but it came in the form of.
But it was adopted essentially from the ad hoc committee?
No.
No?
No, not at all. All we've said in the past was figure out a way to divide up the 172 funds fairly for the different departments. That's all the only conversation.
I just think there's been so much public kind of outcry and frustration around Prop 172 that I saw that it was done differently, and okay, great, but how was it done? How did we decide what department was getting what percentage? And I think it just would be a good, this is where I think that having these conversations as a full board is beneficial, because I didn't know where this came from, and it's been a really big sticking point with the community. And so I just feel like this is one of those items that would be really great being brought forward and kind of really being very transparent about, okay, how much is it that we receive? Okay, let's look at all the departments that we could look at. Okay, how are we going to fund each one? So I would recommend that we spend a little bit of time on that. I know we have so many things to work on, but it just has been kind of a big point. And that's why I think that the ad hoc committee it gets us into trouble, because then you're blamed for things that we all, like, and I'm not saying, no, I know. And I'm not saying that I'm blaming you. I'm just saying it's easily that, oh, okay, it was just the ad hoc committee. And that's why I think it's important that we all are part of this process and conversation so that things don't get left out. I had some questions regarding impacts of staffing cuts, but I'm gonna hold off on those comments because it sounds like now we're not talking about that. It was interesting there was listed as increased healthcare costs in juvenile hall that was going to be covered by one-time revenue, but I'm just curious, how come it didn't show under corrections and jail? Because that would have been the larger piece of that healthcare.
For juvenile hall, they budget, and I think Lorraine is here, yeah. They budget under it, under their fund, the 411. So they are including, we're talking about probation or jail.
It looks like Lorraine is shaking her head in the back.
Yes, please.
And of the new contract, probation covers 16%, and the remaining is to be covered by the sheriff's office. But Lorraine could answer some of the board. Good afternoon. So I think what we're talking about is our new contract that
Yes,
we're going to
yes.
cover the youth. And the contract falls under the sheriff's department.
Okay.
And we pay a portion of that for services for the youth in the facility, and it is a 16%. That is an additional cost that we had to encumber when we received the RFP. So that is why there's an increase in the cost.
Okay.
And I know that later, we're gonna go back to the sheriffs and we're gonna start talking about the percentage.
Okay.
Because in the past, it was high, it was at a 16% because years and years and years and years before my time, it was agreed upon because there was more youth in the facility than there was people at the jail. So now things have reversed.
Okay.
So we're gonna look at that, but it is a new contract to cover
Okay.
health services for the youth.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would just assume that there would have been an increase on the jail and correction side as well for the healthcare costs at the jail. Am I right?
That's gonna be further
And so it was just
discussion.
interesting that it was included for the youth service center, but it was not included for the jail. It was just kind of why it was a red flag for me when we listed, decreases and increases. That should have been an increase, I would have thought, but maybe not. Was it just kind of left out on accident?
Yeah, it should have been.
Okay.
probably
Okay, it was just a red
looked at
flag for
this-
me, just because I sat on that RFP review panel, and so I was just aware of that one, so thought it was interesting. Can we do the library expansion for $9.1 million? A reduction to the county portion, I know we're proposing kind of a reduction. Is that acceptable, or do we potentially risk losing funding for the library expansion as a whole? And I don't know that we have an answer, but it's something that I'm thinking about as we go through this and we talk about cutting. What does that do to that grant?
We don't have an answer, and we haven't reached out to the state yet because it was just a recommendation that came, but I don't know if Steve has any further information on how a reduction. I know that there has been expenditures currently, they've been working with the team, but I'll defer to Steve on what a reduction would do to the project.
Good afternoon, Board. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. And yes, regarding the library, where we're at is we spent, I think, approximately $700,000 total on the design that provides a scope that was based on the $15 million grant, right? And so we'd have to, number one, go back to that design and somehow downscope it to be a $9 million project. That's number one. And so we'd have to go through that process. And as Dulce correctly noted, another tricky part is what does the state think about all this, right? And are they gonna want to, because our grant was based on, I think, about 12 different items occurring for the library. Obviously, those would not all occur if we cut the budget from 15 million down to 9 million. So once, I think over the next month or two, till September, when we all decide what's gonna happen to that project, then we'll have to approach the states. And I think we need a clear request to the state one way or another if we're gonna change the scope. So we might wanna wait till we go through that.
So we were getting approximately about 10 million in grant funding from the state for the library,
Correct.
right? And I mean, I understand we've spent 700,000. So would they then alter how much potentially they're going to give us for that grant? Like they would give us less because our matching or our portion that we would be contributing would be less.
Right, so yeah, you're exactly right, we're rounding.
Okay.
But let's just say the state was giving us 10 million, it's a tiny bit less, but yeah, they were gonna give us 10 million and the county was gonna match 5 million to be a $15 million project. So as we shrink the project down to 9, theoretically, they would provide 6 million and the county would provide 3 million. We're essentially paying a third of the project and they're paying 2/3. if that
Okay.
answers your question.
Okay, I appreciate that. There was a comment made earlier, I think it was about unfunding, I believe it was you, Supervisor Kosmicki, unfunding the library project. And I was just, what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so I think in general, the concept was whatever we can do to hold off on unfund, so you're taking that money out of the budget for 25, 26. If there's a way to find funding at some point, let's either we realize that these calculations in the budget are off, or there's other grant opportunities, other funding opportunities. But at this point, we're in a situation where we have serious reductions that we're looking at, essential services, and we have to make challenging decisions. And if that means putting off the library project or not doing the library project, frankly. But unfunding it would mean pausing it for now at least. The other option, and Manny's coming up, I appreciate that, is I think what Steve was explaining, that is, and this is good conversation, is reducing the scope of the project and making it work essentially financially in a way that fits into the budget. Manny?
Mr. Chair, I had to come up because I wanted to chime in, because I think that there's going to be a point where we either built it or we don't. Because can we build a functional, we're supposed to be building a new functionally better library. Are we going to be able to build it with $9 million? So that's one question. Secondly, if there are budget cuts for staffing, they translate to operations. So how do if we do an expansion and we don't have the staff to do it, then, there's got to be some correlation between the two. So I just throw it out, but I think that at some point we have to have a discussion. Is $9 million going to be sufficient to build something that's going to be contribute to the community? That's my only point.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It just, there was a comment made that we can't stop doing roads, but we can unfund the library. And it's difficult for me to kind of come to terms with that. I think both are incredibly important. And I just wish that we would spend a little bit of time on what both of those things kind of mean, what it means to our community, and really get the feedback from our community on what they would like. I know everybody is up in arms about the roads, but what does the community think about, here we were promising this $15 million library expansion, and now we're just going to potentially give it up. So I'd like to have more conversation with the community about that. Are we, in one of the recommended budgets, I see we were $25,000 for branding of Pinnacles. Are we not doing that now?
That's not being recommended.
Okay, I just want to say that, Pinnacles is always full. I think that when you're in your car and you're driving here, it says Pinnacles Highway. I think there is a lot of branding and publicity for Pinnacles. It is always full. What we need as a board need to figure out is how to tap into the people that are visiting Pinnacles, and how do we get them to spend money in our county and in our city. I realize the city doesn't benefit, that those sales tax dollars don't per se benefit us, but them coming and staying here and eating here and shopping here really, really is a benefit to us. And so I would like more thought and care as we move into that realm. I just thought I would say that. There was mention of not funding the RCD for $25,000. Is that being considered or not considered?
That didn't come from the budget ad hoc.
No, it was on the CAO's recommended. So I'm not sure. That's why this is a little bit confusing to me. What are we recommending and not recommending? Because
RCD was historically funded through the Economic Development Fund, which was recommended to eliminate.
That wasn't explained to us at all during the process, so
Okay.
we've given no opinion on RCD, and it was never presented to us that RCD would be taken out if we took out economic development.
Okay, I would encourage us to continue funding that. I think that it's a wonderful display of kind of that public-private partnership. There's incredible benefits. If we're not going to fund it, I just think that we should be having conversations with RCD regarding the cuts and the impacts to the community. One of the things that I think solution may be working towards, and I know we've talked about it, but maybe we need to make it happen a little quicker, is looking at our impact fee structure to kind of help with those ongoing expenses. I realize we may not be able to do all of it, but maybe start with departments that bring in more revenue or potentially have a greater impact. I think that should be brought back so that we're at least covering our costs on some of that. I agree we need a corrective action plan so we don't deplete the reserves. I agree with Supervisor Curro. I think we need to be looking at that HCD 11 million for infrastructure use for roads and to balance our budget opposed to the layoffs. Under the Board of Supervisor budget, I will reiterate what Supervisor Curro just said, and I would be all for getting rid of the senior executive to the Board of Supervisors. I believe there was negligence over that position for 5 years, and that's led us to the budget issues that we have. I agree with everybody here so far that I'd like to see us move to a quarterly budget, and review and forecast, helping us stay on track, making good decisions. Okay, so, and kind of a point of clarification I'd like to understand, and I just asked you this on the library, but I'm gonna ask because this is now, we're looking at ARPA, explaining the difference between unfunding ARPA versus eliminating ARPA, and if the funds are used to balance the budget for this year, how will we get those previous projects completed if we are unfunding them? You mentioned we're not eliminating them, we're unfunding them, but if we use that balance to balance our budget, will we ever get those previous projects that were approved completed? Please, somebody please help me understand that one,
I can chime in.
please.
We've got to make difficult decisions. And if we keep saying yes to everything, we're just going to keep going down the same path of heading toward bankruptcy. I mean, what I keep hearing here is, I want to keep everything in the budget. And we're all going out on a limb and saying, you know, our budget is headed toward a catastrophe if we don't do something about it now. Potentially, we still have to get a good handle on this budget situation, but to at least pause those projects for now until we have that handle on the budget. And hopefully it looks better in September than it does now, but to pause those projects, to unfund them in the 25-26 budget so that we have a little more flexibility and breathing room. We don't have to look at it as such draconian cuts. We don't have to go forward with the full list of layoffs between now and September until we figure out where we're at, and then reassessing.
Okay,
and
thank
taking a
you for
look
that
at potential.
clarification. I would suggest if we have to do something, again, for me, it would be to unfund the roads at this point and keep all of our positions and our previous commitments to hold to those. We have $11 million potentially that we just heard from HCD that is available to us for infrastructure. We could take that 11 million and we could put those towards roads, and we could have a balanced budget with being able to keep our employees and be able to fulfill our previous obligations. I completely disagree with eliminating the PIO position. I think we've made huge strides with this community regarding engagement, transparency. I think we've increased the conversation and transparency, and I don't want to see us go backwards. And I think that, yes, a lot of this one time has gotten us into trouble, but I really appreciated the Baker Tilly presentation today, looking at baseline expenditures and baseline revenues, very telling. So thank you so much for that very informative presentation. I'm in favor of adopting an interim spending plan budget just so that we can keep working on this. And I, as well, I'm not in favor of cutting the positions in county council. I just don't think that that's necessary at this time. And I agree with Supervisor Curro in no freezing or layoffs for the subvention departments. It doesn't make sense at this time. So I can, let's see, regarding the team recommendations, I could agree to that, to add all the positions currently filled back in. However, I would include the 3 positions that you were suggesting to cut. I don't agree with deferring the capital projects, or we could defer the capital projects, not eliminate the ARPA projects. Like I said, I would rather see us do the roads because we know that we can backfill that in with that 11 million coming from HCD. I agree with the closer look at revenue collection. I absolutely agree with the segregating the big ticket items from the administration budget. I'm not sure what Examine Community Corrections Partnership AB 109 funding is. That is not our county general fund money. So I would suggest that if you're gonna have those conversations, you really start working with that committee in a real partnership. I don't think that some of our past actions have been taken very well by that committee, and this is not just a committee that is of county employees. This is you know, the police chief is there. You've got multiple agencies, and so it really is a partnership. So if you want to start having those conversations, I think it'd be wise to meet with them and start understanding what it is that that money is for, and really start a relationship with them. I'm in favor of ending the vacancy budgeting. The hiring freeze, I could get behind. However, I don't agree that we should be doing a hiring freeze. I think they really should be kind of coming to us on a one by, you know, if we're, any departments that are affecting revenue, I think we need to be incredibly careful right now, and I don't agree with it for subvention. On the nonprofit grant program, that $30,000, that's fine. We didn't end up giving it out this year. We never really fell through on that. We didn't end up doing anything with it. Senior service organizations at status quo, does that include the 3% increase year over year, or are we?
We wouldn't be doing the 3%.
You would not be doing the 3%?
That's at least,
well, it looked like there was a
3% reduction, so we, go ahead if you want to clarify, Dulce.
The recommendation does include a 3% reduction, but my understanding is there's a desire to leave it, the allocation, the same as this year, without an increase.
Okay, so just staying like no increase, no decrease, just exactly the same. Okay, I can get behind that. I'm totally fine with eliminating the supervisor discretionary allocations. Same with the supervisor's travel. Let's see. The hemp program, that's fine. And again, I disagree with the elimination of the PIO and the 2 positions at County Council's office. So I think I answered everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve, can you come up, please? I had a question for you. Thanks, Steve. So the discussion about the roads, I think some of us have made it clear where we stand on not wanting to push off road projects. We understand the HCD potentially, our housing element is not in compliance quite yet, so we don't even, there's no guarantee. First, we have to get fully in compliance. The state has to rubber stamp that. Hopefully it's a rubber stamp. And then there's a grant process. It was told that we probably would have the $11 million available. Do we have any idea how quickly that may happen to be able to have access to the $11 million?
So just last week, that grant fund, as you correctly identified it, they put together an action plan, HCD did, presented that to, I don't know if it was the federal government or whoever provided the funding, but it was approved. So what that means is, to answer your question, in the spring of 2026, so about 8 months from now, we can start going through the process where we have to identify roads that help with flooding or flood areas, i.e. like Fraser Lake Road is in a flood zone. So that's a potential project we can submit. There's no guarantee that they're going to approve, but there's criteria for the 11 million. And 2 million has to be used directly for roads that were impacted by the 2023 storms. So the whole Lover's Lane area, or perhaps the area that near San Juan Bautista, there's some flooding over there that occurred near an RV park. So those 2 primary areas, 2 million of the funds have to be used for those areas. The other 9 million, we have to show that they provide some help in an emergency, i.e. Fraser Lake Road does flood, and it's in an emergency evacuation route for staff, or not for staff, for residents exiting the county. So we could present that and say Fraser Lake Road floods during the floods event, and so therefore we would submit that for the consideration for the other 9 million. Union Road, which is also one of the listed $7 million roads, we would have to present that to HCD and say, when residents are trying to evacuate in a fire or in an earthquake, folks would have to access Union Road to 156 to exit the city and present that. So it's not just a blank check is what I'm getting at. But it is very likely that for our county, $11 million is designated no other county, no other city can use that as long as we meet the criteria for the
Right,
grant.
but we would start a process of applying for the money in spring of '26, so we would lose this entire construction season and potentially next construction season is what I'm potentially hearing.
Potentially.
Putting off kicking the can on the roads for 2 more years, and I am absolutely unequivocally against that, is what I was getting at, because if you pull the $7 million, we're not doing any roads this summer, basically, aside from the SB1 projects that were just discussed.
Well, yes, we still have
That were
SB1,
being
we still have
discussed.
Measure G, that is correct, but the other 7 million would not occur, obviously, if that's the direction of the board, so.
Okay, I just want to delineate the lines of priorities on this board, that there are some of us that see the roads as a top priority, and there's others that compare the roads to the library. And I'm on the side of, we cannot kick the can down the road any further with roads. We are decades behind. The road construction projects need to be built into our budgets. We can't just keep making excuses and saying we don't have enough money to fix our roads. Our residents are not going to appreciate that. They are not going to agree with that. My job is to represent the constituents. And when I went door to door and I talked to thousands of residents, I went through my district as many times as anybody in recent history, I guarantee that. And 90% plus of the people in my district, the roads were the #1 concern, along with the fast pace of growth. We can't just put aside the constituents' priorities in difficult, challenging times. This is a structural deficit problem that we need to fix. That's just one. So I appreciate, and I wasn't bringing you up to, I just wanted clarification that we would have to wait a year, or probably a year, or potentially 2 years, and the money wouldn't be guaranteed. We'd be rolling the dice on, would we even be able to do the projects potentially because of the contracting issues if we just sort of relied on the $11 million potential dollar amount in the summer of '26 into the fall?
So the criteria is to have the project approved, you have to have design plans, and you have to have environmental clearance. So they could be built a year from now, so to speak, or next spring, because those projects would be ready to be built. Now, the grant, we've just last week, they said, here's the general approval of the $11 million. So now there's gonna go into details as the next step. So I have to be careful what I say. There is potential they can get built next spring, but the grant has to be developed a little bit more. They have to go to the next step, is like, these are all the steps you need to implement to have the roads or your infrastructure approved, and that, we're not at that step yet. So the answer is maybe.
Yeah.
We'll have the designs ready, we'll have the environmental clearance ready by next spring, obviously.
Yeah, and what I'm getting at is that these are roads of, we've already kicked the can down the road for decades, and then even when we started this process of setting aside money, $28 million, we kicked the can down the road a few more years here now, and we're talking about Union Road, which is extraordinarily dangerous. We're talking about lives that could potentially be lost if we don't fix that road. We're talking about San Juan Highway next to a high school where students' lives could be lost if we don't fix that road. And we're talking about Fraser Lake Road where people use it as a highway now because Highway 25 is congested. We can't. This is not an option for me. So for me, the roads are my top priority. I know I'm facing a lot of employees in the audience here today, but I'm gonna be honest that the roads are my top priority. It's what I committed to doing here as a supervisor, and it's gonna remain my top priority. The CCP, all we had asked for in the budget team discussion was to request there be a discussion on ensuring that if there's any way to prevent unspent, and I think I'm okay with you, Steve, unspent dollars from not being used, basically, that are just kind of sitting there and they're not, because of hiring, and sometimes you can hire certain people, they don't get hired. And there was a concern expressed in the room about potentially not efficiently using those dollars and having those dollars sort of sit on the sideline. If that's an issue, it was just a recommendation to push that over for CCP to have that discussion about how can we, and this was department heads, you saw the names, there was a consensus that, hey, let's at least urge them to look at this. Let's at least have the discussion about how we can better, ensure that these dollars aren't being left on the sideline. As far as Prop 172, those dollars are all allocated. So if you want to shift around Prop 172 dollars, all you're doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul. And you're talking about robbing the sheriff's office and probation to pay Paul. So we have the dollars that we're going to be looking at tomorrow. I'm not going to go in depth, but we're looking at a contract, and I think we're okay. All I'm getting at with CCP is that there's not money available. It's not like a pot of money is sitting there to be used. The money is all being used. You're just basically shifting it from one public safety department to another if you're interested in doing that. I'm not. I think, the allocations are what they are. And then I want to say first and foremost, we do still need to get a better handle on this budget as a whole. I don't, as much as I have lauded Baker Tilly's work, I think we as a county still have work to do in analyzing some of the expenditures. We haven't had that line item by line item sort of detailed look at the budget yet, which I'm hoping we can do between now and September. And I will say I think it's pretty clear when you look at the actual spending, which is in the mid 80s, 87 million, I've seen 85, 86, 87, and you look at the revenue, it's very clear that we do have to look at reductions and structurally reducing the budget as a whole. There's no way around that. That's the one thing about this budget that I do know. We just don't know exactly what that number looks like. What I will say is $107 million still doesn't seem right to me. And I guess if there's anybody that can answer that question, because I haven't really had that answered even yet. What is the logical, are there 2 or 3 things we can point to? Even, I hate to put you on the spot, Budget Officer Dulce Alonso, are there 2 or 3 things we can point to? We've just cut $10 million from a budget. The actuals in 24-25 were around $85 million. Okay, we just cut $10 million from general fund expenditures. I understand there were some more capital outlay in 25-26 that explains a portion of it. But again, some of that's rollover. The roads are rolled over from 24-25. So what explains this level of a jump in the general fund budget, just without going into every single line item?
Right, so substantial expenditures in this year budget do include an increase in our liability and workers' compensation, and that accounts for approximately 1.4 million. We have pension increase. We also have.
What was the number for that?
I don't have that off.
Okay. Think that's something we'll need?
Yeah, I can get the exact number. And then there's big ticketed capital projects carryover too, and that's included here, but those are some of the big tickets items offhand.
Right, but there was $20 million in 24-25, and then there was 28 in 25-26, so I get the 8 million, but how do you go from 85 to 117 and then bring it down to 107? All I'm pointing out is I think we still have work to do in understanding this budget, and I don't know if you have any.
Mr. Chair, if I could
Go
say,
ahead.
We're trying to solve the budget right now. We shouldn't be, because there's too many unanswered questions. We talked about working as a full board, and the process is, first off, what are your revenues? Let's be very clear on those revenues, and that should be our first meeting. What exactly is our reserves? What exactly are the high ticket items, so we can set those aside, pull them out of the budget? What are we expecting for revenue? How do we increase that revenue? So we got to start with the conversation, the revenue. We're trying to solve everything right now, guys, and we're not going to solve anything. We can spend another 3-4 hours here, I'll tell you right now. We're not going to get anywhere, because we keep putting things right back in. Once you get understanding your numbers of what your revenues are and what the reserves are, because again, early on I kept asking, what are our reserves? And there was no clear answer. And that's, I think, one of the things that really panicked me, that there was not a clear answer to that. I know the work that's been done is helping us, but once we understand our numbers, we pull out the one-time items that were into the budget, put them aside, then we could start working through the departments. Because the first thing we have to solve are the departments. And I agree, those that are funded outside of the general fund, we shouldn't even be bogging that down anymore. That's just more weight on our backs right now. We know how that's funded from state, federal. Let them do their things unless it's gonna hit the general fund. Then we go back and we start with each department and we see what it takes to function. I was very happy to hear this conversation about what we could do with the attorneys and how there is a hybrid that seems to be working. I want more information on it. I can't make decisions without information I don't have. But if we can start going from department to department and taking the time, quality time with them, we can start getting a better answer, and we can see if there's ideas they have that we can start to cut if we have to cut still. And again, that's the big question. Do we still have to cut once we go through all of this? Then we can start the better decision process. But at the same time, there are items that are clear that need to be addressed. You know, the cutting of travel training, those are things we need to, because those are easy things we need to take care of now and not just keep putting it off. I think it's important steps. So my point is, again, department by department, once we know our revenues, then we can have good, strong discussions. If we just keep throwing everything back in, we're not gonna get anywhere. And then we're gonna have the constant, I wanted this, you didn't want this. That's not what this is about. This is about how do we keep functioning as a county and keep the departments moving, because we've heard it time and time again. You cut certain departments, we're not gonna get the revenue. We don't get the revenue, then we gotta cut more, we lose more revenue. So where do we start? Who are the big generating income departments that we can work with to make sure we're going on the right path there? And I'm certain they all have ideas on how to even generate more revenue and how we could do it. What tools do they need to do it right? But I'm gonna go back to the team recommendations, the ad hoc recommendation. But the one thing I'm gonna stay solid on, one-time monies is how we got ourselves in trouble here. I saw it, and as soon as I saw the numbers, it was very clear to me what happened. Then we had to take that apart to start to get a better handle on it. This is what causes the problems. One-time monies become, we have monies all year. I can't support continuing to spend $200,000 for a PIO. That was funded through ARPA, and it is what it is. That's $200,000. Guys, we have to find a better way to get information out. I'm sure there's a lot of ways we can do that, but we gotta be honest with ourselves. So the recommendation for the team, the recommendation for ad hoc, were very basic. They didn't talk about, in these groups, cutting funding from the grand jury or all these other places, because we're not there yet. Your numbers from that made actually a lot of sense. It reflected the money they did not spend. It reflected the cost for travel and food that we made cuts. That's how you came to your number, which makes sense. But we still got to get there in a sit-down conversation.
Just to clarify that, the cut in the grand jury budget, can you explain that, Dulce? Because that's not, we didn't specifically make any recommendations on the grand jury. We did make recommendations on cutting travel training.
For across the board, for all departments. So we had made reductions based on actuals on where they were and reduced some of their budgetary units. After that, we went in and just reduced the travel and the other travel training by 50%, and that resulted in significantly reducing their budget.
What were the other?
Well, let me
Go
just
ahead,
finish.
sorry.
And add to this is, when we find out that $600,000 has been spent on food, what does that mean? How does that happen? Well, yeah, we all get hungry. I had to run to Taco Bell to get my lunch, but this is taxpayers' money, and I think, from what I'm seeing, a comfort level has set in over the years, and it's just, okay, bring food, do this, do that, or have an event, let's bring food, let's pay for that. Well, we got to be careful in what we're doing to make sure we're taking care of this budget. And again, we're going to find out through going through these steps, once we solve expenses, then we can say, okay, this is fair if you provide lunch for this or that. But right now, we know what the hits are. We just got to start to address them. And I would say for all of us here, we're not going to get the answer in one day. And what I would recommend is when we meet, we should have planned for one department towards the end of the meeting to have the discussion. One at a time, to take our time to do this right. We have up till September.
Right.
And
But
we
in the
need to do this.
In the meantime, though, do we want to have a discussion today about giving direction to staff on a placeholder budget, trying to come to consensus on the details within?
Well, I believe we have to give a number. Is that what I heard today? And then we're going to continue the meetings?
No.
Or
just pause, please. Go ahead. The recommendation was to approve a placeholder budget with the positions that were added back in. We still would have those detailed discussions here. You just expressed your thoughts on the PIO position. But it would basically be unfunding the recommendation from, we have to move forward in some sense here, because otherwise we're just talking all day. So we have to give staff direction to go refine the budget in some sense, or to just continue the item for more discussion, but we have to have goals and objectives. And for me, I feel like we should be coming out of this meeting with a recommendation for staff to go refine the budget, because it seems like we have some basic objectives to address here, which is, do we pass a placeholder budget? The positions, the board rescinded the layoffs, so those positions would be added back in. There would be a question mark of whether to agree or disagree with the budget ad hoc's recommendation on the 3 other positions. And then there would be a consideration of whether to move forward and unfund capital projects. And I think to take a close look at all those one-time expenditure allocations in the 25-26 budget, including the IT infrastructure that I mentioned, and those are just decisions that we are ultimately going to have to make when we come back for a final budget approval, or we come back, I would say, at least once in between. That's what I was saying. Give staff time, give them a recommendation, let them do the budget work, bring that new recommended budget back, and then we hash through it one more time at least before a final adoption. So we would just have to go through that checklist of, okay, how does each board member feel about the positions that were recommended? How does each board member feel about RCD, which was brought up by Supervisor Sotelo? And how does each board member feel about whether the roads stay in or not? And I think we can come out of today with at least something to work with, and it's not final. We just come back and then have more discussions and move forward in some sense the next time we meet. But we have to give staff time. They can't do this overnight. I can tell you, Dulcie, I know you'll speak to this. If we're gonna give her something today, she's not gonna have something tomorrow for us to just further discuss. That's not how it's gonna work, basically. But Steve, you had something.
But maybe by Thursday morning at 8. No, I'm kidding. So I would love to keep all 30 of you that have spoken here happy somehow if I could find a way. The key to me is that you're starting with $17 million, about $18 million in available reserves that you have to plan with going into 26. You got $79 million, which we feel pretty good about, at least based on the information we have today about what your projected revenues are. If we're going to try to manage this in such a way that makes sure that we have 10% of operating costs available for reserves at the end, that would try to target around $8.8-ish million of reserves. That means your expenditures need to be brought down from 107 to 85 from where it is today. That's a lot, and I get that. But the way that you might be able to move forward, and I wish I could come up with something much more elegant than this, but maybe this is just what's been thinking, that if we're trying to manage to that, then what you do is an option that I've seen other agencies do is that you prescribe in the placeholder budget, as we're calling it, you prescribe, it would take about 15% of expenditure savings beyond what's already in there. And so one way to do that would be assume that for now, placeholder, under the assumption that you come back with an amended budget in September, is that all vacant positions other than, maybe public safety, or, you know, depending on what your direction is that those are maintained as frozen for right now. Just leave them vacant for now. If there are exceptions, they come back to you. To your point, Supervisor Sotelo, is that they come back to you on, you know, a recommendation to fill the position with an understanding what the fiscal impact is on that, but that they're trying to manage to this expenditure savings on both personnel costs and services and supplies, because that's how your budget is approved and implemented by your departments. You ensure that all of the positions that were initially indicated as layoffs are reinstated, that there's no layoff, right? So in other words, we're maintaining our current staffing as they're sitting today. Vacant positions are left vacant. While it gives you time to do this, you've implemented a placeholder budget that manages those costs with an assumed expenditure savings of about 15%, because frankly, over time, that's kind of what the average has been. And with the understanding that you're moving forward towards coming up with a final budget, right? Or an amended budget, not later than September. I think it gives you the ability to approve a budget now. It gives you enough of a placeholder, but that you're not waiting until July 1st to start doing this. You're doing this now. But at least it gets you a placeholder and budget in place that gets you moving forward. It's not the most elegant of design, but at least it gets you to something that you can have. Departments can start, you know, and continue to serve the community and provide the services that they're doing. If they need to come back and ask for a position that's currently vacant to be filled, they come back to you with that request, and you consider that and decide whether you want to approve that. Ultimately, with the understanding that by September, that you will have a budget proposal that guides you to, you know, again, what our recommendation was, a 15% operating expenditures as your reserves, which will require either better revenues, maybe in, you know, the next 2-3 months, is that you'll see maybe some, you know, revenues that we didn't think were doing as well that are actually going to do fine. So it gives you a way to be able to move forward so that you can start the task at hand and coming up with those amendments that you'll need. Just an option to throw out. I'm not making all of you happy, but I'm trying to give you something to at least move forward with.
But you're essentially reiterating what came out of the budget management discussion as a placeholder, unfunding the capital. I think, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'm of the intent we need to move forward with the road projects that we've promised this summer. Those projects that were listed, the $7 million. If we unfund that or pause that, then we lose the construction season. It's already June, so I'm not gonna support pulling out the $7 million. But what if we unfunded the capital with the exception of roads and move forward with the placeholder budget? But then there are still some things to iron out, I will say here at this.
Yeah, and if you keep the roads in there, then you just have to increase the expenditure savings assumption to 17, 18%. Whatever the numbers are to manage so that your total spend for the general fund is not higher than $85 million.
Because you guys said $28 million in transfers out. So if you could do the 107 minus 28, obviously, you know, we're at 79. So.
Yeah, but.
And you did also say we were roughly, without capital outlay, balanced. We're not balanced, but you take it all out, and we're roughly balanced.
Yeah,
was
the
what
20, I thought the 28 million was for 25.
26, 25, 26. It was 20 for the 24, 25, roughly, and then it was $28 million for 25. And if anybody else that was in the room wants to correct, it was $28 million for 25, 26 in capital outlay, general fund. That included the $7 million in roads, library, ARPA, and some other things.
Yeah, I personally would have to look back at that, and I don't have that in memory.
So if we gave direction, though, for staff to go remold the budget based on what you're saying, and then us iron out the rest of it to find consensus on some of these details, we could come back at a subsequent meeting, reassess where we're at, and have further discussion about how we move forward.
It's an option to get you an approved budget for June 30th, and then you're moving forward with something for September.
Everyone mentioned a lot of, I don't want to miss any of the the individual considerations. I agree in concept, and I did agree during the budget management discussion. I also agree with keeping, and I think we talked, and everyone heard me in that meeting, that I'm gonna support keeping roads in this budget. So I think it would be wise of us to kind of go through some of these issues and try to come out of here today with an initial recommendation for staff to go back and refine the budget to bring back at a subsequent meeting. Is generally everybody okay with that approach? And we can go through them all. Start with roads. Does anybody have thoughts on whether they want to keep the roads in the placeholder budget?
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I don't understand when we're looking at this budget and we've got that many negatives in our CSAs that are a net county cost to the county. Where does that fall? Is that coming out of the general fund? Where is that money coming from? If we aren't zero net county cost on our CSAs, what's going on there?
So Linda is not here to answer the questions, but there was fund balances in some of the accounts that was used to offset the negative expenditures.
Why aren't they showing in the budget as transfers in?
So for CSAs, the total reserve fund is 1.4 million, and of that we're using annual allocations. Our total fund reserves is 2.4 million. And Steve, I don't know if there's anything. Okay, so Linda's online. She's our
Linda Young?
our CSA coordinator, but the plan was to use reserve fund balances. But Linda, if you could clarify that.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. So the CSA funds are restricted and would not be able to transfer over to the general fund. But the capital projects that I have planned for fiscal year 25-26 I am using the reserve balances for those. So that's why some of them are going to show as if there is a negative fund balance. However, the capital projects cost is coming from the reserve funds.
Okay, how does that affect when you guys are looking, thank you, Linda. When you guys are looking at where we're at, if you have budgets that are net county costs, regardless of where they are, if the CSAs are net county cost negative, how is that affecting? I'm trying to find the numbers that we're all looking for because it's a lot of money.
So
I'm not understanding why they're not net county costs zero, because if you're taking it from your reserves, then you should be able to show that as a transfer in.
So from my experience, when I entered the budgets on OpenGov, it does not allow me to, or I did not select it as as a net income, and I only implemented as a cost with a note indicating that it was coming from reserve funds. So maybe that's where it was incorrect.
It's just something that I think we need to have clarification. I also completely agree with Supervisor Sotelo. The Prop 172 money needs to be seen. Where has it been allocated? I mean, you stated it in every one of the slides, and you gave us how you did your calculation, but what does that mean? How much of each of those departments are actually getting it? It just, I have more questions, unfortunately, I'm sorry, than answers on this, so I thank everybody, and I do see that we're trying to get through this, but like Supervisor Velasquez said, we're not gonna solve this today, so we've gotta do something.
So my recommendation would be to, in general, follow Steve's direction as preliminary recommendation, as a preliminary, to let staff go back and work on the budget draft. We're not approving or denying anything. We're just trying to take steps forward, and to bring that back, for further analysis and questions, which can be certainly asked, and we can hash through those in a subsequent meeting. But it would be good of us to, we've spent 9 hours almost here, 8 hours today, to at least take steps forward, let them do some more work and come back and hash out the rest of these question marks. But I would hope that there's consensus on this notion of approving a placeholder budget, with many of the reductions that have been recommended by the CAO's staff, and then ironing out whether it's today or at the next meeting, some of the details within. But I would suggest the placeholder with an unfunding of all the capital, with the exception of the road projects, would be where I would start it. And then we can work from there if there's agreement on that portion of it.
And the communications project as well, or that be?
With relieving the communications project, because that has been deemed as absolutely essential from a public safety standpoint. I mean, having staff also go and further analyze to find other one-time expenditures. So maybe it's not necessarily designated as quote-unquote capital. Like I mentioned, we have to have a discussion about the IT matter or any other, and maybe there isn't consensus to pull that. I'm just saying, to go back and find those one-time expenditures, segregate those out, come back with a refined budget. Those would be at least temporary. We haven't approved anything. They would be temporarily unfunded until we either approve a temporary due pass or come back in September. Just as a starting point.
Chair.
Option.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah,
But then let's work through some of the details here if we want to quickly do that as well. Not quickly, but there's some things like RCD that was mentioned. I think we should try to come to a consensus on a few of these things. Supervisor Zanger?
yes. So this is just, I mean, this is essentially what you said, the budget team's recommendation, the slide 96.
Budget team's
essentially.
recommendation, and then perhaps we can
Plus
go through
rows.
the ad hoc's recommendation and just find consensus
I
on
would,
that.
I would be fine to go line by line and find consensus on those, and I'd be fine doing that right now, and I'd be
Does
fine
staff
moving this
understand
forward.
that general before we get into the detailed part of it? Just take in the one-time, look for other one-time, whatever's in there that's one-time capital, segregate those out, at least tag them as unfunded for now. Bring back a number, maybe it's 79 million, I don't know. Probably not, right, Steve? And then just get us closer to that, where we need to be for the next discussion. And it's clear that we're continuing this meeting, I think, but just to at least make progress today.
Yes, Chair, I think we can work towards that.
Is there consensus from the board on starting, I did hear, I'm fully respect, there were 2 supervisors that weren't necessarily on board with, and I know you both support the roads, but weren't necessarily on board with, because of our situation, keeping the roads in. But I think we have to take a step forward on, if there's consensus from at least 3 of us, that we at least take a step forward on the placeholder with some foundation here.
I'm okay with that. I'm all right with the, as I said, continuing having the conversation about county council, now that we've heard that there's a hybrid model that seems to work. I take the recommendations from the team recommendation and from the ad hoc. Approve a budget of, is it 85 million, I thought I heard? Steve? That'd be a target of like 85 million, and that'll allow us to, again, keep going through this budget, figuring out other items in there that we didn't see yet, or work towards. But I'm gonna go back and say, I think as we start, if we approve something, we need to start, in my opinion, understanding our revenues, because you're bringing up good points, CSA numbers and all these other numbers out there. You have to understand your revenues first before you can start really diving into some of these other things.
And I don't mean to belabor, but that's one of the points from that meeting we had last week with Steve, was that revenue collection was an area that we really need to focus on going forward, and it may be something to consider looking at, if we need expert help on going through and making sure that we're collecting all the revenues, we're not leaving money on the table. That was a theme of that meeting, is that it looks like there's potential that we're leaving money on the table in these departmental revenue collection areas that we really probably want to get a better handle on. But placeholder budget management team recommendations included all the positions. You were mentioning pulling the county council positions off the recommended position elimination list. And you didn't address, you said keep the PIO position on due to the fact that it's grant funded.
Absolutely.
And I know we're not all gonna agree on everything. And then there's other areas like RCD. Do we want to decide on RCD today, or leave that for discussion later? Leave that for discussion later, or I'm just asking folks.
I'll just say right now, I would probably support the RC, the 25,000.
Keeping it in?
Yeah, I would keep it in if there's consent, but if we
Okay.
can also hash
All
it out
right.
later, if that's
Keep
not
it in,
universal opinion, I
in
don't
the
really
next
care.
draft, keep in RCD.
Currently in the Economic Development Fund, we have 25,000 allocated
Sure,
there.
so put it toward RCD, yeah.
We can keep it there towards RCD instead of, the Pinnacles marketing project.
Right. Okay, just trying to go through some of these here. One second. What other question marks did we have? Anybody want to throw any out they're gonna fight for?
Can we just get clarity on, I don't know if we need to take a vote, just because I don't want there to be ambiguity with, because there's so much information up here, it's a little confusing with the road situation. I'm in favor of leaving the roads in. I just want to make sure that we have clarity on that, because I don't want any misconceptions about that. I don't know where we stand on that, but I'm fine adopting the preliminary budget with a pause on the capital projects, with the exception of roads and the communications project. So I don't know.
And we would have to further hash out the library piece as well, as far as downscoping versus, I think it would probably be the safest thing would just be to unfund it for now, though. Am I missing something?
The
Because we
library?
can always revisit it once the final budget is adopted in September. But unfunding the library, unfunding ARPA, is there any, everyone else is on?
I don't agree, but I'm in the minority, so it doesn't matter what I say.
We should maybe, we have to vote on these things so that it's clear, because I don't.
Well, I think you have to have one recommendation, basically, so, where do you stand on the ARPA funded position?
The grant funded position, I'm not in support of keeping.
I'm not either. And what else do we want to hash out before we bring back a recommended budget draft? Anything else? Joe Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up what Supervisor Kerr was bringing up about these negative budgets presented under the CSAs, and that is concerning, because there's basically $1.3 million short. And the general fund generally does not support these private purposes. And what's not presented here is what is the fund balance of, for that, for the CSA fund. So that's the missing information. Otherwise, I think there really has to be some, investigating as to why these budgets are, so upside down.
Chair.
Mr. Chair? Oh.
Go ahead.
The only thing I'd like to add to that is in the budget assumptions under revenue on page 14, it says incorporates Melrose District or CFD annual revenue into county operating budget.
Yeah.
That is very misleading to me.
So that's part of the CFD. The study that was done to incorporate the fee does allow an NFI portion to go towards public protection services.
Again, How much money's in the account? How much money are we trying to take out of that account? How much money is remaining in the account? I think that
I can
kind of
present that
display is
information
what
out,
we're
yeah.
looking for.
I can do that.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify with Supervisor Curro about the CSAs, because I deal with a lot of CSAs as well. I think, frankly, they're a nightmare. They don't work well as far as I can tell. But if I understand, maybe I misunderstood Linda. Wasn't she saying that it was more of an accounting error issue where they actually are accounted for, they just aren't correctly inputted?
She brought up OpenGov.
Yeah.
So if it's an OpenGov problem, I'm going back to the ERP. We should be looking at the numbers in the ERP system, not the OpenGov system. If we can't show all of those CSAs as a net county zero, we have a problem. So when I go through and look at all of these things and not being in any ad hoc or any committee or any meeting, not meeting with any department head, I'm looking at this going, none of this is working for me. So I would highly recommend that
I was on the ad hoc.
whoever look at the ERP system.
Have access to ERP and.
Sorry, I will not support access. It's just knowing what the net county cost is for each one of the departments and these CSAs.
I'll work on that.
Great, okay. And so what I'm trying to get consensus here, budget team recommendations, placeholder budget, unfund capital with exception of roads, identify other one-time expenditures to potentially unfund, eliminate the one ARPA-funded position, the PIO, senior services status quo, rescind the recommendation on the 2 county council positions while keeping those off the current draft list, further analysis of CSAs, hiring freeze issue, departments can continue to come to the board requesting exemptions, but do we want to open up the door for subvented departments to hire again while we're working through this, and perhaps come back to that issue later if we do have a much more drastic budget situation than we're hoping? There was differences of opinion on whether to pull the hiring freeze for the subvented positions. The downside of that I can see from the other side of it is that if there are layoffs at some point that are necessary because of a structural deficit, there would be more of an ability for current employees to shift into those roles. But the subvented departments are concerned about not being able to hire critical positions, so it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. So I think there's good pros and cons on each side of it. Do we want to hash that out at the next one and put more thought into that, or do you want to put that on the table now? Supervisor Sotelo?
I just think that some of these positions are going to require kind of a background in it, right? Like you can't be in accounting and then go as a mental health clinician. You know what I mean? Like you're specific to some of those things. And I feel like for some of these subvention departments, they're looking to fill very kind of critical positions that require that training and kind of education and experience. So I think there may be some overlaps where you may have some positions that you can move from one department to another, but I would hate to freeze and then prevent them from being able to get the clinicians that they need.
Supervisors? Yes, that would be correct. Some of those positions may be licensed, they require specific minimum qualifications that not all employees would have. I think what we could look at is some of the positions that are, have the more minimal qualifications or qualifications that may transfer from some of the positions that would be potentially laid off. We could look at that, and Human Resources would do that review on that. But, you know, that, again, stopping this evented for like some of the licensed stuff, that we would not recommend that.
I think the simplest, well, is there a middle ground then? Is there a middle ground where we say no hiring freeze, there's no restrictions on positions that are a certain level of licensing requirements? Is there a way of qualifying that?
I think we can put that caveat in there as if it's maybe like anything that is a clerical or something that is kind of more of a minimal qualification that we spend a little bit more time
Let's call it
looking-
transferable qualification.
Right, transferable. Anything that is that in that range, we could kind of hold a little bit just to kind of see if there's a possibility if we need to move people. But I think the people that are licensed or have specific certifications, that the Subventive departments could move forward with continuing hiring on those.
Does that adequately address it for now?
For me, it does,
I-
yes.
There's head nods I'm seeing, and we can revisit. And do we need to codify that, county council, or is it okay giving direction on lifting the hiring freeze for subvented as stated by the CAO?
No, it's just direction to staff. so-
Okay. Is there consensus on that? Yes, I'm not hearing any no's, so, but we haven't gotten, that's not necessarily, would that be part of the motion? Does that need to be part of a recommendation today? When we give an overall recommendation on the placeholder budget, so I guess it doesn't. I don't think it necessarily affects, because we're dealing with general fund for the most part when we're talking about placeholder budget. So again, recommendation to give direction to staff on, putting together a placeholder to budget that takes into account unfunding capital expenditures, identifying other one-time expenditures to at least temporarily unfund, with the exception of the communications project within the ARPA, category. So I said identifying others, eliminating the one ARPA-funded position, retaining the county council positions that were part of the recommendation by the ad hoc, senior services status quo, retaining RCD in the budget. Is there anything further that anyone wants to get out there for this initial, other than the CSA?
I would just make sure that you clearly define public safety.
That's a good point. Are we talking about, public safety sworn, just sworn, or are we is that what you're referring to? Sworn versus unsworn?
I'm gonna have to say, there's a broad spectrum of what public safety means. And are we gonna use what COVID defined as public safety? Are we gonna use what we defined as public safety? Is it certification public safety? What kind of public safety are we talking about? Because I don't know.
So-
It was public safety departments, so, but go
I,
ahead,
I
Tina.
would say, so how it's defined in the county is, safety is in PERS. So anything that's CalPERS safety versus CalPERS miscellaneous, which is
So
everybody
that's
else.
not by department, that's by position.
By
And what
position.
union you're in, just to make it clear.
Any further thoughts on that, Supervisor Sotelo?
Not so much on the public safety topic, but I really would like to see us hold off on that PIO position until we get our new CAO. I think we're making all these exceptions, but we've targeted that one position, and I just feel like it needs further consideration. And I just don't think we should be making that decision today to eliminate that position. So I just think, again, I would rather eliminate the position of the executive to the Board of Supervisors at $25,000 a month. That would pay for that position. So I think there are options and there are alternatives, and I would like to explore every alternative before we go down that direction.
I'm gonna walk the line as much as I can here, but because there are generalities being thrown out about the special executive advisor position, it's a contracted position, guaranteed contract,
I believe it's cause.
so we would have to go.
I agree.
Closed session, I don't know what that's based on, but, that's why I'm trying to walk the line here. I wanna make it clear, the county can get itself in serious legal trouble because there's a guaranteed contract, and there hasn't been any cause stated or any reasons under his current role. And I don't think we should be having that specific part of the discussion in open session. But it's a contract, otherwise there may be more of an open discussion about that particular position. County council?
Yeah, I think this should be a discussion that happens in closed session. I can't advise you here.
Right. Yeah.
Is that something that we can add to a future closed session meeting?
Yes. But depending on when the next meeting is gonna be, but,
We have a meeting tomorrow.
because there was talk of
Add it.
Wednesday or something.
We need to give the budget folks some time to probably, because they're gonna be working they're gonna be in our meeting tomorrow as well, I think, some of them at least. So I would support adding it if it's legal to, is it legal to add it to the closed session agenda for tomorrow as something that came up after the posting of the agenda?
Yeah, if you find that it's an urgency item, it has to be a board vote on that, but it can happen tomorrow.
I'm fine with the discussion. I just want to make sure
Fine,
that
yep.
we're not just making general statements and this isn't exactly just a discretionary eliminating a position type of discussion. We can have the discussion, that's fine.
Great, so I'm fine talking about it tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't want to hash it out right here.
And I do just want to point out, we have another decision tomorrow on the fire contract, without going into too much detail, that would potentially affect this budget as well. So keep that in mind, budget team, as we develop the next draft of the budget for a subsequent meeting. Is there a motion on what's been stated here? I know there was a disagreement on some of it. Placeholder budget, unfund capital with the exception of roads, identify other one-time expenditures to potentially unfund, eliminate the one ARPA-funded position, the PIO position, and keeping senior services status quo, keeping the RCD budget allocation in the budget, and lifting the hiring freeze for subvented departments. And I believe that's it, unless there's something else. Communications would remain in, of course, I've said that. I hope that that's clear.
And decide on a date certain to
A
continue the
date
budget
certain.
hearing.
So what would be a good, would next Tuesday, since those are board meetings, be adequate for everyone as far as time? Is that too soon, too far out?
I unfortunately won't be here, but your new CAO will be.
Okay, or let's have a discussion. What's the preference? How much time do you need with what we've just handed you?
I think the recommendation would be probably the week after, to give enough time to go through all of these things.
The week after would be the last day or two of being able to approve a budget, so we just would have to be ready. So maybe we have to do that Monday. What is the Monday? Is that the 20th? So Monday is the last day. So that's.
23rd.
I think we have to, I appreciate your presence, CAO, but I think we have to hold an in-between meeting to at least, if there's anything to iron out, so that we're not up against the clock. Or we do it this week. When do you leave?
Wednesday.
This Wednesday, okay, so that's, either way, yeah, there's no.
And
way
I
of
don't
doing
think
it.
Dulce would have enough time anyways, but I think, again, your new CAO will be starting Monday, maybe midweek next week. I think Supervisor
Tuesday or
Curo would be
Wednesday?
here still.
Tuesdays are board days, so let's shoot for Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
And you would bring back, if there's an approval of a recommendation today for moving forward. And I've stated a potential motion if anyone wants, I'm just trying to.
That's with the placeholder budget of 85 million.
That's with shooting for a placeholder budget of $85 million. We're gonna come back to the table here in a week and see where we're at when we run through all these numbers.
Chair, move and make the motion as stated.
We have a first, do we have a second?
Just want to clarify, the 17th at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Do we have a second?
Oh, sorry.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Oh,
We already did it
we did public comment.
before lunch.
We did it before lunch.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
We did public comment, correct? Am I
We
missing
did it
something?
before lunch,
Yes.
that's correct.
Yes, we did.
Very long.
I think Vanessa.
Oh.
This is all, we're not into the going through each departmental part. That would happen at, before, correct me if I'm wrong, administrative staff, that would happen before an approval of a final budget. If we were going to be approving the full budget today, we would go piece by piece on the consent agenda and go through the regular agenda. But at this point, we're not there yet. We're giving direction for staff to come back with the revised budget draft. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes?
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
No.
Supervisor Curo?
No.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
3-2 vote, motion passes.
And we'll be continuing to 9 a.m. on June 17th, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can just announce to everyone here, we have a meeting that's starting at 4 o'clock. So if you are having a conversation, please step out into the lobby unless you're attending this meeting.